Dobar dan svima i dobrodošli na još jedan sajam Careers of the Future. Ja sam Jelena Bašević i pozdravljam vas u ime celog tima Via Akademike koji je radio prethodnih dana i meseci na ovom događaju. Za početak želim da vas podsjetim na to šta smo sve spremili u ova 2 dana. Danas se družimo na našoj virtualnoj platformi gde ćete moći da posjetite štandove univerziteta i da razgovarate sa predstavnicima univerziteta. Kao i uvek, ova virtualna platforma zaista verno prikazuje sajamski prostor, ali ono što je specifično za Careers of the Future jeste to što su univerziteti grupisani po studijskim oblastima. Tako da, ukoliko vas interesuje dizajn, ukoliko vas interesuje recimo computer science, moći ćete da baš kroz grupisane univerzitete posjetite njihove štandove i da tako brže dođete do programa koji vam odgovara. Pored toga, kao i svakog puta kada radimo sajmove, imate mogućnost da razgovarate preko live chata sa predstavnicima univerziteta. To je veoma korisno za one koji imaju neka konkretna pitanja, koji se još uvek dvoume da li da upišu taj program, da li je to odgovarajuća institucija za njih i naravno da reše sve dileme. Kako da pristupite ovim sastancima? Pa postoje 2 načina. Moje koleginice su vam verovatno već poslale linkove da se povežete direktno sa predstavnikom univerziteta ili to možete učiniti preko štanda, odnosno preko opcije live chat. Ona vas vodi do sastanka, potrebno je samo da unesete svoje ime i već ste na video pozivu. Još nešto veoma specifično za Careers of the Future jeste i drugi deo događaja, naše offline druženje sutra u hotelu Marriott. Posebno mi je drago što smo ovom prilikom organizovali nekoliko veoma korisnih razgovora sa stručnjacima koji će vam predstaviti svoja zanimanja i koji će vam također pomoći da se opredelite za odgovarajuću studijsku oblast. Sutra ćemo razgovarati o liderstvu, zatim o psihologiji, o dizajnu, medicini, političkim naukama. Pogledajte našu agendu na našim društvenim mrežama i na našem sajtu, jer sam sigurna da ćete pronaći nešto zanimljivo i korisno. Počinjemo sutra u 12 časova u hotelu Marriott u sali za prezentacije, gde će naša koleginica Marina predstaviti karijerni putokaz. To je zapravo jedan veliki projekat našeg celog tima i jedan priručnik za odabir odgovarajuće karijere, jer je to naravno veoma važno pitanje i zato dođite da čujete i da vidite kako priručnik izgleda i da ga kupite na licu mesta ukoliko smatrate da je to upravo ono što vam je potrebno u ovom momentu. Sutra od 12 do 18 časova i prezentacije, odnosno i paneli sa stručnjacima iz određenih oblasti kao i razgovori sa predstavnicima univerziteta. Ukoliko želite da razgovarate sa nekima od njih, možete nam se javiti i zakazati sastanak ukoliko je ostalo mesta, ali bi bilo najbolje da dođete, da upoznate ceo naš tim i da na taj način vidite sa kim ćete sarađivati u narednih nekoliko meseci, odnosno da vidite kako su Via mentorke posvećene, koliko su profesionalne i koliko su zaista u svom poslu velike stručnjaci. Hajde da se vratimo ponovo na ono što vas očekuje danas. Verovatno ste videli i na našim mrežama, kažem i na sajtu, i verovatno ste dobili newsletter u kome je navedeno koji će to sve biti danas sa nama univerziteti i biznis škole. Ono što nam je posebno drago jeste što će se ovoga puta u našem programu naći i neki univerziteti koji se zaista nisu predstavljali nikad ovim putem na našim prostorima, znači ni u Srbiji ni na Balkanu. Pa hajde ovako da vam nabrojim samo neke. To su EAE Business School, biznis škola koja ima kampuse u Madridu i u Barceloni. Zatim također iz Španije, zapravo kanadska škola dizajna, LCI, za one koji se pitaju gde da studiraju u Španiji, fashion design, interior design, graphic design. Zatim gostovaće nam i XU Exponential University iz Potsdama, odnosno iz Nemačke, pravo mesto ukoliko želite da studirate software engineering, data science i slične oblasti. I također ESC, to je biznis škola iz Clermonta iz Francuske. Uglavnom, Kao što znate, kao što uvek radimo, zaista mnogo prezentacija, čak 17 danas u toku našeg online programa. Svaka će trajati otprilike 20-25 minuta i sasvim dovoljno vremena da saznate sve one najvažnije informacije o svakoj instituciji pojedinačno. Danas tih 17 prezentacija verujem da pokrivaju apsolutno sva vaša interesovanja i mnogo evropskih zemalja, od Italije koja je tradicionalno nekako najatraktivnija, preko Španije, Francuske, Nemačke, Grčke. Trudili smo se da zaista bude program što raznovrsniji i da vas na najbolji mogući način uvedemo u vašu karijeru budućnosti. Ono po čemu se razlikuje Careers of the Future od drugih sajmova i u Srbiji i u regionu jeste to što vam pomažemo da odaberite svoju odgovarajuću oblast studija. Zaista veoma važan moment u vašem životu, u vašoj karijeri i u vašem profesionalnom razvoju, pa upravo je ovo događaj koji će vam sigurno olakšati tu dilemu i rešiti neke stvari, odnosno dati odgovore na neka važna pitanja. Kao što sam već rekla, sutra ćemo imati i predstavljanje tog karijernog putokaza velikog priručnika koji obuhvata apsolutno sve studijske oblasti i koji sadrži informacije koje su vam u potpunosti važne i relevantne za tu odluku, ali iskoristite cijela ova 2 dana i danas i sutra da se informišete, da razmislite o nekim pitanjima i naravno da pitate via mentorke sve ono što vas interesuje. Sve i mi koji radimo u našem timu ćemo moći da vam damo i informacije o univerzitetima i instrukcije, neke za apliciranje i naravno preporuke za odgovarajuće studijske programe. Dakle, ovo su 2 dana koje mogu zaista promeniti tok nekog vašeg profesionalnog razvoja i koje mogu u velikoj meri uticati na vaš akademski put, ali kao što verovatno znate, nije sve do onog, da kažemo, teorijskog znanja, već živimo u vremenu u kome su veoma, veoma potrebne i značajne veštine. O tome govorimo kod nas na akademskoj i profesionalnoj orijentaciji, ali i na ovom događaju. Zato ću ja na kraju svake prezentacije, svakog predstavnika univerziteta pitati zapravo šta oni misle, koja je to veština koja je sada najvažnija i koja se najviše traži, koju treba najviše da razvijate da biste mogli da budete uspešni profesionalci jednog dana. Veoma mi je važno da vas iznova podsjećamo da pored znanja treba da stičete i veštine, a kako drugačije nego kroz praksu i kroz događaje ovog tipa, kroz raznolika iskustva. Dakle, na kraju svake prezentacije pitamo se koje su to veštine i sadašnjosti i budućnosti i koje su to veštine koje su najdraženije i koje se najviše recimo vezuju za određene studijske oblasti poput psihologije, biznisa, data science-a i tako dalje. Dakle, ima ih zaista dosta. Uglavnom, još jedan podsjetnik da iskoristite platformu na najbolji mogući način, da posjetite štandove univerziteta, jer na njima možete da dobijete one osnovne informacije, da preuzmete brošure i da vidite videe univerziteta. To je ono što će vam biti naravno veoma, veoma praktično. Od te neke informacije koje su svima značajne, poput rokova, školarina, uslova za upis. I onda sa druge strane rekli smo razgovori sa predstavnicima univerziteta. Ukoliko budete imali nekih problema, svakako se obratite našim koleginicama via mentorkama koje će vam odgovoriti ili na poziv ili putem maila. Dakle, svakako ćemo sve rešavati u hodu ukoliko bude nekih komplikacija. Ja verujem da neće, zato što sigurno sam da ste dobili i mailove i da ste putem poziva mnogo toga već mogli da saznate. Uglavnom, danas 17 prezentacija, odaberite onu koja vam je najkorisnija i koja vam recimo najviše odgovara, informišite se temeljno, a onda nakon ovog događaja već od utorka sledeće nedelje čujemo se da zakažemo savjetovanje ukoliko je potrebno i da apliciramo na programe i univerzitete koje ste odabrali. Očekuju nas 2 intenzivna dana, danas i sutra. Dakle, u Marriottu se družimo sutra u hotelu gde smo već i ranije imali neke naše događaje, pa hajde ovako da vas pozovem i u ime celog tima i naravno da uživamo danas u ovom programu koji smo spremili. Vraćamo se na prvu zvaničnu prezentaciju za 5 minuta, pravimo malu pauzu, vi se udobno smestite i počinjemo.
Hello, am I online? Can you hear me? I was muted. Hi.
Evo nas na prvoj prezentaciji. Ovoga puta čućemo sve o Univerzitetu primijenjenih nauka XU iz Bremena, iz Nemačke. Kao što ste vidjeli u najavi, sada ćemo govoriti o karijerama koje se odnose na digitalizaciju, software, tehnologiju i naravno da je Nemačka za čitavu tu oblast studija zaista odličan izbor. Javlja nam se Mikael. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you for having me today. I'm afraid my Serbian is not that good, so we have to talk in English.
Don't worry, we will continue in English. Welcome on board, and really nice to meet you and to have you with us. As I already mentioned, this is, I believe, the first time that you represent your university in our region.
I believe so, yes.
Very nice. So you can start with your presentation whenever you are ready.
Yes, let me share the screen with you then.
Yes, please.
It doesn't work the way I want it.
Okay, take your time, no worries.
All right, let's try it again. I should be working.
Yes, I see the first slide.
It says the name of the university on the first slide. Can you see it?
Yes, it is.
Right. I had to modify some settings in my computer.
Yes, you can use slideshow.
Here we go.
Perfect.
All right, we're good to go.
Yes.
It just occurred to me, I actually even forgot to mention my name on the slide. I borrowed from another presentation, which is kind of a bad start for me, I guess, but at least you remember me. Well, my name is Michael Maillet, and I work at the XU Exponential University in Potsdam near Berlin. And I'm the career manager. So you can think of it as the career department. We name it the career service, but we are running career services. So if you have any questions you would like to address and talk to me in person or book an appointment, please use the following email address, the one you can see on the slide. And obviously you can find me on our website. For that matter, you can find me and all the staff members and our professors as well. So what is the XU Exponential University? The XU Exponential University is University of Applied Sciences. And you get the best of an academic training and technical training. That's why I name it a fine-tuned balance between the academic training and the professional one. You then gain what we can call a competitive edge, and you have a wide knowledge and learning base you can expand from. But you also get technical training, learning and training with the experts in their fields. Our professors and teachers are professionals. Most of them work part-time or they run their own companies even, and we include a lot of case studies in the teaching. So all students on a regular basis will be working, regardless of the disciplines, they will be working on different real case studies involving a real project with some of our partner companies. Also, you could earn some working experience while doing an internship or working part-time as a student with some of our partner companies. So all in all, you do get professional experience and you are already very much into the job market, even though you haven't graduated yet. We stand out because we have a very interdisciplinary approach. I don't know at this point if you already had a close look at the website. We run different study programs in various disciplines across digital marketing and social media, digital business, data science, obviously, coding, software development, digital transformation. So this is our focus and our strong points. There is sort of a spillover, like synergies we're creating between the different disciplines. And we are a very small university. We have a very human side. So you get to interact a lot with teachers from across different disciplines and with your fellow students, with alumni, which is very important because you do get inspired, you do get new ideas, and you're also under the close supervision of our professors in small groups. So you really get to interact and exchange in a meaningful way with the community involving the teachers, experts, professionals, and also obviously your fellow students. So the career service, which I'm running, has a strong focus in helping the students designing their own individual career path. But for that, you need to explore some career opportunities. So in other words, you need to be able, before you graduate, to make educated choices about your career perspectives, what kind of jobs and professions you want to do in the future. You need to be able to engage in long-term planning and long-term perspective planning. And for that reason, you would have to get the bigger picture while specializing in one discipline or another and understand the socioeconomic challenges. So we're back to this wide learning and knowledge base I mentioned at the at the beginning of the presentation. So you do get technical in your field. That is, if you're learning to code different coding languages. That is, if you're specializing in one area in marketing. But still, you keep an eye on the business trends. You educate yourself while studying, and get to exchange a lot with professionals within the universities and outside. For that reason, we run different or various kind of mentoring activities with our partner companies, but also we're taking the students to networking events or fairs, career events. So we can prepare this together, or you can attend this on your own. There's a lot of those events happening in the Berlin metropole area. I don't know if you're familiar with the geography of Berlin. This is a city-state, and all around it there is the state of Brandenburg. Potsdam is very on the edge, very close to the city of Berlin. Most of us actually live in Berlin. We do commute every day. So it's a very large urban settlement where you get to meet tons of different experts of various kinds. There's a lot happening in every discipline, in every field. My job is to prepare you for the job market. We're obviously very embedded in the local job market, but since we are a very international community, we have a lot of students coming from abroad. My job is also to prepare those students to understand the challenges of penetrating integrated German job market, or the European one, for that matter. We have an international community, but Berlin as such has also a vibrant international community. So you need to learn to do business not only in Germany, but you need to do business to integrate the job market and do it in intercultural or in even international working environments. We obviously offer very individual counseling and profiling. So they will come from me, but we have also some of the partner companies, they are incubators, accelerators. We are working with, we can all help you understand your needs better, your expectations. So you will need to understand what your strong points are, what is it you need to develop. We are talking about hard competencies, hard skills, but also soft skills. We use a very powerful tool. We have a career platform where many of our partners are already listed, and you get access to all kind of resources and services via the platform you can need to develop your own career project. Our students are also very motivated, and they want to learn by doing. This is why my department, but I'm not the only one, the university as such, is supporting students-led initiatives, where we have in about 8 to 9 months, if I'm not mistaken, we will have a TEDx event happening in our university. This is organized by the students. They have a license for it. Some of the students are about to create a university podcast channel. So they will be reaching out to experts and asking questions. And, this is how you can also hone your competences and skills and expand your knowledge base. At our university, we also promote the entrepreneurship spirit. Many of our students are toying with the idea of having their own business. So they will want to start up their own businesses. They've got a lot of creative ideas, and especially in the undergraduate studies, they don't know how to proceed. This is why I said we are embedded in the local incubator landscape in Potsdam, where we're located, or in Berlin. And those students, if they're interested in starting up their businesses, that is by the end of their studies or after they graduated, or maybe they want to wait a little bit. We are very, very much in close contact actually with our alumni community. You could always come back to us and we will facilitate communication with consultants and experts from these various incubators and accelerators I was mentioning. For that matter, some of our teachers, as I said, are running their own companies, so they can help a lot as well. Now, it is very important that you understand that we are developing a strong partner company portfolio. So we collaborate with local companies in Berlin and Potsdam, where we are, but also in Germany and beyond Germany, actually. We're establishing various kind of collaborations with those companies. Would it be, to recruit students to do an internship, or after graduation, would it be for them to do the master thesis or the bachelor thesis, and etc. Obviously, those companies sometimes are approaching us because they are interested in having students working with them in on real case studies, as I mentioned already. And quite importantly, we welcome your suggestions. So if there is a company of interest, if they are, there's an industry where you really want to have some working experience, and you think this is relevant for you, but also for some of your fellow students, we will actively act on it. Now, as I said, you need to think of Potsdam, where we are in Berlin, as one hub for innovation and technology. Many disciplines are represented. Obviously, not all of them, but you would be interested in penetrating the local market, but also the German market as such. So you will find a lot of different industries you can work on. I will expand on this by the end of the presentation. I briefly mentioned this about a moment ago. Our bachelor, but also our master students, they can write their thesis in association with some of our partner companies, which is highly beneficial for you, but also obviously for the companies. Let me tell you, obviously, most of the students who have done this, they have been recruited already by the company. So if you have made good on your promises, you have talent, and the company is potentially new, they will recruit you after, let's say, by the end of your graduation. This is usually how it happens. That's why I named this in my presentation a smooth transition, because that's easy enough for students to move from graduation to having a job offer already in the company they have been involved with while studying. It could be also because you've done an internship in one of our partner companies. So it's easy enough for you to actually quickly have or establish strong ties with a company. Those are important figures for you to keep in mind. You're probably familiar with that kind of figures in Germany and Europe, but if I remember, this is a study. Those are figures from a study from McKinsey, a consulting company, that says that 1.3 million new jobs will need to be created by 2035. And many of the skills you will be acquiring during your studies are in high demand in the job market. Companies are recruiting mostly, not only obviously, but a lot in the fields of data analysis and robotics, as you can imagine. In Germany, car industry is very important. Cybersecurity is a rising star. Many companies are understanding the needs of securing the data. Data protection is very important. And there are a lot of coding and software development engineers and experts who are deeply needed in any aspect, any discipline. What you also need to bear in mind today, well, if you haven't understood this properly today, is that technology is evolving very rapidly. What are the consequences for you? It implies that you will have graduated after, let's say, 3 to 4 years as an undergraduate student. And the job market would look so differently already. So by the time you apply for studies, and by the time you've completed your degree, the job market will be so much different, because a lot of new jobs will be created. You will have to invent those new jobs. Actually, we do this on a regular basis in our university. Many jobs would be distracted. So you have to come up with something new. And this is why I said it was important for you to have a wide knowledge base you can expand from, because you have the bigger picture, you understand the challenges in the market, the economic challenges, the social challenges, so you can act on it, all right? And not least, if you think rationally about how climate change is impacting and will be impacting even more in the future our planet, our societies, this means also that many jobs would need to be created in the near future. I've made a succinct list of the kind of job you could do, depending obviously on your study program, depending on the discipline you've studied. And I want to walk you through various kind of industries you could work in. When you think of digital technologies, obviously the first, let's say, terms that pop in your mind are AI or virtual reality, augmented reality. This is obviously very important, and those are very booming businesses in Berlin, Potsdam area where we live. There is a very large entrepreneurship scene, so there are very young companies and startups, and they invest a lot on those technologies. So it's easy enough for students to set foot on the market, to reach out to those companies, either we visit the companies or the companies are visiting us, or we meet at various kind of events. But you have to understand that the skills you will be acquiring and the competencies, I'm not talking only about the soft skills, but also the hard skills you're learning are very interdisciplinary, or at least the applications you can do are so much more than just the technical, the digital markets as such. It doesn't have to be always AI as such. It doesn't have to be software development in a software development company. You can apply your competencies and your knowledge to very different kind of industries. For example, at the moment, the drone industry is booming, all right? And this is where you can penetrate the market. So this is interesting for students, let's say, in data science, because you would need to work with data a lot in that respect, but it's also relevant for students, let's say, doing digital business, because this is a booming business you will want to expand and etc. Aerospace, for that matter, is quite important if you think only of the satellite networks in orbit that are increasingly providing internet connection to people on the planet who don't have a stable internet connection. So those are really booming industries where use case are already in high demand. It could be something entirely different. Let's say the fintech, if you want to work in finance. Berlin, for that matter, is a hub for your information. In Germany, they have the government has identified 12 hubs across the country. Where we are in Potsdam, Babelsberg, that's the name of the location we are. We are very much embedded in the media tech hub. Berlin has the fintech hub. So you easily come to get to know representatives and experts working in those fields, because for that matter, in Potsdam where we are right in the film studio, and all around us there's a lot of smaller companies which are very much associated with film production, video production, virtual reality, that kind of things. In Berlin, they do a lot of finance. There is, for example, the N26 Bank, which is rising in Berlin, which is important at the moment. So the online payment industry as such is a segment, is a sector where many of our students are actually interested in working in. And it's easily enough for you to be in contact with the major players in this field. E-commerce is actually quite represented in where we are, or online shopping, right? I'm thinking obviously of salespeople, but also the marketing people or data science. The online shopping needs a lot of people who are able to collect data and work with it, present those data to your colleagues. So in our university, you're learning to work as a team. You're learning from each other, so you understand what marketing people are doing. Let's say if you're doing business, if you're doing data science, you need to understand what the software development people are doing, and etc. So when you're ready to join the market, when you have made up your mind and you know what kind of professions you want to do, you've designed your own personal path, your career path, you have a better understanding of the general challenges, but also the technical challenges. And this is what we're bringing to you. If you think of the health industry, just to give you another example, at the moment, at least in Germany, it is quite controversial, but they are talking about like a health passport, and we need all kind of people like you to manage and implement this on a wider scale. So the idea would be that citizens, this is actually already happening in other countries, have one single portfolio, one passport where they can have sort of like an ID, health ID, so they don't have to switch always from one website to another, but all important data will be protected and collected within one single entity. So this is a kind of very exciting project you could be part of and you could be working on. I mentioned the health industry. We could think of nutrition, for example. Personal nutrition is important. The health industry is a stable industry. Let's think lately of this smart watches like everyone is wearing that is monitoring your health. You see, they need people like you who can code. They need people who understand the value of data, how to collect the data, how to process the data. They need people to be able to market their products. They need to have people to do it online, right? So you're really part of the new generation. You're part of the people who are going to create innovation to the market and expand even on the products that are already well established, because the potential is very high. If you think of the food industry, the many projects are mushrooming, are popping up about creating vertical city farm and aquaponic. This is very important. So the cities will be able to create their own food and distribute it locally. For that matter, I had the talk just last week with one young company that is doing just that in where we are. So we can associate also with this company. All students can get involved in the project and be part in a project that is in its infancy, develop it, and not only being recruited, but actually work on something very, very meaningful in that respect. So those were some examples I gave you. You could be doing carbon capture. Think of online entertainment or video streaming, energy management, which is obviously quite important, urban transportation. I give you the example in this slide of was it grid experts. So we will need to have people who understand how to exploit a grid system. Let's say you want to charge your e-car, right? In the city, how do you do it? Do we need more places where you can charge it? Can we swap battery? You see, so those are very specialized networks that many people want to have, but they don't know how to implement it. And you're exactly the right of people who can do it, who will have enough expertise and knowledge to implement those kind of projects locally, but also on a very large scales. I think we had scheduled this for 25 minutes. Do you want me to continue, or are we? Am I to stop with the presentation, Jelena?
Well, we have a couple of minutes left just to wrap up your presentation and to offer some kind of conclusion to our students. Thank you very much for the presentation, but especially for all the job trends and job perspectives, because I think it's very useful to understand those things even before applying for studies abroad.
Yes,
And speaking about that, and having in mind that you work with students on a daily basis in career office, I would like to ask you, what do you think? What is the crucial skill for students in your study field? What is something that they have to develop throughout their studies? What kind of skill?
This is the career exploration part I mentioned. In my experience, most of the students, and I don't blame them. I mean, they're still very young. When I was young myself, 19, 18, when I started university, I didn't have any idea really where to go. And I wish I had people like me, I don't want to flatter myself, who could help me, understanding my potential. And this is exactly what the students need to work on. They need to do some research on themselves and talk to people. Talk to people, experts in their field, talk to, some of the fellow students, and try to come up with specializations, they want to go. They need to understand what kind of professions they can do, what kind of projects they want to be involved with. So this is important. This is important for them to think ahead, as you said, because they will want to choose a university, but not only university, a place, and it's a life project really. And in our university, students are not only student numbers, but we're a very small community. So they get really to exchange a lot and interact. It's important for them to unfold and potentially understand how to do it. So they need to bring independent spirits.
I will use this opportunity to make you an additional question. What is the most common question that students make you at your office? Is there anything typical?
Well, yes, most of the time the students will be asking me about how to prepare properly for the job market and how to prepare properly for a job interview, which we do it obviously. As I mentioned, we have increasingly students coming from abroad, from various countries really, either from Asia or Central, European countries, or even from Latin America, and those students they have very different cultural backgrounds. And even though we do everything in English, English will be the common language at university as a teaching language, but also usually in the job market, you still someone from another continent, another country coming to Germany working in English with German people talking in English. So sometimes people get lost in translation. It's important for me to try to facilitate communication, to have them understand how to join the market and how to be in the market and prepare them the best as I can.
Okay, thank you very much, Mikhail. And of course, we will invite all the students to check your website, XU Exponential University, and to think about living and studying in Potsdam, Germany, very close to Berlin, and the perfect place to make a career in the digital world.
May I say final word? I'm not
Yes.
German myself. I was born and raised in Paris, in France, and I moved to Germany in 2028. And I liked Berlin so much. It is a very nice place to live, and I have no family. So you never know what to expect. Thank you for having us, Jelena. It was very nice.
You're very welcome, and I hope to see you again.
I hope so too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Uskoro nastavljamo sa narednom prezentacijom. Pravimo pauzu samo dok se uključi naredni govornik. Sigurna sam da mnogo vas koji razmišljate o studijama u Španiji, odnosno u Barceloni i Madridu. I sigurna sam naravno da će vas zanimati šta ima da kaže Mark sa biznis škole EAE. Hello, Mark.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hello, very good. How are you? Nice to see you here. And thank you for joining our fair, Careers of the Future. I'm not sure if you can hear us and see us, but we'll be waiting.
Doing fine, thank you very much.
I hope everything is okay and that you can share your presentation. I just made a quick introduction, but I'm sure that you already know that there are many students in Serbia and in our region that are interested in EAE, both in Barcelona and in Madrid. And they can't wait to hear you, to learn more about EAE.
Perfect. I hope that the presentation is visible right now. I'm not entirely sure.
Yes, it is. Yes? No Perfect. Worries. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. So basically, yes, can I go ahead already? It's already live?
Sure. I will be here just in case you need any kind of help, and you can use your presentation step by step. Sure. Okay. Perfect. Great.
Dobra dan, everyone. Then I hope that everyone is doing fine and you're excited about this presentation. Let me start. I mean, of course, we're going to talk about EAE Business School, but let me start by introducing myself and also what is Planeta. Basically, my name is Mark Loyola. I'm the director of the agent channel of Planeta Formación y Universidades. This is a company that it's a rather large company in Spain that has not only it's a publisher of books, but also has several outlets like TV, radio, newspapers, and also it's an educational platform where we have all these institutions. So today we're going to concentrate on EAE Business School, which is based in Barcelona and Madrid. But if you're interested into any other type of studies, bear in mind that we have all those other institutions, not only in Spain, but also in France, in Italy, even in Colombia, Morocco, Egypt, United States, and Andorra. So feel free to look it up. We have several business schools. We also have a couple of universities, and we have also what we call specialized schools. Those are basically business schools with a twist, with a specialization in things like, for instance, management of hotels, management of restaurants, management of production and film industry, management of luxury, brand management, sports management. So feel free to just look around. If you have any question, contact your agent, the Academica, who has been so kind of inviting us over to do this presentation. But now let's go to what actually interests EAE Business School. EAE Business School is a business school created in Barcelona in 1958, and it was one of the first business schools created in Spain. It's a rather prestigious institution within Spain, and has later on, I will show you some rankings for you to be at ease with the quality that we're offering. And it has grown to the point that it has campuses not only in Barcelona, but also in Madrid. Today, we will concentrate in Barcelona only, but if you're interested in Madrid, of course, do let us know, and we will inform you about all the options. So before starting and talking about EAE Business School, I think it's also important to talk about what is living in Spain. And of course, living in Barcelona specifically, it's very important to keep in mind that Barcelona is one of the most attractive cities in the world. It's very of a very easy access with public transport and a rather large airport that connects with all over Europe. I have checked this morning for flights between Barcelona and Belgrade, and for about 100 euros, you can get weekend flights to go back and forth. So if any of you is interested into studying here, knows that can spend easily weekends and go back to see the family without much issue. Not that expensive at all. So Barcelona in itself, it's one of the major cities in Spain, but yet it keeps being rather affordable for students. The attraction of this city is that it has a beach and mountain within minutes from the city center, and it's a historic city created already by the Romans. So imagine how much history it has. Today, the city has not slept on its laurels, and it's a hub for innovation and technology for anyone who is interested into anything that is related to startups or tech companies. I'm sure that you will know that there's this neighborhood that is called AD22. It's on the northern side of the city, and it's a hub for startups and technology companies. About 70% of the startups in Spain have been created in Barcelona. So it's a place that for anyone who's interested into engineering, into data science, data management, it's certainly a fantastic opportunity to come to Barcelona. Of course, it's a very safe city. Rarely anything happens here, aside of course from the eventual pickpocket in the city center. But other than that, it's just a very safe and calm place. Barcelona is also one of the most multicultural and multinational cities in Spain. As much as in other cities in Spain, you might have some hard time to go around with English. Here in Barcelona, it's in the center. Everyone, all the shops are very comfortable with foreigners, and you can do your life easily speaking only English. Of course, we encourage our community of students to also learn some Spanish, especially if your idea is to stay over, because it enhances your possibility for employability and being able to find a job afterwards. Barcelona is a very active and cultural city. There's concerts and events all the time. As I was mentioning, it's very well communicated. The airport connects every single major European city and some of the international main cities in the world. There's also a very safe public system of health. So if you have any issue, it's very easy to just go to any hospital, and with your insurance, you're covered for almost everything. It's just a city that invites and is very welcoming to people from all over the world. I wanted to show you a video of it, but right at this moment it's not available. So let's move on with then concentrating on studying in EAE. So of course, it's not only about the attraction of the city, it's also the campuses that we have. So in both cases, Madrid and Barcelona, we have a city campus. So do not expect these huge campuses that you see in a lot of movies, American movies, with big space, big gardens. As you can see here in the pictures, the campuses are just in the middle of the city. For Barcelona specifically, you can see it's a picture on the left of the screen. So you can see that the next door is just regular housing. But the good thing is that the campuses are just smack down in the middle of the city. So basically, we have 4 different campuses. The main building, it's located in Aragon Street, number 55 and number 28. So they are just across the street, one from the other. And it has more than 5,000 square meters of spaces, not only classrooms, but also you have spaces for working together. We request of our students to work a lot together. So we have a lot of spaces for the students to have to work on projects, etc. Then there's 2 additional campuses that are just 5 minutes away from on foot of this main location. located in Mallorca Street number 27 and Tarragona Street number 110. One of them is mainly for classes for Hostelea, another of our brands, but eventually sometimes there's also classes there. Keep in mind that when we say that we're in the center, it's exactly that. The city of Barcelona expanded from the old city to a bigger city in a what is called a expansion project, and we're just in the middle of that. Literally 5-10 minutes of walking from the main train station. You are also 15 minutes by subway from the beach. You're half an hour away from the mountain. So you are just located in the middle of the city with all the facilities and all the shops that you might want to explore and check out. Then, of course, as I was telling before, when it comes to rankings, here is an example of all the rankings that we are placed into. But for instance, we have Merco that considers us the second most reputable business school in Spain. Also the El Mundo, one of the main newspapers in Spain, which by the way is not owned by Planeta, so it's rather impartial. Considers the sixth best master in Spain also, and you can see that there's just all types of rankings in even in international in a QS ranking. CNN also gives us this very good ranking. So it's important when you choose a school, not only to look what the school themselves tell about themselves, but also what newspapers, what other outlets inform about this school. So please do your due diligence, check out how the school is ranking, because for us it's something very we're very comfortable with it, because we know we give very good quality for the education that we're providing to our students. Then also I want to give you some statistics. 60% of our students are international students. We have over 100 nationalities. Since 65, more or less 2/3 of the programs are offered in Spanish. Of course, we're very strong in Latin America, but as you can see, it's 51% of our students come from the Americas, so not only Latin America, but also the rest of the continent. 44% of our students come from Europe, and then we have a marginal but significant amount of students coming from Africa, Asia, and some from Australia. Excuse me 1 second. I apologize. I have been with the flu for a few days, so I still am coughing a little bit. So basically, you can see that when you come here, you will have a very extensive network of students from all over the world, and it's something that it's crucial when we graduate, that we have a strong network that we can access when we're working. You will see that a lot of times more doors are opened through people you have studied with than by doing cold prospection. So make sure that you enhance your academic life by having a very extensive network of people from all over the world that will help you a lot in your future career. Then, talking about that, this is one of the main points of one of the things that we're strongest at in EAE. We work a lot on employability. And this is one of the issues that worries us the most. We want to make sure that when student finishes their studies, they are already placed somewhere, or immediately after graduating, they find a job. So here, I'm going to give you some stats that speak for themselves. We have a very extensive network of companies working with us. That means that it's not only the teachers, that a lot of them are already in the business life. So it's not only the teachers, it's that we invite a lot of professionals to come over. So with 6,200 companies being in contact with us, of course, this gives students the possibility of doing visits to the companies. The CEOs or COOs, CFOs, etc. They come over to do also lectures. We ensure that, for instance, an MBA student throughout the process of being in the program, by the end of the program, has had over 40 contacts with companies during the stay. For instance, one of the projects that is most welcome from our students is when companies come with challenges. So a real company comes with a real problem that they're facing. It's normally a multidisciplinary issue. So they put together people from different disciplines within the school, and they come up with their suggestions in 3-4 days. They have to prepare a plan. And this is something super exciting because our students learn a lot from it. Sometimes keep in mind that it's not only learning from successes, sometimes also from failures. And sometimes it's when you learn even the most. So very important to understand that throughout any program at EAE, you will be in contact with companies constantly. So for instance, you see also here the employability of masters. 49% of the students have at least 5 years of professional experience. 44% find a job already before graduating, and 94% a few months after graduation. We are looking at an average salary as per the statistics that we do with our students of 53,000 euros salary per year. So this is very important. And from day one, we help our students to create, for instance, if you don't have a LinkedIn profile, we help you create it. We help you put it in a way that enhances your visibility within the network. We help you with how to do a letter of motivation, how to do a CV. Keep in mind that a CV for different places in the world must have different structures. How to do interviews, how to prepare for them. And also another big pillar of EAE Business School is the entrepreneur spirit. So we try to get students to become as entrepreneurial as possible, because in this changing world, sometimes the best way to go is just to create something of your own, because you know it's your project, you know you will fight for it. And for instance, we have, for instance, about 7% of our students have launched a program of themselves. A startup before finishing, and we help them with this. It's not that they are just alone. If they present a good project, we help them with an incubator we have in-house, and we have raised up to 3 million euros for students to get capital to get their project going. So again, also very important, not only what rankings you have, but also who do you work with, what rankings, what accreditations do you have. So if you look at it, we are in quite a few partnerships or accreditations, and we work with quite a few institutions all over the world, mainly Europe, the Americas, but also we have partnerships with Asian universities. So this is also something very important that gives a strength to the school and gives better positioning when you just get into the labor market. Here we have, for instance, also sorry. Here we have also the partners that we work with. We do also, for instance, career days, where most of those companies, they come to us, or we prepare a big fair somewhere else, and our students have the chance to talk face to face with those companies. And it's that. I mean, keep in mind that not in every program the internship is a mandatory part of the program, but sometimes it is. So either you have a mandatory internship program that you need to work for. Keep in mind that it's also not guaranteed. So it's you have to really pass through the process of being selected as an intern. But if the internship is not mandatory within the program, we encourage all the students to do internships, because this is what gets you directly into a job afterwards. Most of the times, a lot of the students, they get a job offer from just doing the internship. the company sees that this is exactly what they're looking for, and then they know through 6 months or 3 months of internship that this person is providing what they need. So this is the best way to secure a job while you are in the program. So we encourage you to always try to do an internship. So basically, here I'm giving you an outlay of the programs that we have in English. If you speak Spanish, of course, there's way more options. But we have for this spring intake that starts somewhere in between around April. We have the Master in Marketing and Sales Management and the Master in International Business. And then for the fall intake, we have all these masters. One is an MBA, and we do 2 residentials, one in Berkeley in San Francisco and the other in MIT in Massachusetts. So very prestigious residentials that can help you to just enhance even more your curriculum. And then again, all these masters, plus we have a bachelor's of business administration in English. Then how do you do to get admitted? It's very easy. You share your details with your agent. Your agent fills in the data to us. Then once you decide that you want to start the process, you give us all this information, your curriculum, passport copy, motivational letter, proof of a B2 level of English. The only offered options is right at this moment IELTS, TOEFL, or a Cambridge. And then also a copy of your certificate and the transcripts. And then if you have a reference letter, then it's fantastic. That it's optional, it's not needed. But if you have it, it's even better. Then we go to a process of interviewing you through someone from EAE Business School, and the admission letter it's sent out to you after payment of the school fees. So I think that I'm within time, and yeah, I want to thank you all for your attention, and yeah, if you want to have a great experience in one of the most multinational, multicultural cities within Europe, do not hesitate to come to EAE Business School, and I hope to see you around.
Muchísimas gracias, Marc, por la presentación. Thank you so much. And you already have some meetings with our students.
Yes.
So I'm sure some of them will apply for EAE. As you already know, there is a big interest here in our region for studies in Spain. And I'm sure you will have applicants from the Balkan countries.
Perfect. We're looking forward to it. It's just, it's very, we love students from the Balkans because it's a surprising mix of half Mediterranean, half Slavic, and I've always, every time I've met someone from the Balkans, I'm very surprised how vibrant you guys are. It's so we're looking forward to have students from there.
Thank you for those nice words. Actually, I'm used to hear this kind of comments from people from Spain about our people here. And I will use this opportunity to make you one question.
Yes.
As you already know, this event is quite special because we speak about careers of the future. And I have one question for you. Based on your experience, what is the skill that is the most important for the students to develop at the moment? It can be just one word, I mean, one skill, some short answer in a minute maybe. What would you say?
In one word, resilience.
Mm-hmm.
Because
interesting.
The thing is that today, I think, I mean, we used to use words like VUCA and changing and environment that keeps moving. But I think that never in the human history we have been through a process of so many unexpected things. So you need to have resilience. You need to have endurance to just be on target, know where you want to go, and see through all the challenges because it's a very tough environment right now.
Mm-hmm. You're right. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much. This is very useful to hear. And I believe it is also encouraging for our students just to think about all those skills, to try to develop them, and to choose wisely.
Exactly.
Thank you again. I hope to see you here in Belgrade.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hasta luego.
Hasta luego.
Pa evo, bilo je to priča o studijama biznisa u Barceloni i Madridu i naravno imat ćete uvijek priliku da razgovarate sa Markom i sa Filipom sa univerziteta, odnosno biznis škole EAE i sa drugih univerziteta koje predstavlja grupacija Planeta. Uglavnom pravimo malu pauzu pa se vraćamo u program, očekuje nas danas dosta prezentacija, a vi naravno prošetajte po našoj platformi, preuzmite brošure i naravno ne propustite svoje sastanke sa predstavnicima univerziteta. Vraćamo se uskoro. Nakon Španije idemo u Francusku, ali ostajemo pri istoj temi. Karijere budućnosti, ali u domenu biznisa, i zato nam se pridružuje Angele koja će nam govoriti o tome kako izgledaju studije na ESC Claremont Business School. Hello, Angele.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, and you? Thank you for hosting me today.
You're very welcome, and I'm happy to have you with us because I believe this is the first time that ESC Business School is presenting its programs in our region. As you might know, I will be here to support you and to make you some questions in the end of the presentation. Feel free to start whenever you are ready.
Okay, well, I will share my screen.
Okay, sure.
All right. Can you confirm if you see my screen?
Yes,
Okay.
great.
Perfect. So shall I start?
Whenever you are ready.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be presenting ESC Clermont Business School today in collaboration with Via Academica for the very first time. So my name is Angèle. I am an international recruitment officer at ESC Clermont Business School. And today's presentation will focus on our master's programs and more specifically on professionalization. And be sure to stay until the end as we have today normally a special guest, Katarina, who is Serbian and currently studying at ESC, and she will give us her feedback. So to begin with, I will start with a brief presentation of our school. So as you can see on this slide, you can see key numbers. ESC Clermont Business School was founded in 1919. We have 3 international accreditations, AACSB, AMBA, and EFMD Bachelor. And nationally, we are a member of the Conférence des Grandes Écoles. As you will discover later, we put a great importance in professionalization. We have 50 permanent professors and about 200 affiliated professors. And we work in collaboration with more than 200 actually partner companies. And speaking of network, we also have a big network of 14,000 students in 109 countries. And currently on campus, we have around 2,000 students, 35% of which are international, so more than a third, coming from 67 countries. Now on to recognitions and rankings. So as I said, we have 3 international accreditations. Of course, our school is recognized by the French Ministry of Higher Education. And speaking of ranking, our Master Grande École in French or Master in Management in English is classified in the top 70 of the Financial Times ranking. Rank 67 this year, and we registered the biggest rise in the rankings among French schools, moving up 26 places in only 1 year. Now a bit about our geographical situation. So we are a French institution located in the region called Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes in the department of Puy-de-Dôme. It's also the name of the volcano, very close to the city we're in. So we are in the center of France, at the heart of France. It has 3 main advantages. So the first is the distance. We are in the center of France, which means we are close to all the major cities, such as Paris. We are 3.5 hours away. 4 hours away from Marseille, 1.5 hours away from Lyon. And this is super important for students, especially if they choose to do an apprenticeship, meaning they study 1 week in school and then they travel to their company for 2 or 3 weeks and then come back to school. So this is very good advantage for students. Then the second advantage is the cost of living. We are not a huge city like Paris, for example, so it is way more affordable, especially for accommodation. And then the last point is student life. We are regularly ranked amongst the best student cities in France. Actually, 15% of our population our students. And this year, we were ranked the 8th best student city in France. So this is a bit about our city of Clermont. So we have a population of 300,000 inhabitants, 15% of whom are students. It's a very active student population, as I said, very easily accessible. We do have a small local airport. You can go to Paris twice a day. We also have, of course, a train station. Within the city, we have about 5,500 international students. As I said, it's very affordable and the quality of life is amazing. As you can see, we are surrounded by nature, by volcanoes. It is also very culturally dynamic. For example, we have the festival called Europavox each year. We also have the International Short Film Festival every year. Last year we had the Tour de France coming to Clermont, the bike race. It's also a unique region, as you can tell. We are on the UNESCO World Heritage List for the volcanoes. We are also renowned for sports, especially rugby, with the ASM team, and more renowned for soccer now. And of course, the most important thing I would say about the city is that the Michelin company, the tire company, headquarters is in Clermont-Ferrand, and we are also a partner with Michelin. Now a bit about studying in France. So we are the 4th largest destination for international students and the leading non-English speaking destination. We offer quality education at an affordable budget. Students have strong benefits such as social insurance for healthcare, housing aid, student discounts, for example. And we do also have a quite open employment market, meaning that students can stay after they graduate in France to work. We do also have a rich culture, like in every country, but we have our French specialties, such as the gastronomy, the architecture, quite vibrant student life, etc. And in terms of schools, courses are professionally oriented and combine theory with quite a lot of practice. So now on to our programs offered. Today we'll focus more on our master's program, but we do also offer a bachelor program. So our flagship program is the Master in Management. So the Master in Management is a 2-year program. So you are eligible to apply after a bachelor of 3 years. You are required to have a B2 level minimum in English. We accept a lot of tests, TOEFL, TOEIC, IELTS, Cambridge, etc. And so this program is truly designed in collaboration with partner companies. It is highly international. We do have, as you have seen, many international students, but also many faculty coming from abroad. As I said, the program is organized by the French Ministry and accredited by the AMBA. During the 2nd year of the master, you will be able to choose a major, your specialization. We have 13 in total, 5 taught 100% in English, and a few that are taught with a mix of French and English. And with this program, what's interesting is that you have the option to do a double degree. So you have the option to do a double degree abroad with one of our partner university, but you also have an option to do a double degree within ESC with another program that I will present later called an MSc program. Regarding tuition fees, it is 10,900 euros per year, and it's a 2-year program. Now into professionalization. So our pedagogy revolves around learning by doing, which means that, of course, you will have theory, but you will also have a lot of practice. So, for example, professionals coming in to teach, business cases, group presentations, etc. You will also be very well prepared to integrate the job market, mainly through work experience. So if you decide to do a classical track, you will stay 2 years on campus. The first year you have to do a 3-month internship, and then the second year you have to do a 6-month internship. And then you can also choose the apprenticeship track. This means that you do the first year at ESC on campus, and the second year you have the option to do a 12-month apprenticeship. Regarding indicators of the professional integration survey, 81% of our graduates found a job in less than 2 months, and 87% of graduates found a job within 6 months. Now, a bit more about our professional integration so you can get an idea. So 82% of students have permanent contracts after they graduate. And you can see on these graphs a bit where they work. So half of them decided to stay in the region to work. 32% of them decided to stay in France, but in another region. And 18% work abroad. The main sectors for the Master in Management program is the commercial and business sector, of course. Then you have the finance and accounting sector, communication, marketing, supply chain and logistics is also a big sector as well. And more than a third of our students are working in big companies, meaning more than 5,000 salaries. So now I will talk about the Master of Science program that I briefly talked about before. So this program is a 1-year program that you can apply to after a bachelor of 4 years or a validated Master 1. You also need a B2 level in English because it's a program taught 100% in English. It is accredited, of course, by the CGE, Conférence des Grandes Écoles. And we say it's a 1-year program, but really it's a 1.5-year program. So you will have 2 academic semesters and 1 semester of professional experience internship. And you will be specialized, you'll have specialized expertise in a certain field of activity, for example, business intelligence, supply chain, finance, international commerce, etc. And the tuition fees for these programs are 12,950 euro for the whole program. For the professionalization, so as I said, this particular program is an accelerated and very career-oriented program. You have a variety of international and professional career paths. So I give you a few examples here. For example, for the MSc in International Commerce and Digital Marketing, on the marketing and sales side, you can be a project manager, social media manager, international marketing manager. And on the international commerce side, you can be export manager, sales manager, etc. So you have a few examples here. And for example, if you choose to do the supply chain program. For example, you also will be prepared to the APICS certification. So it's the basics of supply chain management, a certification issued by the Association for Supply Chain Management. It's the same for each program. You will prepare very specialized and professional certifications. Now a bit more about professionalization as a whole in school. So as I said, we have 50 permanent professors who are specialists in their field. They hold a PhD. And we also have affiliated professors who come in. So it could be professors from international, our partner universities, And we also do have professionals coming from the business world itself. So you have a list here, part of the list of our partner companies. Maybe you already know some of them. And in school, we will guide you through your professional life. So we have the Career Lab, who is here to help you build your professional project and to help you understand the job market. And then we have the corporate relations department to help you create link with the companies and help you find internships and apprenticeship offers. And both of them organize a lot of events throughout the whole year. So Career Days, it was this week. It's basically workshops to navigate through different field of activities. So we have professionals coming in, alumni, to talk about their job. We have a few workshops on different subjects, such as the apprenticeship. We have a few workshops called Make Sense. We have a forum where our partner companies come into the school to interview our students and offer them internship offers, for example. And they also organize alumni after work events where alumni come in and our students can discuss with them. And now I am very glad to be here today with one of our students, Katarina. She is a Serbian student. She's currently studying in the MSc International Commerce and Digital Marketing program. And I would like to thank you very much for being here. And I'll let you give your feedback and your testimony about your experience at ESC. Thank you very much, Katerina, for being here with us today.
Thank you. Just wait to turn the video. I hope that you can see me. If it's okay, I will speak in Serbian. Da me svi bolje razumete.
Naravno da jeste, Katarina, sve ok, slobodno ti počne da govoriš, samo da ti kažem da se sve lepo vidi i čuje.
Odlično, hvala ti puno. Prvo bih voljela da se predstavim. Moje ime je Katarina i ja sam rođena u Beogradu i završila sam osnovne studije na Fakultetu organizacionih nauka na smeru management. Prosto kao i većina vas, htjela sam hoću da studiram u inostranstvu, htjela sam da prosto vidim, da upoznam tu internacionalnu stranu, da steknem nova znanja, da nađem možda posao preko. Međutim, ja sam od uvek znala da želim Francusku. Sad ne znam da li je to slučaj sa svima vama. I generalno proces traženja fakulteta sam shvatila jako ozbiljno. Način na koji sam ja pronašla svoj fakultet jeste da sam stavila na list papira sve što moj fakultet mora da ima, koliko treba da košta, u kakvom gradu želim da se nalazi, sve uslove sam stavila na papir i tražila. I ukoliko trenutno ste u procesu traženja, da vam kažem da ste u pravo vreme krenuli, imate vremena da nađete svoj savršen fakultet. Ja generalno, kad sam videla prosto sajt fakulteta, kad sam stupila u kontakt s njima, imala sam sastanak, oni su mi sve detaljno objasnili kako izgleda moj smjer, šta da očekujemo od fakulteta, profesora, kako izgleda moj život nakon fakulteta. Prosto cijela ta komunikacija sa njima je tekla glatko, jer dok sam pokušavala da stupim sa nekim drugim fakultetima u kontakt, dešavalo se da ne odgovaraju na mail po 2-3 nedelje. Zaista, što se tiče ovog fakulteta, uvek su odgovarali istog dana i uvek su bili tu u svako doba dana, noći da odgovore na moje pitanja, konfuzije. Takođe, ja sam imala i pomoć. Prethodni semestar je isto bio jedan srpski student na smeru i on mi je isto tako pomogao, kao što ću i ja vama, za bilo koja pitanja koje imate o fakultetu, studijama, bilo šta, slobodno me kontaktirajte. Ja sam ovdje ostavila broj, pa možete na WhatsAppu ili preko maila, kako god je vama lakše, jer znam, eto, iz mog iskustva koliko znači kad vam neki student kaže iskreno iskustvo. I ja mogu reći da sam ja svojim fakultetom prezadovoljna, zato što način na koji radimo i učimo je potpuno drugačiji od onih kako je kod nas u našem obrazovnom sistemu, jer kod nas imamo knjige i moramo da učimo po 300-400 strana za ispit. Ovde nije tako, ovde su projekti, ali projekti na konkretnim situacijama. Na primjer, ovog semestra smo imali da radimo za L'Oreal studiju slučaja koja će biti primenjena u L'Orealu, tako da zaista radimo na ozbiljnim i realnim situacijama i mnogo se brže poprimaju znanja kada se radi na ovakav način. I ono što bih isto rekla, što je meni bilo pitanje kad sam ja krenula da tražim, jeste znanje jezika. Generalno, eto u slučaju Francuske, naravno da je veliki plus ako znate jezik, ali nije ključno za studiranje. Zaista na fakultetu svi pričaju engleski, svi su voljni da vam pomognu, sva predavanja su na engleskom, čak i na fakultetu imate besplatno časove francuskog, svake druge nedelje po 3 puta nedeljno imate francuski i zaista su jako fokusirani da vam pomognu da dostignete taj cilj, da kada budete tražili prakse, da prosto imate veće mogućnosti da pronađete u Francuskoj i bilo gde vi želite. Pošto Igor danas nije sa nama, Igor je taj drugi student koji je meni pomogao, čisto da vam kažem da on je pronašao praksu u roku od mjesec dana traženja i to u Lyonu, u marketinškoj agenciji. On je došao isto ovde sa 0 znanja francuskog i sada radi u agenciji gde skoro svakodnevno komunicira na francuskom, tako da čisto da vam bude jasno koliko možete da napredujete za tih godinu dana i koliko fakultet vam daje podršku. Takođe, ako imate bilo koje pitanje, ja sam tu da odgovorim i ukoliko posle se setite nekog pitanja, slobodno mi pišite, stvarno želim da vam pružim vetar u leđa.
Hvala puno, Katarina, što si podelila svoje iskustvo i sigurna sam da je to jako korisno i nekako ohrabrujuće kada se javi neko od naših studenata i kada baš ovako prepriča šta se sve to dešavalo od apliciranja pa do sada. Tebe, ako se ne varam, također očekuje praksa relativno skoro.
Da, ja ću krenuti da tražim praksu otprilike u aprilu, ali trebalo bi da krenem u junu, julu, mogu da već krenem sa praksom, da.
Lepo, želim ti naravno da bude kao Igor u ovom slučaju, brzo i uspešno. Ne sumnjam da će biti tako, deluješ mi da si veoma zadovoljna i da si na dobrom putu. Ono što bih pitala tebe, pa možda posle i Angel, zapravo, pošto je ovo događaj o karijerama budućnosti, verovatno si sama svesna koliko su značajne veštine koje razvijaš i koje generalno se traže kasnije za praksu i za zaposlenje. Hajde da mi kažeš šta si ti koju tu veštinu si stekla, usavršila tamo, a da je ranije nisi imala, u kom smislu si se promenila, tako isto da dodam?
Promjena je kada krenete da studirate u inostranstvu, bukvalno se menjati iz korena za tako malo vremena, jer prosto treba da naučite da radite sa ljudima koji su iz cijelog sveta. Na mom smeru generalno su zaista ljudi sa svih kontinenata i morate da naučite njihov način rada, morate svi nekako Ja mislim da je to pravi moment kada mogu da kažem, timski sam igrač, jer znam da se postavim prema svim nacijama tako da zaista svi funkcionišemo.
Izvini što te prekidam, hajde da pokušam samo da to definišem. Da li je to interkulturalna veština, da li je to komunikacija, timski rad? Ako bi izdvojila jednu, koja bi to bila?
Pa jeste, mislim, interkulturalna veština svakako. Jer kažem, meni je to lično bilo nešto što sam znala da me očekuje i što meni lično zaista znači, jer sutra ću tražiti praksu baš u takvom okruženju i želim da znam da mogu sa svima prosto da iskomuniciram i da nađem taj balans u radu gde nikoga ne mogu da uvredim ni na koji način i da znam šta da očekujem od drugih ljudi, od drugih nacija. Prosto svako ima neku svoj način rada i svoj način učenja i to se zaista vidi. Mislim, meni je to lično bilo prva stvar koja mi je bila onako izazov, da kažem.
Da, sjajno zvuči i sasvim sam saglasna, verujem i moje koleginice bi se sa tobom složile da je baš tako ta komunikacija sa ljudima iz različitih delova sveta jako bitna i za studiju u inostranstvu. To ne možete u svojoj zemlji, to možete samo ako iskoračite i odete u inostranstvo. Pitaću isto i Angel, baš me zanima šta će on reći, pa da završimo naše druženje. Angel, I have one question for you. First of all, thank you for your presentation. It was very useful and I believe that Katarina's participation is also something very, very valuable for our audience. I have one question for you. Based on your experience, what would you say? What is the most important skill for the students to develop at the moment? And what will be your career advice for them?
Well, if they would like to study in an international framework, I would say the intercultural skill and communication skill is one of the most important, of course, especially for us in our school. The pedagogy revolves a lot around group projects, and as 1/3 of our school is composed of international students, I would say the intercultural part and the communication part, this skill is highly important. And of course, learn a bit of French. It can help to find internship and an apprenticeship if they wish to stay in France afterwards, of course.
Great. Actually, the same as Katarina said. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for your time and for joining our study fair. I believe that we will meet again. Katarina, feel free to say hello to us when you come to Belgrade. It would be a pleasure to meet you in person.
Okay, I will. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Have a nice day. See you soon, hopefully. A mi ćemo nastaviti sa našim narednim prezentacijama. Važan podsjetnik za sve vas da ćemo na kraju našeg programa proglasiti pobednike nagrađivanja koje je bilo aktuelno na Instagramu nekoliko dana pred ovaj sajam. Imate još uvek vremena da učestvujete, ostavite komentare i onda ćemo i vidjeti ko će to osvojiti 3 nagrade koje smo spremili za vas, a tiču se i izbora karijere i studija u inostranstvu. Još jedna stvar jeste da možete glasati u anketi koja je na našoj platformi. Pitanje je koje su to veštine koje smatrate najvažnijim u ovom momentu i koje treba da razvijate kako biste bili što uspešniji u karijeri. Eto, mene mnogo zanima i verujem moje koleginice šta ćemo izglasati i to ćemo takođe reći na kraju dana kakvi su glasovi, kakve su vaša razmišljanja. A naredna prezentacija praktično već treba da počne. Očekujem da nam se pridruži Violeta iz Nemačke, zapravo ona predstavlja University of Europe for Applied Sciences. Ponovo govorimo o studijama u Nemačkoj, ali ovoga puta ipak ćemo imati malo širi dijapazon oblasti, ne samo biznis, nego i dizajn. Na ovom univerzitetu možete studirati i psihologiju i menadžment u raznim nekim segmentima poslovanja. Pa evo da proverimo da li je Violeta sa nama i da počnemo prezentaciju. Hello, Violeta. Do you hear me?
Yeah. Hello, Yelena.
How are you?
I'm here. I'm great. How are you?
Great as well. As you know, very excited for our fair and very happy to see you and to have you with us. You can start with your presentation whenever you are ready. I will wait by the end to make you some questions. Feel free to ask for help if you... okay, it's working. Everything seems to be just fine. So feel free to start.
Okay, thank you, Yelena. Today we're going to speak about University of Europe and career prospects in Germany, United Emirates, and actually other countries. So we compare different countries and see what can be more beneficial for you in your future career. So first of all, I would like to talk how actually to choose your study destination. And actually, you should start with the question, what you would like to study, and do not stop with the response like economics or maybe business or IT. Try to understand it in details, how actually your future career will look like. Will it be beneficial? Will you get a good salary for what you actually do, and whether you like it or not. So think thoroughly about their future choice and whether the field of study you've chosen will be in demand in a few years or not. Then try to find the university, actually their country that provides strong education in the chosen field. Then try to think about what career opportunities this country offers. Like, for example, you can go to maybe Italy, Spain, Germany, or United Emirates, or United States, anywhere, and try to explore in advance what career opportunities will be available for you after your graduation, and whether you'll be allowed to stay there or not. I mean, some visa requirements, some residence permits, and so on. And besides, don't forget to compare some salaries and expenses and whether it will be efficient maybe to stay in this country or to move forward to find a job in some other place. And you will spend about 3, maybe more years in a new country, so it should be comfortable for you and interesting for you to stay there. That's why try to discover some entertainment and travel and opportunities in these countries. So now let's move on and discuss actually what fields of study and further employment are actually in demand in both destinations. So in Germany, we can see, and actually in United Emirates and maybe in so many other countries in the world, IT sector is one of the leading ones right now. Besides, there is a huge demand on marketing and accounting and management, some sales, and of course, transport and logistics. Actually, this transport and logistics field became really popular, especially after COVID. So you should think maybe about switching to this sphere as well. Besides, some hospitality professions now lack of high quality specialists, some education, some healthcare support sectors as well. So actually, I can prove that so many qualified specialists are required right now in the market. I mean, in the German market, and you can see in the slide how many actually vacant positions are opened. So this is the statistics from July this year, but I think that the numbers are still practically the same. It will be growing according to the economic forecast of the country. So, and our university offers really relevant programs for this sphere. So actually, I would like to point your attention to some programs like interdisciplinary programs, because they can open more career opportunities for you. For example, it can be digital business and data science, because from the one point, it's about business management. From the other point, it's about IT sphere. So it's really good for you to take this specialization. Besides, you can, for example, combine something creative like design and, of course, IT sphere, and choose, for example, UX UI design or creative computing for master degrees, or innovation design management also is a very interesting specialization. Besides, there is, for example, business psychology. There is a great demand, especially from students, to study psychology, especially after pandemic. But imagine how many graduates with this degree will be in a few years. So in order to be more competitive in the labor market, I would recommend you choose, for example, business psychology. In this case, you'll be able to work not only in counseling and coaching, but also in the HR sphere, in the event management. So it's definitely worth studying. And of course, we have a great choice of specializations in art and design, and a great choice of MBA programs with different specializations, I mean, in-depth specializations. So you can definitely choose something to your interest. Besides, we offer programs with employment, actually. So here you can see a list of programs that combine study and work. Actually, it will be a combination during your study period. These programs are available actually in German language, combined with English one, but German language is the main one in these specializations. And these programs are can be good for you if you consider some financing of your studies, because for these programs, the employer will cover your tuition fees. Then we considered some specializations. Yeah, now let's see whether it's easier or difficult to find a job in different countries. And here we should refer to the unemployment rate in these countries. And actually in Germany, it's one of the lowest one in among European countries. It's 5.3%. And it means that the lower the unemployment rate, the easier it will be for you to find a job. And if we compare it with, for example, United Emirates, in this case, you see that unemployment rate is even lower there than in the UK or in the USA. So it's a good option for those of you who are interested in really soon employment, even during your study. And as for our alumni, the employability rate is really high. So usually it's about 93%, and our students, actually our graduates, can find a job within 12 months after graduation. But as for our master students, they can find employment even earlier during their study in 71% cases. Moving forward to the salaries, we can see that starting salaries in Germany are from 35,000 euros and actually higher, depending on the specialization that you take. And I will highlight that these are starting salaries. Actually, you can earn more. And according to the statistics, our graduates usually earn more than average graduates of other German universities. And thus you can see that the earlier you get your diploma, the sooner you cover your investments in your education. Then, when we talk about salaries, we shouldn't forget about expenses. As for Germany, usually students spend about 900 euros per month. But if we compare it, for example, with our second campus in Dubai, there the expenses are about 1,500 euros, so much more. But still, students can work part-time and earn about 1,000 euros, at least in Germany, and in Dubai it can be even more, per month, and thus you can cover your expenses. And then, how actually our university help you with finding employment? First of all, we have our career department, career development center, and they offer lifelong access to our services, and also they provide for each student a special account on Job Teaser. It's portal for job seekers, and here and on this portal you will see available vacancies. Actually, first these vacancies will be available for you in a priority order from our partners, so it will definitely benefit your future career options. Besides, we organize different guest lectures, company visits, recruiting events, and many other activities. And we also make workshops and trainings for our students to train them in advance how to go through different types of job interviews, how to negotiate about salaries, and so on. And so as you see on the recent screenshot from LinkedIn portal, our alumni work for really well-known companies like Deloitte, Amazon, Ernst & Young, L'Oreal, Tesla, and many others. Actually, not all their alumni registered on this portal, but still we can see really good statistics here. Apart from that, we offer acceleration courses free of charge that are devoted mostly to digital skills. These courses are developed by IBM, Amazon, Facebook, Tableau, and some other big companies. And you will get a separate certificate upon completion these courses, and thus you can top up your CV and make your candidature more remarkable in the labor market, and thus you can attract more attention from your future employees. And a few words actually about our university. Our university, University of Europe for Applied Sciences, it is a fully accredited university, so it's a private university, but with all possible state accreditations that actually exist in Germany. And our campus in Dubai is also well accredited. So our diplomas are recognized anywhere around the world. Besides, we focus a lot on the practical practice approach, and we have teaching staff with really good work experience. They had their own business or worked for different big companies in higher positions, and thus they can share their experience and real up-to-date cases with the students and make them prepare to real business, to real industry, actually. Our campuses are located in 4 cities in Germany, so in Berlin and Potsdam, Hamburg, and Iserlohn, and we have recently opened a new campus in Dubai. So actually, you have an opportunity to transfer between campuses and explore 2 different destinations like the Middle East and Europe. So it's up to you, and this definitely benefit your future career. You can scan this code and go on a campus tour virtually and explore our campuses, see their facilities, how well they are organized. So please do it. And Now let's move forward. Usually during their bachelor programs and on the 5th semester, students usually have internship, or they have a semester abroad. And for this semester, students can choose one of our partners. We have over 60 partners around the world. Some of them you can see in this slide right now. And actually, it's an opportunity for you maybe to save money on studying in the these faraway destinations and quite expensive one, but still it's a kind of opportunity to explore these destinations and maybe turn back there for master degrees or for further employment. So it's again will widen your horizons, so to say, and give you additional experience. As for tuition fees at our university, they vary. So here you can see just the total amount for your tuition for all 3 years of bachelor degree and for all period of study for master degrees. And actually, we have a really good scholarship system. It depends on your academic performance, on your nationality, on some payment options. But anyway, you can save up to like 19,000 euros. So we can discuss maybe later, like in individual consultations, how you can get scholarship. And one more thing to highlight is actually how to stay in these two countries, because actually it's it's a very important point. It's a crucial one. How to get your first experience, work experience after graduation. So Germany offers job seeker visa for 18 months, and actually it can be extended twice. But usually our students don't need to extend it, and they find employment within the first year and switch to work residence permit. There are different types of such permits, and usually the duration depends on your work contract. And in 2 years of employment, you can get your permanent residence permit, and later in a few more years, you can get your citizenship. As for United Emirates, it's practically impossible, unfortunately, to get a citizenship there, but you can stay there on different residence permit actually for the entire life. And you can start with the golden visa if you were an excellent student at university, or you can, for example, take a standard work visa or green visa for further employment after graduation. So these types of visa depend on what you will do and what will be your income and what kind of employment contract you have. And so there are different actually advantages and disadvantages of staying in both countries, and you should maybe pick up those that are more important for you. For example, Germany is more popular destination, especially among Balkan students, and it will be more typical to go there, and you will probably feel more comfortable because the culture is more common. There are so many sites to see. It's easier to travel. It's really close to, for example, and cheap actually to go to neighborhood countries during weekends, during your winter summer breaks. But you will definitely have to learn German if you're gonna stay there and work there. It's not necessary for your study, but it can be required for your future career prospects. But if we compare it with the United Emirates, you can see that English is more well spread there, and actually you can do anything in English there, and you don't need to study Arabic at all. Actually here there you will find more developed infrastructure and services. But at the same time, there is a lack of service in Germany. So actually, it's up to you to decide where to go, but just pay attention to these things. And yeah, now that's it about our university, about career prospects in both destinations. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Thank you, Violetta, very much. Speaking about questions, actually about all the doubts of our students, I would like to ask you, what is the crucial skill that they should develop during their studies to be able to compete on the job market? What do you think, based on your experience?
I think that students, yeah, it's really great questions. I think that students should be flexible. Yeah. Because in some cases they should be flexible to adapt to a new culture. I mean, not only, mentality, but also work culture, because it's different. It's really different, especially from Serbia and from other Balkan countries. And, if you are also flexible in learning something new, to acquire new knowledge, and you are not afraid to start with something small and grow further. So flexibility will be definitely a good skill.
And I have to add something, because your university has campuses on different locations, even in Dubai. So for your students, especially for all those who would like to improve their flexibility, it's the best place to study. Because they can learn how to be flexible in the business world, how to make the best of it, actually. And I always remember all new habits that they have when they study abroad, all new people, all new cultures, or at least one. So yes, I agree with you completely, and I believe your answer will be encouraging for them as well. Another thing is that I would like to ask you, and I believe my colleagues also would share the same. All those career-oriented programs are very encouraging and very stimulating for the students. What is, let's say, like that typical student that apply for UE? What do you think? What is the profile that you search for?
Mm-hmm. Actually, usually these students would like to find something applied, and they would like to work as soon as possible. So usually it's like this, because all our students are usually interested in earning money. And even for our creative programs, we teach students not only how to develop their talent, but also how to apply their talent and earn money on it, and how to maybe think up something that is not that doesn't exist right now, but this idea may be developed with the help of our professors and implemented even during their study. So I think that this strive to work as early as possible, and this desire to earn money, to apply some skills, develop some ideas, it's about our students.
Another thing that I would like to add, or just to emphasize, is that UE is a very good place for the students who would like to work in digital professions because you are based in some German cities that are innovation hubs like Berlin, Hamburg. So
and
they
Potsdam.
have to think Potsdam as well, very close to Berlin. So it's very important to choose wisely the location because that environment would be very stimulating for them, and they would improve their skills even faster.
Yeah, true. Actually, so we offer programs on different locations, and the location reflects the future choice of career. For example, our innovation hub that is located in Potsdam, it's actually in the, so to say, Silicon Valley of Germany. So there we have programs devoted to innovation technologies, IT, digital sphere, and students can, for example, go to practice to the nearest building where really huge IT giants are based, like SAP or Microsoft or some other huge companies, and they can have internship or part-time work here, work in that companies, or they can, for example, find future employment there just because they could recommend their skills and maybe have some really useful networking during their study because it was really close.
Sure. Just as you said, location reflects their future, their professional future. Very nice to meet you here online, Violeta, and we will meet again tomorrow in Hotel Marriott. You already have almost full schedule of meetings.
Yeah,
I see some free slots. So if some of our students would like to meet you in person and to ask you about your programs, just they should be there tomorrow, and you will be available to answer.
Yeah, I'll be happy to consult each of you. So please join.
Sure. Thank you once again. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
And enjoy the rest of the day. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye, Jelena.
Još jedno podsjećanje da glasate u našoj anketi i da učestvujete u našem nagrađivanju na Instagramu. Vraćamo se ponovo za 4 minuta, nastavljamo sa prezentacijama i naravno svi vi koji imate zakazane sastanke, ne propustite ih jer danas je baš važan dan za vaše buduće studije i za vašu buduću karijeru. Stigli smo do 5. prezentacije i ovo je pravi moment da nam se pridruže svi oni koji razmišljaju o inženjerskim oblastima studija i o takvim profesijama. Sa nama je predstavnica univerziteta University of Southern Denmark. Signe, hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Welcome on our platform, and I'm very happy to have you with us today. I hope you will enjoy your meetings with our students and the presentation. You can start whenever you are ready.
Wonderful. I will start sharing my screen.
Great.
So I hope you can all see it.
Yes, perfect.
Wonderful. Oops, that was a bit premature.
Okay.
So
I will be here just in case, of course, and by the end of the presentation, we will have some questions and discussion about careers of the future.
Lovely. So thank you very much for joining. My name is Signe, and I am from the University of Southern Denmark, and we are here to talk about how to get a job as an engineer in Denmark and what we as a university do to make sure that you have a secure future as an engineer, preferably for us, of course, in Denmark, but it can be anywhere in the world. So the university itself, just to give you a brief understanding of who we are a Danish university. We have a few different campuses around the southern part of Denmark with approximately 32,000 students who collaborate very closely together with companies, which I'll also get into a bit later. We have state-of-the-art facilities, and on 2 of our campuses, we have engineering program. Our main campus is located in Odense, which is more like the fairy tale city of Denmark. You might know the author Hans Christian Andersen. That's the city that he was born and grew up in. And then the other city is Sønderborg, which is a smaller city, but still very vibrant. It's our international campus, and that's where all of our English taught bachelors are. And we also down there have something that's quite special that I will also get back to in a minute. I'm not going to go into the study programs too much because that's not why we're here. We are here to talk about the future and the opportunities you have when you graduate one of our profiles or one of our study programs. But I will briefly talk about the differences between our Bachelor of Engineering and our Bachelor of Science, because the Bachelor of Engineering is a more vocational study program. It has a mandatory internship, which means that you will get in contact with the companies a bit more than you will with the Bachelor of Science. It's a 3.5-year program. The Bachelor of Science is a 3-year program. And when you graduate our Bachelor of Engineering or one of our master programs in engineering from the campus in Sønderborg, we have a first job guarantee. All of our study programs are also formed in collaboration with the companies. So we're not educating people into unemployment. We are making sure that our study programs match what the companies in the area are like requiring and what they're looking for in an engineering program, which is also why when we teach, we are very practical in our approach. It's very much learning by doing. It's not just a professor standing, talking to you and lecturing you on how to think and how to remember things that you've read in a book. It's very much hands-on. It's project work. You have group-oriented projects, which is a lot of it is in like smaller groups of 3 to 5 people. Also, because that is a lot of how you'll work when you graduate as well. When you start working in a company, it's very rare that you will actually sit by yourself the entire time. You have to be able to work together with people. And in our group-oriented work or group-oriented learning, we also have a lot of project management or project-based teaching so that you will be able to figure out what kind of position do you take up in a company or in a project work. Are you more of the leader role, or are you more of what's called a finisher, so that you collect all the ends at the end, or when your final project is about to end, and then make sure that all the details are set. So it's always good to have a lot of different kinds of students or a lot of different kinds of workers in a group like that. Otherwise, if there are 3 or 5 leaders in a group, it's not gonna be an easy job. Let's just say that. Same if there's 5 finishers. You have to have different kinds of workers, and you will find out what kind of worker or job or projects person you are during the study programs. The students also do projects with companies. We have the opportunity to do, of course, the internships on the Bachelor of Engineering. We also do, especially for our master students, in company projects. And we do have a lot of companies that also come to us for some other like larger projects. Of course, you can always do your bachelor thesis or master thesis together with a company, but these smaller projects also sometimes are done in collaboration with companies. So companies will come to the university, ask, for example, let's say electronics, that they have this kind of issue and be like, how can your students help us? Please, we need some new ideas, new solutions. And then our students will work on that project in different groups, present it at their exams. And then we have actually seen sometimes that the students have come up with such good solutions that they have been bought by the companies. So when that happens, the company does not buy the solution from the university. Yes, you've been using our equipment, our components, and everything like that, but it's your great minds, it's your ideas. So that means the company will buy the solutions from the students, from you. So you get the money, you get the credits, everything like that. The university itself does not really get anything other than it's great to have students that have amazing minds. The way that we work and teach in Denmark as well is that we have a very flat hierarchy. We don't use sir, madam, professor, doctor, or anything like that. We always talk directly. It's the same regardless if it's a company or the university. So it's first name basis, direct communication. So there are no secretaries you have to go through if you need to talk to your boss, student, worker, boss, or your professor or anything like that. You just go directly to them and talk to them. And it's something that makes it very comfortable to study as well. We have a very good work-life balance in Denmark, and that also extends to your studies. We also do something that we call frihed under ansvar in Danish, which basically means freedom under your own responsibility. And that is because when you have an assignment, both at a job or a university, you will have a deadline, of course, and you have to be able to manage your own deadlines and your own progress as well. We will not tell you what to do and when to do it and everything like that. You are adults and you decide how much work you want to put into it. Same with your job, of course. They're not going to do micromanagement. Same with university. We are only going to tell you what we would like at the end, and then you will be able to figure out if you are a procrastinator or if you want to get everything done at the beginning. Of course, if you don't do a great job, you won't get great grades, and that's just how it is. But if you do an amazing job, you really put in the work, then it's also going to be wonderful for you. The exams are also some that prepare you for your jobs afterwards. Because the way that we do exams, you have semester projects every semester. That's a lot of the hands-on experience I also talked about earlier. So the projects that you build or program or develop in smaller groups will be part of your exams because that's what's important and what you need to know when you get out on the other side. I've talked to students that have studied bachelor somewhere else and they've only ever done coding, for example, on paper, which in Denmark would be completely nonsense. We have to do it on the computer and test it, of course, as well. So that's important, especially also when you come out, that's what you need. That's what you need to be able to do. It's not enough that you've read a book and that you've memorized it, which is also why we have the open book exams, which means that you will on your exam, you will have access to your labs, your lab results, your notes, the books as well, and the internet. Because to us, it's more important that you know how to find the right documents or is the right information, rather than remembering what you read in a book that might have been irrelevant for the last few years. Because also when you're out in a new job, you don't know everything. The university does not teach you everything. You can't remember everything. So it's important when you have to find a solution for a new project, problem or project, you need to be able to find the right information or come up with a solution to find the right information. And the same with the open solution projects. There's not just one right way of doing things. That's a lot of how we teach and how we want you to work as well as a student. And the same in the company. You have to be able to think out of the box and find new solutions for problems that might not be new, but it could be improved, so to speak. This is what I'd like to talk to you about with the first job guarantee. I mentioned briefly that after the Bachelor of Engineering and the Master of Science Engineering from the faculty or from the campus in Sundbyberg, we have a first job guarantee. So we will help you find a full-time job after graduation. We have this collaboration with a few different companies, both large multinational companies in the area, but also smaller companies. And it's for 6 months. So after graduation, you will have a 6 month period where you are guaranteed a job in the area. It's not an internship, as I said, it's a full-time job as an engineer. You will get a starting salary typically of around €4,500 a month. And then you have 6 months to sort of prove yourself to the employee or to the employer that you are a good employee. And then hopefully they will extend your contract with hopefully a permanent contract. Or you could also choose to say, well, now I've tried out this kind of job and I would like to go for something else. We will make sure that you are matched with the company that that's interesting to you and that matches your profile and everything like that. And the reason why we can offer this first job guarantee is because we need a lot of engineers in Denmark. There are not enough young people who'd like to be engineers in Denmark. So that's why I'm turning to you to hopefully offer you a job in Denmark and a study program, of course, as well. We do have some requirements in order for the first job guarantee to be put in place. One, you have to collaborate with a company during the study programs. That can either be an in-company project, it can be your internship on the Bachelor of Engineering or on your master as well, or it can be your bachelor or master thesis. The smaller projects like the semester projects or something that we had that's called expert teams does not work at the moment. They're not big enough projects or in-depth enough projects. It has to be either in-company project, thesis, or internship. The second is that you're not allowed to delay your degree. So you're not allowed to take longer than the set time, 3.5 years for the Bachelor of Engineering and the 2 years for the Masters. This is very normal in Denmark, especially because we have multiple tries for each exam and we have the open book exams, which for a lot of students are a bit more comprehensible than, let's say, having to memorize a ton of stuff and you only have one try, so your stress levels are even higher than normal. So yes. And the last one is that you need to know a bit of Danish, only to B1 level, but in order to learn Danish, we do offer free Danish classes for all international students. So it is possible. I actually just recently met with an Indian student who is he's taking Danish classes along with his bachelor, and he's already at a B2 level in Danish. On the edge to C1, to be honest, and that's within a year. So it's definitely possible. Some of the kind of jobs that you can get after graduation, or that we can see that a lot of our students work in after graduation, are these kinds. So we have students that are working with product management in different companies, both multinational, but also local, smaller companies. We have head of manufacturing departments, and these are jobs right after graduation, of course. It's not jobs that you need a lot of experience for. Some of them, yes, but we also do have students that right after graduation, because they've had project management as part of their study program or other kind of management positions or management courses, they go directly to being manager of sales, innovation manager, marketing manager, head of manufacturing departments. So of course, there are also other jobs, more research-based or things like strategic project manager, producement manager or producement engineer that you can have that does not have a lot of management. If you're not interested in that, completely okay. But a lot of our students do see that they end up in consultant or business manager, business developer positions. We also, of course, have a lot that go to research. They do PhD afterwards, or they become researcher. They work in R&D divisions. And we also do have a lot of students that are entrepreneurs. So we have actually at the university, we have something that we call SDU Entrepreneurship Lab. This lab is going to help you with your own startup company. It can help you with every step of the way, both the more engineering heavy technical issues, but also the more, I want to say, softer issues, like how to make a business plan, how to patent your ideas, how to pitch your ideas in order to get funding. They can help you with that. We have an audio lab where everything will be recorded and played back to you so that you can sound more charismatic and train yourself to do better pitches. Because we have this SDU Entrepreneurship Lab, SDU is now the #1 in Denmark when it comes to startups. We have the most startups by students, and of course, more importantly, we have the most successful startups by students in all of Denmark, even more than the business schools, business universities. And in I think it was on the 22nd or something of November, so last month, 2 of our students also won the World Championship in entrepreneurship. So, and those were 2 engineering students, one from software engineering and one from robotics. So we are at the moment Danish and world champions in entrepreneurship. So if you have ideas for your own company, you are more than welcome, and we will do everything we can in order to help you create your own company. And we are, as you can see, quite good at it. In Denmark, there is a really, really good work-life balance, and I've changed it a bit to work-life study balance because we do not work as much as in a lot of other countries. A full work week in Denmark is 37 hours. That's also what we expect you to spend on your studies. It's very flexible. You decide, or you can decide when you would like to work, when you would like to have some time off. We have 52 weeks of parental leave. The unemployment rate is very low as well. I've talked about the first job guarantee, and even if you do not fulfill the requirements, I want to say that the first job guarantee is a safety net. And more than 80%, I think 85% of our students, before we had a first job guarantee, had a job in the area right after graduation. So we do have a very low unemployment rate, also for young people. And of course, we had the flight hierarchy that I talked to you about. And Hygge, as you might also have known or have heard about as a Danish thing, it's not just at home and with your friends, it's also at your workplace, at the university. For example, at our university, we have trees inside that we put Christmas lights in. The library puts up some Christmas decorations and a fake fireplace just to make it more cozy. And we have Christmas parties. We have a lot of different things that just makes everything a bit more nice and enjoyable as well. You'll be able to have a part-time job as a student. You will, on a student visa, you will be able to work up to 20 hours a week. In the summer break, however, you will be allowed to work full-time. Some of the jobs you can have without knowing any Danish as a student is you can work in, of course, restaurants, bars, cafes, stuff like that, hotels, deliver newspapers. There are tons of cleaning jobs, greenhouses and stuff like that. But there's also more academic jobs. So in order for you to find a job that's more relevant for your study program, we actually also help a lot with that. We have job fairs on campus where you can talk to students or talk to universities, employees, but you can also talk to different companies that come to the university. You can give them your resume, do a lot of networking, and then typically from the 3rd semester of your bachelor or right away from your master, you will be able to get a job that is a bit more relevant. So in an engineering company. the minimum wage that you should accept from a non-academic job would typically be around 13.5 euro an hour. That's the absolute minimum. If they want to offer you less, do not work there, because the minimum salary in Denmark is not set by the law, it's set by unions. So if they're not part of a union, they do not protect your rights as a student worker, and they can pay you less as well. Also, make sure to always get a contract right away. Do not accept that you have a trial time where you do not get a contract. Make sure you get a contract. The trial period is part of your contract as well. University, as I said, also hire quite a lot of students. And if you work for us, or if you work for an engineering company or something a bit more academic, you will typically have a salary that is around 18 to 20 euro an hour. So it's somewhat higher. Yeah. Are there any questions so far?
Thank you very much for the presentation, Sign. I would like to make some comments with you regarding careers of the future. As you know, this is the big topic for our students and for my colleagues, because we have lots of meetings with them on a daily basis. And I would like to ask you, based on your experience, what is the skill that students should develop during their studies in order to get the right job, let's say like that, and to get used to the job market and all the challenges?
That is a really good question, but a lot of it definitely has to do with working with other people, finding out which position you take up, and with us there is a unique opportunity to get to figure out what kind of person you are and how to work with a lot of different people. Where we have most of our engineering English taught programs in Sonarbo is also our international campus with approximately 80% international students from all over the world. So it is a unique opportunity to work with a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of different cultures, nationalities, which is also very important because we can see that a lot of the companies, they value international experience. I've had some other presentations about studying abroad, and I think, if I remember correctly, I think with 78% of all companies value some of the soft traits that you learn when having an international experience. Things like understanding and working with other people, or new languages, or something like that. So definitely knowing how to work with other people and the practical experience as well.
And it's not only teamwork, it's communication.
Exactly, yes.
You are the second person who has actually the same answer, and it's not a coincidence, because we are aware that communication is very, very important, maybe crucial, even for engineers, although they have some hard skills, I mean, all the technical knowledge, they also have to develop their communication skills, for sure.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's wrap up with this question. You have career-oriented programs, and what is let's say the best student profile for SDU? What would you say?
Well, the best student profile for our university is someone who is very motivated. Of course, we need a certain level of English, because the study programs is taught in English, and we're not expecting students to speak Danish. But of course, it's lovely when we get students that have some knowledge already in the program that they're studying, or in programming, or something technical, but it's not a requirement for us. To us, it is more important that the student is motivated, that they're willing to put in a lot of work, Of course, that they're interested in engineering is very important as well, and that they're not afraid to step out of their comfort zone, to participate in the social part of studying and being a young person abroad as well. And yeah.
Yeah, curious, motivated, and ready to study, to work as well. And that model, study plus work, is something that is emerging in Europe. And I'm happy to have you here, because SDU is a really good place for future engineers and for people who are ready to put their effort in and their skills in their career path.
Definitely.
Thank you once again. We came to the end of the presentation. However, you will have meetings with our students, and of course, they can reach out to us. We will schedule more meetings for you. Have a nice day, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ovo je bila priča o inženjerstvu, odnosno o oblastima iz različitih, da kažemo, delova inženjerskih profesija iz Danske. Napravit ćemo malu pauzu, pa ćemo onda nastaviti priču o studijama dizajna. Sigurna sam da ima vas dosta koji razmišljate o dizajnu u Italiji, pa onda ostanite sa nama u narednoj prezentaciji, jer će nam se pridružiti predstavnica škole dizajna NABA. Sada je vreme za prezentaciju koju ćete saznati kako izgledaju studije dizajna u Italiji, u Rimu i Milanu na prvom mestu. Pridružuje nam se Nataša, koja ima veliko iskustvo u kreativnim industrijama i kao predavač i kao karijerni savjetnik, tako da će nam ona objasniti mnogo toga o NABI. Zdravo, Nataša. Dobar dan, samo ću te zamoliti to da uključiš zvuk. Odlično. Zdravo još jednom.
Hvala, dobar dan.
Dobar dan. Drago mi je što si sa nama, jer si zaista osoba koja ima toliko mnogo iskustva i znanja i nadam se da će to stati ovu prezentaciju u kratku. Imaćeš naravno i razgovore sa studentima, tako da će saznati iz prve ruke mnogo toga o NABI. Kao što verovatno znaš, možeš početi prezentaciju kad god ti odgovara. A ja ću pratiti do kraja i onda ćemo malo još dodatno porazgovarati o karijerama budućnosti.
Dogovoreno.
Važi, možeš podeliti prezentaciju kad god budeš spremna. Mi ćemo ti samo potvrditi da li je sve ok.
Dobro, ajde da krenemo polako.
Važi.
Samo trenutak jedan.
Važi.
Da li je ovako ok?
Još uvijek ne vidimo prvi slajd prezentacije, već vidimo folder.
Aha. Jer vidite sada?
Još uvijek ne.
Aha, ne znam zašto.
Važi, sačekat ćemo još malo. Ne brini, polako, samo ja ću tamo da iskoristim priliku pa da pozovem studente da glasaju u našoj anketi koja je na platformi. Treba da podeliš ceo ekran. Važi, sačekat ćemo polako.
Je li to sada?
Da, jeste. Sve se vidi, odnosno prvi slajd je tu. Možeš početi, eto ja neću da ti više oduzimam vremena, da kažem imamo već sve spremno, pa hajde onda vidimo se na kraju prezentacije ponovo.
Hvala Jelena, vidimo se posle. Dobar dan svima. Ja sam Nataša Lazarević i prezentovat ću vam NABU kao bivši student NABIN, kao neko ko je ekspert za kreativne profile, a to je postao zahvaljujući profesorskom angažovanju na NABI i dugogodišnjem radu u NABInom karijer servisu koji je zadužen za ono o čemu govori ova prezentacija. Zadužen je zajedno sa profesorima da vas pripremi za jednu sjajnu budućnost. Zahvaljujući svim resursima koje NABA stavlja u funkciju, zahvaljujući kojima možete da priuštite sebi, da kažem, jednu sjajnu karijeru. Naravno, mnogo toga zavisi od vas i vaša motivacija je jako bitna. Kada pričamo o NABI, ja ne mogu da ne budem emotivna. Na NABI sam provela 20 godina i kad me neko pita da li bi ponovo, kad bi mogla da izabereš, ja bi ponovo izabrala NABU. Zato što je to zaista jedno mesto koje je više od posebne akademije, od jedne akademije. A objasnit ću vam i zašto. Znači, NABA zauzima posebno mesto u mom srcu, ali da kažem to je onaj emotivan deo. Hajde sada da budem malo objektivna, da ne budem subjektivna, pa da vam kažem zašto je to tako. Eto, zašto je NABA toliko specifična i zašto je NABA zaista jedan pravi izbor za sve one kreativce, bilo da se bave dizajnom, grafikom, fashion dizajnom ili, da kažem, klasične umetnike. Zašto je to adresa na koju treba da se prijave, ako mogu tako da kažem. Nadam se da je ovaj video uspeo makar malo da vam dočara atmosferu koja je prisutna na NABI. Znači, NABA, zašto NABA? NABA je više od obične akademije, to sam već rekla. NABA je u stvari jedna velika kreativna industrija gde studenti, profesori i zaposleni zajedno doprinose da to stvarno bude jedan odličan izbor za studenta. Kada spomenem umetnost u najširem smislu reči, ne mogu da ne pomislim na Italiju, a naročito ako pričam o modi, ako pričam o dizajnu, ako pričam o umetnosti u najširem mogućem smislu. Po meni je Italija zaista zemlja koja treba da bude favorizovana kada je izbor studija u pitanju. Italija ima poseban šarm, znači poseban vibe, i za jednog mladog umetnika jako je bitno njegovo okruženje. Znači, da bi jedan mladi umetnik mogao da iskaže sve svoje potencijale, jako je bitno da bude u dobrom ambijentu, da ima prijatno okruženje i da takođe bude okružen ljudima. Znači, ne samo da to bude jedna estetska celina, već da to bude apsolutno deo gde će biti socijalno prihvaćen i deo gde će moći da, ponavljam, ispuni sve svoje potencijale. A to je NABA. To je NABA, to je NABIN kampus i to su svi oni ljudi koji čine da NABA bude to što jeste. Vratit ću se još malo na Milano i na Rim. Što se tiče ova dva grada, tu nema mnogo priče, u smislu poznajete jedan i drugi grad. Prelepo je biti deo jedne ovakve priče, prelepo je studirati dizajn, modu ili umetnost u Italiji i moći jednostavno i onog trenutka kada izađete s jednog mesta kao što je NABA, da sve ono što ste naučili primenite na nekoj od inicijativa ili događaja koju vam NABA omogućava za koju vam NABA omogućava da učestvujete. Znači, što se kampusa tiče, to su 23.000 kvadratnih metara. Videli ste, to je 14 zgrada, oni su apsolutno opremljeni najsavremenijim laboratorijama, tu je i bar, tu su kabineti i to je jedna velika kreativna energija koja zaista daje i utiče na to da se vi lepo osjećate i da date svoj maksimalni doprinos. Što se tiče odluke da li Rim ili Milano, po meni oba mesta su jednako lepa, jednako važna. Eto, moje neko mišljenje je da Milano je više grad biznisa, industrijski grad, u kome ako želite zaista da budete deo sistema fashion industrije ili dizajn industrije, advertising industrije, onda je to grad za vas. Ako ste više usmereni na umetnost u najklasičnijem smislu reči ili na film, to bi onda možda trebao da bude Rim, zato što je daleko poznat kao večan grad, po svojoj lepoti, po istoriji i po filmskoj industriji. Eto, tu su negde po meni dve distinkcije zašto jedan ili drugi grad. NABA je proglašena za jednu od 100 najboljih akademija na svetu i s razlogom je to tako, zato što je jednostavno sve ono što ona daje apsolutno bitno i apsolutno važno za studente i čitav njen doprinos je to da zaista zaslužuje da bude tako visoko kotirana. Što se tiče programa na NABI, znači imamo undergraduate programe, postgraduate, dvogodišnje i postgraduate academic master degrees. Takođe imamo i specijalne programe koji su letnji kursevi, semestar abroad u inostranstvu i foundation courses. NABA se i dalje deli ima 6 odseka, to je design, fashion design, communication and graphic design, media design and new technologies, set design i visual arts. U okviru ovih podela imamo dodatne podele koje se uglavnom dešavaju na drugoj godini studija, kad je BA u pitanju, a što se tiče postgraduata, znači program je takav i traje apsolutno 2 godine. O tome ću vam malo kasnije pričati, ali nebitno, nije toliko važno da student u startu odluči kojim će profesijom da se bavi. Jednostavno, samim tim što imate dodira sa velikim brojem inicijativa, imate dovoljno vremena da odlučite za te 3 godine čime ćete se baviti. Da li je to fashion design u pravom smislu reči, da li je to da li da budete deo fashion sistema, da se bavite set dizajnom, da ćemo o tome malo kasnije. Zašto je toliko važno? Zašto je toliko važna ta sinergija koja se dešava između studenata i svega onoga što im NABA nudi? Važna je iz tog razloga što su profesori sa NABE profesionalci u pravom smislu te reči. Znači njima je profesorsko zanimanje dodatno zanimanje. Šta to u prevodu znači? To znači da onog trenutka kada oni prenesu na studenta određenu metodologiju, student je spreman da kasnije, ako pokaže svoje potencijale i ako se pokaže u najboljem mogućem svetlu, može da ima i trebalo bi, znači većina studenta može da ima obezbeđen posao kasnije, onog trenutka kada završi 3-godišnje studije ili 2-godišnje ili 1-godišnje, sad zavisi o čemu se radi. Znači, bitan je taj kontakt između profesora i studenta, bitno je da student učestvuje na svim inicijativama na kojima mu NABA omogućava da učestvuje i bitno je da se poveže sa career servisom. Takođe, career service radi, to je jedan ofis izdvojeni koji se bavi promovisanjem studentskih radova, koji se bavi industry relationom i koji apsolutno približava sve ono što je studentski svet, svetu industrije, u pravom smislu te reči. Šta je misija NABE? Misija NABE i industry relationa je da pomogne studentima da se oni što bolje uključe u tržište rada. Bitno je da im, zahvaljujući tržištu rada, dobije inpute preko kojih će da napravi što bolje programe koje će studenti pratiti. Ti programi su povezani sa trendovima u zapošljavanju i apsolutno u trendovima što se tiče svih dizajnerskih oblasti. To je jako bitno i onog trenutka kada vi plasirate studente na tržište rada, vi znate da su inovativna zanimanja nešto o čemu NABA vodi jako računa i one čak u nekim situacijama preteča onoga što mogu da budu buduća zanimanja u svim ovim oblastima. To je jako važno zato što toliko brzo napreduje tehnologija i komunikacija da ponekada mnoge akademije imaju problem da se prilagode svim tim novim trendovima. NABA je mesto na kome se prave novi trendovi. NABA je mesto koje te trendove iskorišćava, zahvaljujući određenim predmetima, studentskim laboratorijama, istraživačkim projektima, na način na koji najbolje može da prilagodi svoje programe tržištu rada i apsolutno svemu onome što nam donosi nova tehnologija. Na NABI se odvija mnogo inicijativa. U NABI ima dosta inicijativa o kojima vodi računa ne samo career services, nego jednostavno zajedničkim radom se doprinosi da studenti imaju jednu široku lepezu zbivanja i da budu deo toga. To se radi zahvaljujući profesorima koji su zaduženi na njihovim odsecima. Znači, na NABI, kao što sam rekla, postoji 6 odseka, tako da svaki profesor je taj koji se bavi inicijativama između ostalog, da dovede što veći broj inicijativa na NABU, kako bi nabini studenti imali mogućnost da učestvuju i da dobiju određeni vizibilitet. To je jako bitno u ovom svetu, pogotovo u tim zatvorenim sistemima kao što je moda, kao što je dizajn, kao što je umetnost, zato što apsolutno nije lako, to su mesta koja su rezervisana zaista za najbolje studente, ali ponavljam, za sve ima mesta, zato što je inicijativa dovoljno, tako da svako može da nađe svoje mesto pod suncem. Eto. Na NABI se organizuju mnogobrojni workshopi, razne inicijative koje doprinose tome da studentski radovi zaista zažive. Znači, većina studentskih radova zasniva se na realnim briefovima. Znači, studenti su dovedeni u situaciju da moraju da prate deadline, da se apsolutno prilagode onome što je sutra posao u agenciji, u modnom svetu ili u sistemu, da kažem, i tržištu umetnosti u punom smislu reči. Kako se to odvija? To se dešava preko profesora. Profesori donose brief, realan brief, znači ono što zaista realno potražuje njihov klijent. Neki od tih projekata se rade u grupama, neki su individualni. Uglavnom, kad su tako veliki projekti u pitanju, radi se uglavnom o grupnim radovima. Brief, student je dužan da ispoštuje na najbolji mogući način brief, tako da može da zaista njegov projekat da se jednog dana nađe na, ako je to packaging design, da se nađe na polici jedne prodavnice ili parfumerije, ako je to moda, zaista da ako je u pitanju set dizajn, znači da stvarno student učestvuje na najprestižnijim modnim takmičenjima, na nedelji mode u Milanu. Znači, apsolutno, to je jedan primenjeni deo i zahvaljujući tome, to je velika odskočna daska za mnoge studente koji imaju takvu priliku da rade na realnim briefovima umesto na izmišljenim projektima.
This design marathon is about metaverse. The best selection of NABA students will face this challenge that Bulgari gave us.
It's a full immersive experience where the staff of Bulgari and the NABA students will merge and work together. The main challenge, sharing the view and moving straight on to the metaverse.
Bulgari asked us to conceive a new landscape in which the brand could settle in the next future. For this reason, the young creativity of a student could be essential and a key element.
NABA has been a choice because of the focus on beauty. What type of enhanced experience can we give to our customers? And the best way to look at that is to work with people who are every day studying and looking at beauty and art.
Nadam se da ste i zahvaljujući ovom videu uspeli da steknete utisak da je to zaista rame uz rame. Znači studenti rame uz rame sa velikim zvučnim imenima, što je jako bitno. Ovo je još jedan projekat koji se odigrao u školi, u školskim aulama i Porsche je napravio prvi električni auto i studentima je poverio, da kažem, realizaciju videa koji će na najbolji mogući način da promovišu, komercijalni videi koji će da promovišu to što je Porsche ušao u svet električnih automobila. Na ovom projektu su radili studenti sa media dizajna i Newton technologies. Porsche je također jedan od partnera što se tiče NABE. Često sarađuju na raznim projektima, između ostalog ovo je znači jedan od posljednjih projekata. NABE je jedna od akademija, u stvari je jedna jedina, koja posjeduje specijalnu tehnologiju za virtualnu produkciju, znači za specijalne efekte. I znamo da je to danas u svetu veštačke inteligencije i inovativnih tehnologija jako bitno i da se mnogo toga odvija, znači ne samo da se materijal video obrađuje dodatno. NABA posjeduje specijalizovane laboratorije gde se jednostavno digitalnim putem vizualni efekti ostvaruju u trenutku dok se snima. Znači, u isto vreme se snima i u isto vreme se radi na setu. Znači, prvi virtualni set u Italiji. San Benedetto, također projekat jedan koji je nova socijalna kampanja. Ovdje su zaista studenti mogli da vide limenke i flašice u prodavnicama, zato što je zaista usvojen studentski rad koji je kasnije mogao da se vidi, zaživeo jednostavno. Što se tiče grafičkog dizajna, ovdje je 360 stepeni, da kažem, pristup grafici. Kreće se od najjednostavnijih i tradicionalnih studentskih grafičkih principa, gde je u pitanju logo dizajn, gde je u pitanju brand dizajn, do social media dizajna, gde je prezentacija svih tih vrednosti jednog brenda jako bitna. Znači, tu se zatvara jedan kompletan krug komunikacije kad je u pitanju jedan brend. Ovo su razni grafički kontesti, znači razni konkursi na kojima učestvuju studenti. Kažem, nekada je tu neki određen događaj koji se dešava tog trenutka u Milanu, kao na primjer Milan Fashion Week. Nekada su to apsolutno, nekada je u pitanju redizajn, nekada je u pitanju neki inovativni pristup od koji nas određena kompanija traži, ali sve u svemu, ponavljam, mnogo inicijativa. To internshipa se aktivira u toku jedne godine. Imamo preko 900 kompanija sa kojima NABA sarađuje i tu su zaista jako zvučna imena. Moje neko iskustvo dok sam radila u career servisu je to da NABA je partner koji je jako bitan za sva ova velika imena. Onog trenutka kada se HR ofisi obrate NABI, znači oni znaju da će NABA da pošalje, da uradi najbolju selekciju, zato što znamo princip i način i metod po kojima rade sve ove firme. Dovoljno smo imali vremena da ih upoznamo. To su dugogodišnji nabavni partneri, tako da onog trenutka kad se izabere student sa najvišim kriterijumima, oni su svesni da zaista neće imati problem sa kasnije da studenta dodatno edukuju i formiraju za neke zadatke koji su jako, da kažem, bitni i koji će dati studentu mogućnost da poraste i da i sam postane deo te kompanije. Jako često se internship postane placement, znači posle određenog perioda sati, broja sati, student se jako svidi i dobije zaposlenje za stalno. To je isto jako bitno. Ovo su neki od naših najboljih studenata koji su i sami postali uspehe u oblastima u kojima su studirali. Guglielmo Zambrano, on je bio moj student, upoznala sam ga. Sjajan momak, jako ambiciozan momak, znači momak koji je učestvovao na svim inicijativama, momak koji je danonoćno radio i zaista je obezbedio sebi sjajnu budućnost. Miaoran takođe, on je bio na BA-u.
Welcome to a new episode of NABA Meets Alumni. I am here today with Ksenia
Nova. Great.
How did you get to NABA?
I narrowed my choice to 3 universities here in Milan. I also did some short courses there. I really had a chance to meet with Luca Pancellini, had an introduction talk with him, and just immediately understood where I belonged.
You graduate from NABA.
Nataša, samo da, izvinjavam se što prekidam, morat ćemo da privodimo kraju prezentaciju.
Sam malo premašila, ali malo sam kasnije počela. Ok, dobro.
Važi, uglavnom, šta mi je bitno da nekako zaokružimo celu priču, pošto si ti već mnogo toga rekla o NABI kao instituciji koja i neguje talente, i neguje veštine, i daje mnogo profesionalnih prilika. U jednoj rečenici, ako bi mogla da nam kažeš, koja je to veština koja je za NABIne studente od presudne važnosti, da kažemo, za uspeh u karijeri? Šta bi rekla?
A ja bih rekla da je NABA jedan talent hub veliki i da apsolutno daje mogućnost studentima da ostvare zaista, da perfekcioniraju svoje soft skills, znači svako u nekom određenom kontekstu kome pripada. Tako da onog trenutka kada, evo upotrebit ću jednu reč koju ne volim da upotrebim, ali čisto da bih dočarala, nama obično traže studente sa X faktorom. Znači to je jedan kompletan pristup, ja volim da kažem 360 stepeni, gde student apsolutno zna, ima dovoljno znanja, zna da ga primeni, zna da se prezentuje i posjeduje ono što je najbitnije, a to je kultura projekta.
Dobro, ok, onda možemo tu da stanemo, pošto taman treba i da napravimo uvod na narednu prezentaciju. Također mi je bilo generalno bitno da napomenem da si sutra sa nama u hotelu Marriott, da ćeš razgovarati sa zainteresovanim studentima i to je također prilika da te pitaju da reše neke dileme, jer si zaista osoba koja ima toliko iskustva i znanja da sam sigurna da će mnogo značiti. Hvala još jednom.
2 rečenice.
Hajde.
Znači, ako ste u potrazi za mestom gde zaista želite da svi vaši talenti dođu do izražaja, to je NABA. Ako ste u potrazi za mestom, za odslušnom daskom koja će vam pomoći zaista da imate sjajnu budućnost, to je NABA, zato što nudi zaista veliki broj mogućnosti i apsolutno je to pravo rešenje za studente koji bi se bavili modom, dizajnom i umetnošću. Hvala vam.
Odlično, hvala. Hvala Nataši na ovako detaljnoj prezentaciji. Sigurno sam kažem da je bilo korisno. Mi ćemo nastaviti dalje. Naredna prezentacija tiče se takođe Italije. ali Univerziteta Katolika za koji verujem da ste čuli. Ja ću samo kratko reći da je veliko interesovanje za katoliku iz godine u godinu zapravo sve veće, kako za njihove programe u Milanu na prvom mestu, tako i za programe na drugim kampusima u Cremoni, Piacenzi i za medicinu u Rimu. Sa nama je Ador, on će govoriti o univerzitetu. Hello Ador, do you hear me?
Hello, hi.
Hello, nice to meet you again. Welcome on
Likewise.
board.
Thank you, thank you.
How are you today?
I'm fine, I'm doing great. How are you doing? Everything all right?
Same here, excited as always, but
And busy, I suppose.
and busy. Yes, yes, that is the key word in this period of the year. As you already know, the same as always. Feel free to start whenever you feel comfortable. I will wait by the end of the presentation, and I will have one question for you, one very important question for Careers of the Future.
Great, absolutely. So let me just start sharing my presentation.
Okay.
And then we'll see each other at the end of the presentation, I suppose. Well,
yes, sure. We
great.
see the first slide. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you, as per usual, for having us once again and for organizing, as per usual, another amazing event. Well, my name is Ador Kocirej. I'm here representing Universitatea Cattolica. I've studied myself at Universitatea Cattolica, and one thing that I actually care to always mention is that I'm also a Via Academica alumnus myself. Today, we're going to go through a brief overview of the Italian education system. We're going to have a look at some of our programs, but of course, considering the nature of today's fair, we're going to focus a bit more on employability and on some specific subject areas, let's say. Well, let's start, first of all, with a brief introduction of the Italian higher education system. Well, not all countries have the same education system, obviously. Some countries have different sort of divisions when it comes to years of schooling, to years of high school, years of a bachelor degree, perhaps. Well, first of all, if you ever were to start a bachelor degree in Italy, an undergraduate program in Italy, you would need a minimum of 12 years of previous global schooling in order to be eligible, first of all, for admission. Once you complete this level right here, which would be the undergraduate level, you can then proceed to the graduate level, which is a higher step of the Italian education system, which is basically divided into two macro categories, that of the two-year Master of Science and the other one, which is the one-year specializing master. We will later, of course, dive a bit deeper, let's say, into the differences between these two graduate programs. Well, once you complete this second level of studies, meaning the graduate level, you can then move on with the highest level of study, let's say, which would be the PhD. Universitatea Cattolica is located, as we speak, in 5 different campuses, with a brand new campus, a 6th new campus coming very soon. We are now in Milan, Brescia, Piacenza, Cremona, Rome, and very soon in Bolzano as well. Universitatea Cattolica tends to have this super strong connection and super strong ties with the territory. Basically, if you were to consider Milan as a city, would have to be the most progressive, let's say, the most dynamic, the most modern city in Italy, and located in a region that contributes to more than a quarter of the whole country's GDP. And the campus itself, I mean, is located like a 10-minute walking distance from the stock market itself. So Milan would be the perfect place to offer anything related to economics, management, finance, marketing, and basically any other thing that would fall within the larger business umbrella. The same logic basically applies, let's say, to Piacenza and Cremona. Piacenza and Cremona are located into the heart of the Italian Food Valley. So what better place for us to offer programs and anything that is related to food? It could be food production, it could be food processing, it could be agriculture and food economics, or anything, let's say, related to wine and enology. And finally, of course, not in terms of importance, Rome. Well, we have our own hospital in Rome, which means that medicine and surgery would be the perfect program to offer in that specific campus. Well, our own hospital is Ospedale Gemelli, which is basically the #1 hospital in Italy and among the top 50 hospitals worldwide, according to Newsweek. In terms of numbers, facts, and some important figures regarding the university itself. Well, Università Cattolica was founded more than 100 years ago. We have 12 faculties as we speak, with something like 40,000 enrolled students. And in order for you to understand and to have an idea of how important, how enormous, and how relevant the international community at Università Cattolica is, just have a look at the number of international students that we have. We're talking about more than 10% of the overall number of students is made of international students. We have something like 600 partner universities, and as we speak, we offer more than 240 study programs. Università Cattolica is ranked number 505 globally speaking, according to QS, with 17 subject areas ranked among the top 350, always according to QS. We are ranked among the top 150 universities worldwide when it comes to communication and media studies, psychology, which I know to be super popular in Serbia. We are among the top 200 universities when it comes to medicine and surgery, among the top 250 when it comes to economics, and among the top 300 universities when it comes to business and management studies. However, there is a specific ranking into, let's say, we put great effort. We take great pride when it comes to these specific rankings right here. Those which are related to employability, those which are related, let's say, to the return on the student's investment. They're going to invest time, they're going to invest resources while studying at Università Cattolica. So both families and students would expect something great in return. Well, with almost 20,000 active internship agreements, with more than 20,000 companies registered in our database, with almost 13,000 internships and job offers published each year, Università Cattolica is among the top 5 universities in Italy when it comes to employment outcomes and employment reputation. And now we can finally jump a bit into our actual academic offer. Well, we are going to focus today on our graduate program, let's say. And let's just start with the division of the graduate level. As previously mentioned, there are 2-year Masters of Science and 1-year specializing masters. Well, apart from the duration, which is the most obvious difference, of course, there are some other distinctive features which are rather related to structure, content, and teaching approach of each program. Well, the 2-year Master of Science is a rather theoretical program, is quite challenging academically speaking, and it leads to a PhD afterwards. The 1-year Master, on the other hand, is a rather practical program. You would still, of course, need to attend some in-presence lessons, some traditional in-classroom lessons, let's say. But the second half of the program is entirely dedicated to a field project or an internship, meaning that you get the opportunity to put the theoretical knowledge that you have gained during the first 6 months into use. Needless to say, there are no rights and wrongs here. It honestly depends on what your objectives could be, on, let's say, how much time you would want to spend in Italy, on the kind of career that you would be having at a later stage of your life. And since we're talking about careers and future perspectives, I would like to focus a bit more on a specific subject area at Università Cattolica, that of business, and management. When it comes to management-related programs, we are the university offering the largest number in Italy. We're going to have a brief overview, of course, because it would take me about 3 or 4 days to go through all of our business and management programs. We can start with some of the, let's say, popular and most important programs. You could start from a Master of Science in Management. I would be a bit biased here because that would be my program as well, but you could also consider Innovation and Technology Management, Global Business Management, Healthcare Management as well, or Methods and Topics in Arts Management. As you might have probably noticed yourself, you could start with a program which offers, let's say, a bit of a generalistic overview, like management, or you could focus on some specific areas. It would be healthcare, innovation, something related to arts, and as we will later notice, other fields as well. So when it comes to the Master of Science in Management, let's say, this is a meticulously crafted curriculum in order to offer students an understanding of both management theory and practice. We prioritize empowering our students with the skills that they need in order for them to thrive in an array of managerial roles across various industries. The curriculum is designed, let's say, to cover a broad spectrum of topics for a well-rounded education in management. You could jump from organizational behavior to strategic management, marketing, finance, and other subjects as well. And I mean, upon graduation, our students are not necessarily only equipped with a degree, but they are armed for success in the professional world. Another program that actually is quite close to myself, considering my large interest when it comes to anything related to technology and innovation, would be our Master of Science in Innovation and Technology Management. Well, this program is at the forefront of addressing the evolving landscape of innovation, emphasizing the relationship, the strong tie between technology and business. The curriculum of this program is carefully prepared to blend cutting-edge courses designed to provide a comprehensive understanding of all these specific ties between innovation, technology, and management. You would jump, let's say, from preparing, from structuring innovation strategies to understanding how you can implement these super high-tech, super progressive strategies into improving the product, the service that you would be offering. And of course, apart from, let's say, these two specific fields, you could definitely consider other fields as well. You have, of course, healthcare. Our graduates would be perfectly prepared to give a significant impact into the healthcare sector. It could be hospital administration, healthcare marketing and consulting as well. You could also consider luxury goods. We offer an excellent one-year master in luxury goods management as well, which would give you the perfect understanding of how high-end brands operate, how these super luxurious brands work, how the managerial aspect of their daily operations is handled. And finally, but yet, of course, super important, sports management would be another more than valid alternative career that you would consider, as we will be offering very soon a one-year specializing master in sports management as well, which would give you the perfect understanding of some career which would be related to sports. It could be implementing effective marketing strategies into some sport facilities, perhaps. What you could become if you were to graduate at Università Cattolica? Well, it would basically take us 200 slides if I were to share all of our notable alumni during the last few years. And I'm 100% sure that you already know some of the people that we have listed in this very slide right here. However, there are two specific people, two specific, quite different characters between one another, I would have to say, that I'd like to absolutely mention today. Let's start with the vice president of fashion house Louis Vuitton, which would be Concetta Lanciot. And I would definitely love to also mention one dear colleague of ours, actually, which would be Nausicaa Dell'Orto. Two incredible women, to be honest, with super different career paths between one another, but both of them have studied and have graduated at Università Cattolica. The first one has studied law, and the second one has studied art and industry of narration. In order to also give you a better understanding of how important women empowerment at Università Cattolica is, how important this specific topic for Università Cattolica is. Consider the fact that these two amazing women, among a lot of other women, have had this sort of opportunity and this sort of assistance from Università Cattolica to then enter the job market with high rates of success, I would have to say. Why Università Cattolica would be the better fit for you in order to consider your future career perspectives? Well, our university has forged strong partnerships with leading companies across various industries. We have strategic collaborations that do not only enrich our academic program, but also open doors for students through internships, job placements, and networking opportunities as well. At Università Cattolica, we have understood the importance of practical skills in today's competitive job market. Our curriculums are designed to offer hands-on trainings, case studies, and project-based learning as well. And to further enhance our students' employability, we provide comprehensive career services, career counseling to dynamic job fairs, perhaps, practical resume workshop. And our goal is to equip our students with the tools and the necessary guidance that they need to navigate the job market successfully. And in terms of also an international perspective, the university takes great pride in its diverse and globally oriented community. We're talking about an environment that receives students from more than 160 countries of the world. And since data, numbers, facts, and figures are super important, we are talking about a university that would guarantee up to a 90% occupation rate within the first year of graduation. And being an Italian university at heart, we also offer a lot, and I mean it, a lot of Italian taught programs as well, both as undergraduate, but as graduate as well. And we're talking about more than 200 graduate programs. And now, after discussing the fancy stuff and the cool stuff like job opportunities, alumni, we're gonna go into, let's say, the boring technical side of the application. Let's start with the fees, scholarship opportunities, and then we're also gonna have a look at some entry requirements and the application timeline as well. When it comes to students living in a non-European country, such as myself plenty of years ago, there is a flat tuition fee of 8,500 euros per year. And the same flat fee, the same logic of flat fee applies to Masters of Science as well, which would be around 9,000 euros. There is a flat fee for medicine and surgery as well, which is around 17,000 euros. And when it comes to 1 year specializing masters, depending on the master that you would be picking, it could range from 7 up to 14,000 euros. When it comes to international students, to non-European students, we offer plenty, and I mean it, a lot of merit-based scholarships, which for a bachelor degree and a Master of Science would grant you a discount of, let's say, 35% of the initial fee. And when it comes to the 1 year specializing masters, depending on the program, would grant you a discount that could range from 25 up to 50% of the tuition fee. We also offer financial aid opportunities for most of our programs, with the exception of the 1-year specializing masters. In terms of entry requirements, well, there are some shared entry requirements, some common entry requirements between all programs, which are, first of all, related with your pre-university education. So you need a minimum of 12 years of previous global schooling in order to apply for an undergraduate program, and you need a minimum of 15 years of previous global schooling to apply for a graduate program. The other common, and I would say most obvious entry requirement is that which is related to your linguistic proficiency. I mean, we're talking about English taught programs right here. So your linguistic proficiency is one of the most important entry requirements. You can prove it with an IELTS, with a TOEFL, the traditional certifications, let's say. The same logic applies to Italian taught programs as well. Of course, you would need a minimum score of a B2 if you were to study in Italian. On top of these general entry requirements, of course, there are some programs that would require some specific additional entry requirements. Well, economics and management comes to my mind. Economics and management would require a great level of mathematics that can be proved using your high school grades or some sort of exams like the SAT, perhaps. Our Master of Science in, let's say, data analytics for business would require our students to have obtained some credits in mathematics, statistics during their bachelor studies. And other programs like this, such as the Master of Science in Management, perhaps, the Master of Science in Applied Data Science for Banking and Finance, as well, would require you to either have attended some specific subjects during your bachelor studies or to have obtained a specific number of credits in the fields of mathematics and statistics. Consider the 2-year Master of Science to be a natural continuation of your Bachelor of Studies. Consider that your academic background should be somehow similar to the program that you are willing to apply to. A student that would have studied, let's say, psychology or something related to humanities during the bachelor studies would not have that great of an opportunity to be admitted into a banking and finance Master of Science, let's say. However, we offer 1-year specializing masters for this very reason, in order to give students coming from different backgrounds the opportunity to attend a program which could also be somehow different when compared to what they are currently studying. We can make the example of the 1-year Master in International Business. You would have students that have studied economics, some students that have studied political science, other students that could have studied law or humanities, communication as well. Applications are, as we speak, open for our bachelor degrees and for medicine and surgery, and we will be opening applications very soon, meaning in a few days from now, for our 2-year Masters of Science and the 1-year specializing masters that have a September intake. For those 1-year masters that have a January intake, meaning the programs that will be starting in January 2025, we will be opening applications by mid-March 2024. And having said that, this last slide would have to be some sort of our advice to international students. Do not consider your university, do not consider your study abroad destination as your final destination. Once you are at Università Cattolica, let's say, do not consider it to be your final and only study destination. Consider it as an amazing opportunity to also visit and experience other countries, other environments, other universities, in order to, let's say, enrich your overall experience, in order to enrich your, let's say, academic journey. consider this to be the first step towards the rest of the world, let's say. It could be a double degree opportunity. It could be a short-term experience somewhere. It could be a study abroad opportunity. It could be a 3 months experience in a partner university of ours. We have almost 700 international connections with more than 2,500 students studying abroad each year. It could very well be an internship abroad, a foreign language course in another university. It could also be your final thesis, perhaps, in another university. And in terms of location of our partners, well, basically you could study anywhere. It could be in the United States, it could be in Asia, Australia, basically anywhere. And having said that, while thanking you once again for your attention and patience, these are our contacts right here. We would be more than happy to assist you with anything that you might need, but we would also suggest going through Via Academica for anything that might be still a bit unclear, let's say. And well, thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Grazie mille, Ador. One very important information for our students is that you will be tomorrow with us at Hotel Marriott.
Absolutely.
If I'm not wrong, you already have the full schedule of meetings.
Yes.
However, that doesn't mean that nobody else could join us tomorrow interested in Cattolica. Feel free to come to the hotel, and you can maybe join somebody during the meeting and get some advice from Ador.
Absolutely. The more the better. You are more than welcome to visit the booth. I'll be more than happy to chat with anyone.
Great, Ador. And one more thing, one short question for you. And a short answer, please. What would be, according to your experience, in your opinion, the most important skill for careers of the future?
Well, the most important skill would be that of knowing how to adapt. According to me, that is the most important thing. You might study something a bit different and then find yourself in a completely different career. However, though, if you know how to adapt, you will make it work in any sort of environment.
In other words, flexibility.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
See you tomorrow and enjoy the rest of the day.
Grazie mille. Thank you. Bye bye.
Ćao, čao.
Ćao.
Vraćamo se za samo 1 minut kada ćemo slušati narodnu prezentaciju. Evo ide sada i najava prezentacije, pa se vidimo uskoro. Kao što ste vidjeli u najavi, slijedi prezentacija koju vodi Goran Jordanov i govorit će nam o hospitalitiju, odnosno o veoma specifičnoj industriji i oblasti studija. Hello Goran, how are you?
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm very excited about the presentation today.
You are very welcome. I'm happy to hear you and to see you tomorrow the same. You will join us for the presentation in Hotel Marriott, and then you will have meetings with the students. Speaking about presentation, you can start your presentation whenever you are ready.
Excellent. So let me share my screen then. I will go ahead and start the slides. Just
Okay.
1 second here.
I will be waiting by the end of the presentation, and then I will have one question for you to wrap up.
Absolutely,
story.
pleasure. Just a question. I'm gonna open up chat. So in case, before we get started, just telling all the participants, in case you have any questions or anything pops up during the presentation, you can always put it in
Sure.
group chat, correct? And
Very
I'll
good.
answer them. Excellent.
Okay.
So thank you once again for the invite. My name is Goran, and as I joke when I present in Serbia, I'm Goran and I'm not from Serbia. I come from neighboring Bulgaria, and I'll deliver the presentation today in English. I hope it will be interesting for you. So essentially, many years ago, when I was graduating high school here in Bulgaria, I had a choice of what to do with my life. And I decided to work in hospitality. For me, hospitality and this whole idea of working in luxury travel was very appealing. And I felt that it's the right moment for me to start exploring the world after high school. So I went to study in Switzerland. Then I worked for 6 years in hospitality with different companies. I worked with Hyatt hotels. You have a Hyatt in Belgrade, so you know probably the brand. Then I also worked with Mandarin Oriental Hotel Group, and I had the chance to live and work in 6 different countries: Atlanta, Paris, Dubai, USA. So I achieved in a way that part of the dream. I worked with people, I traveled. And then was the next step, which for me was sharing my passion about hospitality. So I joined the education industry 14 years ago. And today I am the Regional Admissions Director for Central Europe and the Nordics for Summit Education. So I'll present to you today my vision and my view of why hospitality and luxury business are here to stay as an industry, and what do we offer at Glion and La Roche as educational institutions to get you into those businesses. So first of all, looking ahead, I want to share with you this QR code, by the way, would lead you to a lovely article. And this article is quite old, yeah? It is with this lovely gentleman with a mustache. And this article is about his vision of the future that was done back in 2017, right before he retired as a Mercedes-Benz CEO. And he has a very interesting vision of the future. You see, he talks a lot about AI taking over real jobs. Look about what happened today, yeah? Only, what is it now, 5, 6 years later, we're already seeing that happening. I had a friend of mine who got fired in London as a copywriter because they passed his job to ChatGPT. Then he talked about the role of autonomous cars. So one day he believed cars will be able to self-drive themselves, and this would obviously impact the whole world in terms of real estate, in terms of productivity, in terms of health insurance, in terms of global insurance, in terms of the price of buildings and accommodation and houses. So the moral of the story is that the world is changing very fast. And in this fast changing world, we have a few trends that we cannot not identify. So this, for example, here that I put as a background is the photo of the concept idea of Elon Musk when he wanted to build the gigafactory of Tesla. He initially said, hey, we want to have 90+% factory operated by robots. So I don't think we need people anymore. So this is a very interesting trend. A lot of jobs in the world today would be lost to automation or to innovation. If you think about it, historically, factories were the main job provider for society, right? And imagine today they're operated by a few humans and the rest is being done by these machines. So this is something very fundamental that is changing the dynamics of the world we live in. And the funny thing is that automation is moving beyond factories. If you look at artificial intelligence, we already have this system taking over the business communication of businesses, taking over digital marketing processes, taking over website creation and presentations. And so a lot of the jobs that we thought were perfectly safe before are not necessarily safe anymore, and they are changing. And in the face of all this, we have what we call big data. So not only that the world is changing and is being automated, but now we have access to a lot of information. If you think about our phone, it's connected and it automatically collects so much data about our behavior. If you think about even the Internet of Things, that the next thing, a very few years from now, our fridge will be connected to Amazon and order food for us, and that our washing machine would remind us including the washing cycle and what we're doing. And all of our things would be connected to the internet very soon, and we'll be able to supply data. And this data means, of course, that now the customer is the king, and we need to be very human if you want to remain relevant. Because if you think about it, the key would be to be creative and to be personal to human beings. If we think about Apple as a company, Apple is always a good example because it's very popular, it's global, everybody gets it. But when Apple started, when Steve Jobs kind of pushed Apple to where it is today, he said, we're going to create things that are human-centric, that are customer-focused, that are easy to use by our clients. And when you put the customer in the middle, this becomes very powerful as a product and as a business. And we'll talk more about that today. So I want to take this and put it in the context of hospitality to give you one example of how the future looks in that particular industry. And maybe this will help you draw your own conclusions in case you have decided to be a doctor one day, or a lawyer, or an engineer. Hopefully the presentation today will help you understand how the world is moving and what you might want to do for your future. So in hospitality, we have a big shift in the type of hotels that we see today. So we have very luxurious hotels appearing and very budget hotels appearing. And these are extremely powerful. With job automation, with everything today, we can have extremely budget, good quality hotels. If you think about it, we do not need somebody at front desk to take our credit card and give us a room key. Reception is completely obsolete. So we could have a fully automated property in a key location. Honestly, when I travel for business, sometimes I don't want to meet a person. I just want efficiency and I want comfort. But at the same time, the other opposite of the spectrum, in the luxury spectrum, we have hotels that are going very, very personal with you. They want to understand who you are as a customer. They want to give you something very personalized, because luxury is becoming personal. Luxury is becoming unique to the individual customer. And in between, we get these very cool hotel concepts. And I always think of Mama Shelter in Belgrade, you know, this kind of very hip, cool place that is very kind of very strong identity. So we have a lot of hotels with this strong identity. So if you want to take this into the general business context, this is exactly what we are experiencing. We have businesses that are going for premium, very luxury products in cars, in services. We have businesses that are looking value for money and a great price through automation. And there is in between a lot of businesses that are suffering today. And unless they create something unique as a concept, they're going to die as businesses. So this is why I'm giving you these examples to understand how hospitality gives a very good precedent for other businesses. Another trend that is happening stronger and stronger in hospitality is the push for health and wellness towards the customer. People today have specific dietary requirements, fitness and health requirements. They want to be healthier and they want to be sustainable. So this element is becoming very fundamental in general businesses on two levels. What can we provide to our employees in terms of health and benefits? And how can we make our products more conscious of the health and the sustainability mindset of our customers? So this is becoming a very important trend. Another trend that I want to explain to you today is the push for new experiences, right? So if you look at customers today, they're not looking for a new, better car to drive. They're not looking for a new, better jacket. They're looking for something that gives them an experience on top of the product. So if I buy a car, is that car sharing my values? Is that car company amazing the way I believe the world should be amazing? Right? Is that jacket produced from materials that are not harming the environment? These are things that are becoming important for people, and they want to experience new things. Whether it's skydiving, bungee jumping, or just talking to a new person in a new culture, we are hunting for new experiences. And we are hunting for businesses that can give us those new experiences. So on one side, we have automation, but at the same time, we have a lot of people willing to pay for new experiences. 51% of customers in the luxury segment are willing to pay more for an experience than a product. 51% of people are giving more money to experience something luxurious rather than buy a luxury product. And this is the first time in history that we have more people interested in an experience over a product. Very interesting trend, I believe. So what is being automated in hospitality? Let's talk a little bit about that. Yes, like the general business trends, there is a lot of things that could be automated. Here on the photo, you see a machine that delivers room service and minibar to you. So the minibar in the room, before you needed 3 people to service it. 2 people to go and knock on every door, enter the room and fill the minibar. 1 person to post the charges and manage the whole process, right? So those 3 people gone. We don't need them anymore. So there is a lot of automation that is happening, including robots to welcome you, including different kind of automation in technology, new experiences through virtual reality and augmented reality. Imagine a hotel. Imagine you're a business traveler. You go to a new hotel and you have 2 hours to visit something in the city. How amazing it will be if you can put a virtual reality set that allows you to experience the 3 top sites of the city so you can decide where you want to go for the next 2 hours. Rather than wasting your time trying to see all of them, just you'll be able to prioritize and choose the one that you like the most. So hotels are looking for automation in terms of the customer journey and in terms of day-to-day job. How can we be more efficient? But if you go to a hotel today, you'll notice that there are still receptionists, no? There are still people at the reception. Sorry, I want to tell you a story here. So why there are still people at the reception? I'm going to give you an example from my personal experience. I used to work for the Grand Hyatt Hotel in Atlanta. Atlanta, this photo that you see here is the biggest airport by passenger traffic in the world. And back in 2006, yeah, we installed these machines for automatic check-in. The ultimate purpose, save time for the customer. So when you check out of the hotel, you can go put your passport and get your boarding pass. So when you go to the airport, you can process there, you can spend less time there waiting. Yeah. And when we did this, I would say the rate of people using the machine was less than 20% at the very beginning. I mean, this is very new at that time. This is like artificial intelligence today. It's like super high tech, super cool. Okay, yes. So this can give me the boarding pass. I don't need to speak to somebody at the airport. But you see, people are not willing to use it. We got questions like, is this a real boarding pass? So can I print it and not take a boarding pass? People are not trusting this thing. And the second very important point, people would prefer to talk to a person because then they might have some specific questions. Oh, can you get me an exit row seat, please? Or my luggage is a little bit heavier. Can you make an exception? People empathize to other people. So this is why we still have receptionists in hotels, ladies and gentlemen, because we want to talk to somebody, not because we want to give them our credit card and get a room key, but we need that human contact, especially in the luxury segment, because we have questions, because we want to be taken care of, because we believe we can get more out of speaking to a human. We can get a room upgrade. We can ask questions about the city. Sometimes I would even do things like, I got a WhatsApp from a hotel before arriving to the city, and they say, is there anything we can do for you? And I decided to test them. And I said, listen, I'm arriving. I have very limited time. I have a conference to attend. So if you can have a club sandwich waiting for me at 12 o'clock in my room upon my arrival so I can grab a quick lunch, I'll really appreciate it. And this actually is what happened. I arrived to the hotel. The receptionist welcomed me. They gave me the room key and they said, Mr. Jordanov, we have your order. Your club sandwich will be in your room in 2 minutes. For me, this is perfect integration of the product and the service. And this is what we want from businesses today. We want them to talk to us, human to human, and give us solutions. And this is why hospitality is quite unique, because we teach students how to speak to other humans in a very unique way, how to build relationships. This is what we teach at Clion & Laroche, essentially. So why is it important to be human, ladies and gentlemen? First, This is a unique opportunity to create memories for other humans. This was my biggest pleasure when I worked in hospitality, that I had the power to put smiles on people's faces. We shape experiences for others, and we drive really behavior. We drive inspiration. And this, I think, is one of the most beautiful things about hospitality and about any human-centric businesses for that matter. So I believe that this is quite a unique industry. And so for anybody who prefers the human aspect of things, working with people and creating relationships, learning about other cultures, traveling, this is an amazing business. So what is hospitality? Let's define that a little bit. So hospitality is obviously this industry of travel. So we have hotels, tourism, leisure, catering. Hotels by itself is a huge employer. Marriott Hotels, where we have the fair tomorrow, the Courtyard by Marriott. This is part of a hotel chain that has 7,600 hotels around the world. This is amazing. Working for a company like this, you can open the world map and they have a hotel in every major city in the world. So it gives amazing opportunities. But then what we see, more and more of our students, as they graduate, they enter the international experience economy. If you look at all those businesses, luxury retail like Louis Vuitton, you look at Apple Store, you look at entertainment business, you look at the sports industry, all of them have one thing in common. All those businesses put the human in the center of everything. And graduating with a degree in hospitality makes you equally capable to work in hotels as a manager and a leader, but also in this international experience economy, which I think is quite amazing. And it's here to stay, because the human touch, that making that product unique for me and for you, this is something that machines, luckily, until now, cannot take over. And this is why luxury and hospitality is here to stay. Now, how will you get there if you decide to join these beautiful industries? I want to take a few moments to present you to Glion and La Roche very briefly. So we have, I represent three educational institutions. So it's Glion, La Roche, and École Ducasse. École Ducasse is our culinary arts academy. We have a bachelor's in culinary arts. That's a very attractive program, 3 years with 3 internships also in Paris and also in the south of France. It's a very nice course. And then we have Glion with a bachelor's in hospitality and a bachelor in luxury business management, with 2 campuses in Switzerland and 1 in London. And we have La Roche with a campus in Crans-Montana, in the beautiful ski resort in Switzerland, and also in Marbella in Spain. Big news, La Roche is also opening a campus in Abu Dhabi from September 2024. So we're going to have 1 more campus for La Roche. Now, this is the beautiful facilities of Glion. We are on the shores of Lake Geneva in the French part of Switzerland. You live in the school when you come to study with us. So food is provided, accommodation is provided. You live in that beautiful castle that you see on the photo here. You have a 1 Michelin star restaurant on campus to teach you about gastronomy and to also enjoy this food as a student. So it's quite a holistic approach. You live in the school, food is provided, accommodation is provided, and you learn about the beauty of hospitality and luxury. This is the 3 words that define Glion. So you're going to learn about luxury here. You're going to learn about corporate business. You're going to learn about offering personalized services and experiences. These are the 3 Glion campuses. So we have Glion, Switzerland, where you do the first year of the program, Bull campus in a beautiful town in central Switzerland, and then London. I'm not talking much about master degrees, but keep in mind, we also have a master degree in luxury management and guest experience. We have a master in hospitality business here. We have a master in real estate and finance. So we do have a lot of master options as well. Now about La Roche, the 3 words that define La Roche is caring, daring, and cosmopolitan. So we want students who care about other people. We want students who are daring to explore new ideas, because La Roche is very entrepreneurial. And we want students who want to travel the world and be very cosmopolitan. Now, La Roche has at heart entrepreneurship. So we teach you how to be an entrepreneur, whether it's in a big business or in your own business, we'll give you those skills. Digital marketing as well, innovation. This is what La Roche is all about. This is our beautiful campus in Crans-Montana in the beautiful Swiss Alps. An amazing location to live and to study, with these stunning views of the Alps, with a ski resort 5 minutes away, with a beautiful campus, food accommodation provided, the soccer field, swimming pool. We have a lot of facilities to make your student life memorable. These are a few photos from campus that you can see. And then we have the campus in Marbella, as you can see here. Marbella is an amazing place. In the very south of Spain, a luxury resort. We are centrally located in the city, so you can really enjoy the typical Spanish hospitality and learn about luxury resorts and luxury hospitality there. To walk you through the program, this is an example of the Glion course. So in the first year, you always start with hands-on semester. You can do that in Glion. I don't have it on the photo here, but you can also do it with La Roche, the practical art semester. Then you do an internship that is worldwide. So part of the program is that you're going to work, and you work. I've seen Serbian students going to work all around the world, honestly, and it's quite a nice internship opportunities available. Then you do the second year where you can move around. So you can go to La Roche, Marbella, Crans-Montana, London, Switzerland, also Abu Dhabi. And you do business fundamentals in the second year, let's say in semesters 3 and 4. Then you have another internship globally that we provide. Small piece of statistics, 5.6 internship offers on average per student. Okay, so every student will be able to actually choose their internship because they have multiple options. Then in semester 6 and 7, you can be in Switzerland, London, or again, Marbella, Crans-Montana. Here you do strategy business and specializations. Semester 7 is a specialization semester where you do technical courses on a specific topic. In Glion, we have specializations in luxury business, event management, and finance. In La Roche, we have specializations in entrepreneurship, digital marketing. We have specialization in resort management. We have specialization in luxury business management. So a lot of different options with those specializations, and the specialization will be written on your diploma. And then the last point of the program, we always finish with a consultancy project on the job, working somewhere around the world, and completing your studies for the final 5 months. We also have summer camps for those of you graduating next year, or those of you who are not ready with their decision. You can go and do a summer camp with us in Switzerland or Spain for a week. During that camp, we treat you like a student. Super cool. You go to classes, you do some fun workshops, you visit 5-star hotels. In Switzerland, we take you to the chocolate factory. We go hiking in the mountains. In Spain, we go swim with the dolphins. We show you Marbella Old Town. So it's a very nice mix between a holiday, between deciding if hospitality is the right fit for you, and of course, exploring Glion and La Roche as an education place. Do I like it? Do I want to study here? Do I want to live here? So this is from me for today. I'm hopefully within time, and I hope it was interesting for everybody. These are my contact details. And of course, you can always reach out to Via Academica, our partners in Serbia, for more information about the programs and about the enrollment process. Jelena, I hope I managed to stay within the time frame.
Yes, you managed. No worries about that. Thank you for this very useful information, both for our team and for future students. As you already know, this is quite a specific event, Careers of the Future, and I would like to wrap up your presentation with one question, if you don't mind.
Of course.
What would be the crucial skill for Careers of the Future? What do you think?
I believe a very important skill would be, I'll call it adaptability for human relations.
Mm-hmm.
So the world is changing very fast. People mentality is changing very fast. And if we want to be good leaders, we need to be able to learn to adapt to the business environment and to adapt to the mentality of different people. And I think this will be very important, because one thing is for sure, change will be constant and it will happen faster and faster. If before our parents were having one job, one industry in their lifetime, today the average number is 3. So people will change their life purpose and industry 3 times in their life. And I expect very soon it will become more. And this is why I really recommend our type of education, because you need transferable skills. You need the ability to adapt yourself from a business perspective, but also from a human perspective. So maybe that's the answer.
Thank you for your answer. You are not the first person actually with that answer. I already heard about flexibility, which is quite similar. and some of the answers were intercultural skills, which is something that your students will definitely develop throughout your studies, and the resilience as well.
Very important, I think, for this young generation, one of the biggest challenges for them is to understand that the good things in life take a little bit more time. And then the joy is bigger, right? Because we're so used to instant gratification. You know, I need to get this yesterday. I want to achieve this yesterday. And unfortunately, it happens, to be honest. It happens in business that you can get things very fast, but then the pleasure is not there and that's why there are a lot of people who quit their jobs and that's why they change industries, because they are smart, they grow, they develop themselves, but eventually they find themselves in a place where they don't feel that they belong and where they don't feel that they're making a difference the way they want to about the world today. So resilience and patience, I think, are
Thanks for this. I believe it will be very inspiring and useful for our students. We will meet again tomorrow.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward. I'm starting my trip to Serbia very soon.
Yes, and at 1 p.m. At Hotel Marriott, we will have the presentation about actually the skills and everything that hospitality hospitality can offer. Thanks once again. See you tomorrow. Have a nice day. Bye-bye and safe trip.
Thank you. Bye.
Evo, nastavljamo sa našim prezentacijama. Sledeća će biti o Američkom koledžu u Solunu i o obrazovanju u Grčkoj ovog tipa. Pravimo pauzu od samo 3 minuta pa nastavljamo. Kao što ste videli u najavi, sljedeća prezentacija je o Američkom koledžu u Solunu. Pridružuje nam se Voula iz Soluna. Hi Voula, kalimera.
Hi, kalimera. Please share a video with me, right? So that you kind of, great. Okay, so now you see me. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. I'm great. I just got back from Munich, a lot of snow. So, but we are here like in a better climate,
In a better
right?
climate, yes,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
And we are excited joining the fair today and of course tomorrow. So we are kind of ready to meet with new students.
Me too. I mean, I am very happy to hear you and to see you. Tomorrow, your colleague will be with us, am I right?
Yes.
And you already have a lot of meetings scheduled with our students. So let's start with the presentation. Whenever you are ready, you can share your screen.
Okay. Can you still see my screen over here,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yes. The first slide.
Yes. The first slide. Okay. Okay.
Perfect.
Do you still see it, or you see my whole screen? How is
Whole
it?
screen. Actually, yes, the PowerPoint.
Okay, so I think we are here right now. Great.
Go ahead, and I will be here by the end of the presentation. Then I will have one question for you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so let me introduce myself a little bit. First of all, my name is Vula Dushku. I'm an enrollment coordinator at the American College of Thessaloniki. I am an alumni of ACT, so this means that I graduated from ACT, both my bachelor and master's programs. And now I'm working at ACT for the past almost 15 years, so a lot time ago. And the reason that I'm presenting here today ACT is because we thought with Via Academica how we can mix and match, let's say, a different bachelor program with a future career. So practically today we are going to talk how today's choice of a bachelor program will translate into a successful career in the future. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about the different factors that a student can select in order to be able in the future to have a successful career. Of course, everything depends on how much you work, right, with yourself, but also with selecting different aspects of a bachelor program, and definitely how you work around the educational system. So moving on, it's very important to focus into interdisciplinary approach to learning. Have you ever wondered, for example, what it would be like to study in one of the oldest subjects in the world, right? For example, ACT follows the liberal arts model, which goes back to the ancient Greeks who considered the liberal arts education to be the ultimate mark of an educated person. So the aim of liberal arts focuses on how you can actually produce, let's say, something and not what people tell you to do. So this means that modern liberal arts curriculums allow students to study a broader and much larger let's say, a range of subjects. This means, for example, that throughout their study, students might be able to take, let's say, general knowledge, but at the same time, specific knowledge in regards to what they are selecting. So the core curriculum allows students, for example, while being in their bachelor programs, to have like interdisciplinary curriculum and approach to learning, which means that covering topics in humanities, social, natural, and formal sciences. So selecting this type of a program, of a bachelor program, gives you skills and knowledge in the meantime, both in linguistics, philosophy, history, psychology, biology, chemistry, mathematics. So this means that it covers during their first year of studies a broader term where students can focus more. Of course, another, let's say, benefit of the liberal arts education can apply to the dedicated study of one of the above subjects. So, for example, you have a major, let's say that entering a bachelor program, you are obliged, right, in quotations, to kind of know your major. So concentrate in a specific major, let's say, for example, marketing, or let's say, for example, biology or computer science. As you can actually see over here, you see the differences with the major and the minor. So when you are kind of obliged to select a specific subject, let's say entrepreneurial management, The American educational system provides you the option to do a minor as well. So throughout your studies, in their third year of studies, for example, you can take a minor in English. Why you do that? Because you practically start specializing by picking a major, and in the meantime, you select a different minor, which opens to different, let's say, fields in the meantime, when you are a student, and afterwards in a master's program. So this is one of the advantages when you go through interdisciplinary learning, and you kind of acquire different, let's say, knowledge, different skills like presentation skills, communicational skills, research, but at the same time be able, even if you decide, for example, and you go to computer science or to political sciences, be able to be more business oriented. For example, if you go through the human resource management or for the psychology to combine with computer science. Why someone might be interested into that? Because when you are going to graduate from a bachelor degree and from the choice that you made today, you will be requested to have a successful career. So for example, even if you open your own clinic, you will have to know statistics or you will have to know economics. And this is where the minor comes in and the liberal arts model that allows you to kind of have a more spherical knowledge in regards to how you proceed with your studies so as to be more successful when you graduate. The same applies as you can actually see, for example, biology with psychology, or let's say English language and literature with marketing. It's very common for students to combine two different degrees while being in their bachelor degrees, so as to to be able to make more wiser, let's say, options and decisions when the time comes. As you can see, moving on, it's very important because students learn to solve problems and critical thinking skills while being in college. You might think that this is very theoretical, Vula, but it's not, because when you will start your bachelor program and you start combining, for example, adaptability and decision-making and flexibility, this applies to tomorrow choices. This means, for example, that let's say you are going to a marketing department as business major department, right, division, right? So this means that you need to know how to manage your time. Or for example, you are starting a new business, a startup, right? And you wish to see how you can think creatively of finding a solution that someone else hasn't thought about it in the market. Let's say you are in the auto market, right? So you become an engineer. You need to start thinking of how you can resolve problems that are that maybe your clients will feel like better with them, or safety reasons when you're using a car. So it doesn't matter in which concentration you are going to follow, but it matters what you are going to be taught throughout your 4 years of studies in a bachelor program. That's why, for example, we say like problem solving and pattern intelligence skills are part of your curriculum, or experience in quantitative and qualitative data analysis. It's not only the numbers that matter, but at the same time, you kind of be able to know psychology. So even if you are a computer science major, you need to take some psychology courses, because by the end of the day, you are solving a problem, a technological problem, which refers to users. So if users are not feeling friendly about it, you still have to create something which is going to be useful to them and friendly, useful, basically. Another thing is that, for example, the small class sizes that you might find irrelevant to what we are talking is something that is building up your future. So being able to communicate with other students and other cultures will give you a better understanding of how the world works after studies. This means that you will, in your life, you will have to communicate and collaborate with different cultures, with different, let's say, ethnicities, but at the same time be able to understand people. That's why we say that being a student-centered college, for example, or university helps students to be more personalized and have individual learning experiences, which are going to make them adapt more easily to situations in the meantime, or increase your self-confidence and self-understanding. This is the ability of students nowadays to be sensitive to others and be tolerant of cultural differences in the future. Of course, the deeper connection and the true learning, it's not only about theoretical courses, right? It's also practical ones. So this means, for example, that learning a foreign language might be something very, very important, especially if you're going to programs such as tourism, for example, or cross-cultural knowledge, especially when you get to know different cultural differences, for example, around the year when you are a student. So you are easily more adaptable to change or easily more adaptable to communication. Also, being on a family feel campus, it allows you to experience different, let's say, projects. You get to know the faculty. This means that you start having your own mentor. So this will help you later on to either work as a mentor or work as a follower when you start your own business or when becoming a leader, right? Let's say in another environment, in a business, either it's your own or another business of someone else, right? So this is also part of the, let's say, the interactive classes and the small size classes when it comes to tomorrow's successful career. So you will have to be able from an early age to understand whether the knowledge that I'm gaining today and also the skills that I'm gaining today are going to be adaptable to tomorrow's successful career. Apart from, let's say, the different advantages that I mentioned till now and how you can select a successful career for tomorrow, being exposed to interesting ideas or creative concepts and new experiences, it allows you to start thinking that way. So being in a multicultural environment, for example, in ACT, we have over 30 nationalities. It helps you create your friendships, but at the same time, it helps you create connections, which are going to be useful in the future. So one of the best assets that a company has, it's their people, their staff. So this means that being able to connect with other students in the future, for example, it might be very helpful to your organization or to your job placement, right? So let's say, for example, you're searching for a job, but at the same time, you don't know where to start. You start from your connections, and this is how you start building your CVs, and this is how you start building your experiences, right? At the same time, being able to do an internship or volunteer work during your studies in a university will be very, very helpful because you start collaborating with people without having the thought of, I'm just doing that for free. If you are working, for example, throughout your studies, this is also part of the compensation part, right? So it's not only the CV, but at the same time, you start learning how my work affects my salary, for example, or how I can produce more in order to gain more, right? This also refers, for example, in extracurricular activities, for example, being able to do sports or, hobbies during your studies in a university will increase your soft skills. So, for example, communication, for example, being able to focus on two different things while being in college. So let's say studying, but at the same time, an internship or in the same time in an extracurricular activity. What does this show for a student? It shows that you have the ability to also take care of yourself and take care of your needs while being in college, right? In university. The same applies to tomorrow's successful career. You will need to be able to comprehend also, let's say, self-confidence, as I mentioned before, or self-understanding. Sometimes it's very, very important to focus on a bachelor program that also allows you to be an exchange student for 1 or 2 semesters. Why students select that? Because you have the option to, for example, to increase your skills while being in college. The same will apply when you will be able to transfer from one job to another. So this is also something that you learn throughout your college on a different perspective when you are an exchange student. but it's also very, very important for later on, because you learn to adapt more easily when you are being transferred from one position to the other. Last but not least, in terms of being exposed to interesting ideas or new experiences, is, for example, ACT offers a transfer option to US institutions via a combined program. So this means, for example, that I'm starting my program, my bachelor program somewhere, and then I'm continuing to another geographical location, such as US. Why students do that? Because they wish to experience, let's say, a different concept or a different college. The same might apply for you in later on with your working years. So, for example, leaders with undergraduate degrees that were rooted in liberal arts, and that you can see because, for example, you see very, let's say, famous people in this slide. For example, Michelle Obama, she graduated from sociology, but she became an attorney. Or, for example, Martin Luther King, he became a civil rights leader, but in the meantime, he graduated also from sociology. Or if you take a look later on in this slide over here, for example, Sandberg, Sheryl Sandberg, which is the CEO of Facebook. Practically, she studied in IT technology. Or, for example, YouTube CEO, Susan Wojcicki, she studied and graduated from history and literature. So you can see that they started from a different perspective in their undergraduate degrees, and they focused on a different one. Why? Because they took also courses which were related, for example, to technology. They took courses which were related to business. So even if I'm in sociology, I can still take business courses. This is the liberal arts model that I mentioned in the beginning through the major and the minor, but at the same time, the interdisciplinary subject that I mentioned in the beginning. So how you can choose something that will affect tomorrow is practically by focusing on different elements and not something which is going to be very, very, very specific from the beginning, unless this is something that you wish to follow. True leaders need to know how to create, collaborate, inspire, but at the same time, the liberal arts prepare you for that. This model prepares you, for example, that even if I'm going to be a Starbucks CEO, like Howard Schultz, for example, I graduated from communication because communication is the key among students and other staff members. The same applies when it comes to ACT's academics. For example, we have a lot of students here that took, let's say, business administration courses, alumni, which focused on tourism and on marketing, on management, human resource management, or business law and economics. But at the same time, for example, we have alumni who is currently working in Nestlé, USA, as a general manager. So he started from business administration, but now is the general manager of Nestlé, okay, like drink and beverages. Or, for example, they started through business administration, but now they are the center manager of Mediterranean Cosmos. A lot of you, I know that you have been let's say, visiting Thessaloniki, so I'm sure that you stop by through the Mediterranean Cosmos Mall. Or, for example, if you're going to the biological sciences, and a lot of people are going into research, into human biology. Why? Because the biological sciences at ACT focuses on human biology. Or, for example, a lot of people, a lot of alumni of ACT have focused on microbiology and now are working in hospitals and clinics, or through AI, so they have combined computer science and biological sciences. Now, in computer science, you will see different options. For example, I started in programming or in databases, and now I'm working in Deloitte, right? Or, for example, in the banking sector, we have alumni who are software developers in the banking sector. So it doesn't mean, for example, that because I did one specific, let's say, concentration or subject, I cannot work in other fields. And that's why I'm mentioning all these alumni without names because of GDPR reasons, right? But I'm mentioning their positions at this moment and what they studied initially. So for you to understand that selecting something today, it doesn't mean that you are going to follow that purely 100%, but it gives you different options, and this comes along with your skills, soft skills, but hard skills as well. For example, being a developer engineer at Siemens is also part of our institution. An alumni is working at that, nowadays in Siemens as development engineer. So they started as computer science. He did, for example, the engineering program, and now he works as a development engineer at Siemens. Or, for example, we have a Serbian IT manager, which did computer science, and it's working for IKEA. So these are very valid, let's say, examples of how you can start from something and then proceed with something else. For example, we had a student that graduated from language and literature and now is taking translation, or, for example, content writing in marketing departments of universities. So they are using the English language and the communication and new media courses that this student was taught in their bachelor program, in his bachelor program, and now is a content writer in a marketing department of a university. The same applies for psychology majors. We have clinical psychology, but at the same time, we have students that graduated from our psychology program and now they're working in negotiation companies. So they are negotiation specialists and HR specialists. A negotiator working in negotiation, it means that you kind of are in the middle between two companies or employer and an employee. So you see that there are also different new careers that are evolving depending on what you are taking as a bachelor program in the meantime. The same applies for political sciences and international relations. We had a student who graduated in 2012 in political sciences and now is working in parliamentary development for the World Bank in Washington. Or, for example, we had a student who graduated some time ago, like in 2003, and now she is the associate professor of sociology in criminal justice in John Jay College of Criminal Justice, City University of New York. So you can understand that, let's say, even if I'm going to political sciences, it doesn't mean that I'm only going to diplomacy or into foreign policies. Even though this is going to be part of my curriculum, I can still work in something which relates my bachelor program here, but at the same time allows me to have a successful career. And of course, the newest program that we offer in aviation management with pilot studies, the reason that I'm referring into this program that we offer is because it's a very unique program. And the reason that we introduce this program is because it allows students to create successful careers, especially when this is connected to the market. So it's one of the programs that it's connected to the market immediately. So you receive a pilot studies, but at the same time, you are taught and you have knowledge about aviation management. Nowadays, companies such as Wizz Air, Star Alliances, companies, for example, like GN, Wizz Air, and so it goes, they don't only request the license to pilot. Nowadays, they also request that you have some basic knowledge into human resources management for growth, or airport management, or aviation operations. So it's not only the practical part of becoming a pilot, but also they need knowledge in terms of how to manage people and manage, crew, or communication with the airport that you are flying to. So this is very, very important when we are referring to future successful careers, being able to communicate and contact, right, the theoretical part and the practical part of becoming, a profession tomorrow by selecting today's choice. Last but not least, what I would like to say is that the liberal arts education benefit, it allows a lot of students to explore ideas, methods, not only through different sciences, but at the same time, to put a stepping stone to your career for tomorrow and introduce you to different career choices, because you start learning yourself better. And this is something that you do throughout, skills, you do that through transferable skills. For example, as I mentioned before, like verbal communication, like being able to solve complex problems, but at the same time, be able to collaborate with other cultures, which is something very, very practical when it comes to real life situation. Thank you so much for your time. I see here that I have only a few minutes left, and I would like to leave those minutes for Yelena to ask me questions.
Thank you so much, Vola. I was listening to your presentation all the time, and I see that you did a great overview of all your academics and professions. Of course, you just did a great job, I have to say, because this is very useful for us, Via Academica as well for all my colleagues. And this is one of our biggest challenges, to explain to the students that one study field doesn't always guide them to the same profession. You practically answered my question. There is one question that I make to every single presenter today, trying to answer what are careers of the future. So you said that communication is very, very important. Is that the crucial skill for careers of the future? What do you think?
Thank you so much, first of all, for your kind words. I tried to kind of mix and match like the theoretical part of becoming a student and selecting a major, and then the practical part of actually working, right? Or selecting a career. So that's why I brought up so many examples, even for our programs, but also how you start from that. To answer your question, I think like communication and focusing on your staff are two of the most important elements of either a leading a profession or following, because we have leaders and we have followers, but this doesn't mean that the one is most important than the other one. You know, everyone has their own part, and this is something very, very important and unique. So when you are focusing to your staff, or you are focusing to other people that you are collaborating with, is the most important factor of being successful and communicating everything in the right way, either with your clients or with your let's say with your external colleagues, or for example, with subordinates or with supervisors, right? So I think communication is the first thing, and the second one is paying attention to your staff, either above yourself or below yourself. I mean, giving knowledge and giving credits to ideas, it's very, very important when it comes to a successful career, because I mean, let's take as an example the fair today. You have so many people that work today for this fair. I mean, I wouldn't be able to be here if it weren't for you guys, for the excellent, let's say, communication that we had before, right? Or the excellent communication that we have right now. The same applies for your IT department, who set it up, all this, virtual fair today. In the meantime, I have my colleague who is doing like the info session, right? So I think it takes a village to become successful and to select a successful career. And this starts from very early when you're selecting a bachelor program, through your professors, through students, through advisors, through agents, for example, who are working for students, right, and universities. So that's why I say like communication and people are two of the most important factors of becoming successful and selecting a career.
That was a great advice. Thank you, Vola.
It was a pleasure being with you today.
Great. So have a nice day, and I hope you will enjoy meetings with our students. Hope to see you again soon.
Thank you so much.
In Belgrade or in Thessaloniki.
Thank you so much. We are looking forward to seeing all of you or prospective students who might be interested. Feel free to join us.
Great. Bye-bye. See you.
Bye. Thank you.
Nastavljamo sa prezentacijama. Priključit će nam se predstavnik još jednog univerziteta iz Nemačke, ali ćemo napraviti zapravo pauzu od minut, dva. Nadam se da koristite platformu i da glasate u našoj anketi. Videli ste da tražimo, da vas pitamo koje su to veštine ključne za razvoj vaše karijere i za poslove budućnosti.
Very good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Welcome to our Careers of the Future fair. My name is Mina from Via Academica. So if you're ready, you can start with your presentation.
Lovely, great, thank you. Let me share my screen. So can everybody see it?
Yes, we can see.
Lovely, great. So dobar dan, very good afternoon, everyone. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, but we cannot see your presentation.
Yes, yes, it disappeared. I don't know what happened.
Let me just check.
Let me share it again. Yes. Okay, can you see the presentation now?
Yes, we can see. Now it's okay.
Okay, very good.
You can start,
once
yeah.
again, thank you for having me. So I'm presenting a Northern Institute of Technology Management and Hamburg University of Technology. My screen. So we are a premium university, and we're looking at for students who have 80% and above CGPA. So that's that we stand for excellent students. I will talk about why Germany, why Hamburg, and why TUHH and NIT. Well, you all know Germany is a strong economy is one of the strongest country in Europe. Excellent job opportunities, high salaries, excellent purchasing power in Germany, very fair social system. It provides opportunities to everyone. Great public health system, excellent education, most of the time for free. Some technical courses like MBA have a tuition fee. And it's famous for engineers, obviously, and the proven success in technology and innovation. Yes, so the courses, even the technical courses, have a lower tuition fee in comparison to America, Canada, Australia. And our courses are obviously 100% taught in English. Hamburg is the second biggest city after Germany, so second largest city in Germany. It's also the second largest port in Europe after Rotterdam in the Netherlands. It has about 5.4 million inhabitants. The metropolitan area of Hamburg, the GDP is 570 billion. So this shows a lot about, tells a lot about the city. It's really a safe city, a very tolerant city towards everyone. So it welcomes since centuries, the internationals. So great to be in one of the technical universities based in Hamburg. This is just one picture of the university. I'll just say some key facts of the universities. We are, according to Times Higher Education, at 151 position as the youngest university in the world. We are in the top 4 universities in Germany in terms of internationality. As you can see that our international students are in significant numbers. So 25% international students is a huge number. We are also one of the top 10 technical universities, also among the top 10 for computer sciences. Students will rate us in all aspects about 4.3. What we offer about 44 English Start programs. Out of these, in total 44 programs, 1 MBA, 16 undergraduate, and 27 postgraduate studies. And out of these courses, 11 courses are taught in postgraduate courses are taught in English, and 1 MBA in English, and only 1 undergraduate degree which is taught in English. So yes, in Germany, there are 3 layers of education. At the bottom is just the corporate education that does not relate to international students. It's only offered in English. And in the middle, we have a lot of universities of applied sciences. And the highest level of education, obviously, is the top research and technical universities, and we belong to that top tier education. In Germany, if you graduate a master's degree, you will earn about 50,000 euros brutto a year. With an MBA, you can earn approximately 60,000 euros per year. With our MBA, obviously the chances will significantly increase. In normal circumstances, return on investment is 2 years. And if you graduate with us, there are chances that you will earn approximately 100,000 euros, 80,000 euros, even 120 when you add your bonus and car into it. Big companies like Boston Consulting, McKinsey would want to hire from us because it's a quite unique combination what we offer. I'll explain a little bit later. We have quite international profile. As I told you, we truly believe in diversity, inclusion, and internationalization. Therefore, a lot of our students, probably more students, are international students than local students when you compare them. So yes, about 33% Asian, about 20% from Latin America, Central Europe, and North America. So it's quite a mixture. The Northern Institute of Technology Management were established in 1998 as a private business school. We are quite unique in this way that we are a private business school at a public university because industry needs engineers with management education, and we have to offer an MBA, and we can't offer the MBA for free. This is our curriculum. So 4 semesters, 2 years long MBA or MSc if you combine them both. There is also a possibility to finish your MBA in 18 months. I'll talk about it a little bit later. Yes, you may also do some extra courses for free, data science, machine learning, coding, if you're interested. So this is our, the ideal case scenario. As you can see, we focus a lot on postgraduate studies that students are doing an MSc in one of the subjects, whether it's information and communication, whether it's data science, whether it's mechatronics, or environmental engineer, or chemical or bioprocess engineering, and then combining their MSc with an MBA on the weekend. That's why we're looking for students who are quite driven. They want to finish 2 separate degrees from a public university. One is an MSc in engineering, and the second is an MBA, a management course. That will increase their chances significantly to get excellent jobs in the highest paid jobs in Germany. Obviously, the deadline is the 1st of March. Another option for students is that they can do an MBA only on the weekend, so they don't have to study during the week. They can do a job international students now are allowed to work 25 hours a week, which is great. So yes, by the time you graduate your MBA, you have 2 years of working experience plus a very powerful MBA. There is also an opportunity to study just an MBA during the week for 18 months. So you will be on a campus for a year, and for the rest of the 6 months, which is 3 months internship and 3 months thesis, you can be anywhere in Germany. You may also come to your home country as well. In this case, the deadline is 15 July. Yes, approximately 80% of our students, they work for, during their studies, they work, and most of them work with one of our industry partners. And they can earn approximately 1,000 to 1,800 euros a month. Admission requirements, we are, as I explained earlier, looking for top students with 80% plus grades in total, whether it's CGPA, whatever system you've studied. We are looking for students who have an IELTS with 6.5 or TOEFL with 90. The deadlines, if you wish to do a double degree, the application window is only between 1st of December to 1st of March. For a single degree, you can apply up until the very end if you are an EU national. Or for the students who require a visa, we advise them to apply at least until 15th of July. Each student will have to go through an interview, and obviously a motivation letter is required. The tuition fee is 26,750 euros, and students can pay it in installments as well. Monthly installments are also possible. Obviously, the public transportation is free for students. There are no extra tuition fee if you fail or resit an exam. There are various methods you can pay. Also, there are some possibilities of scholarships. I'll explain you later on. If you wish to study a double degree course, then you will have to apply through the TUHH website. So if you're combining an MBA with one of the MSCs, if you are just studying a single degree, then you will have to apply directly with the business school. We offer a lot of scholarship opportunities as well. Please check our website, but just very quick, of course, there are industry scholarships, there are merit-based scholarships. DAAD, as you know, the German Academic Exchange may also offer some scholarships. We offer some loans up to 15,000 euros through a local bank. And there are also exclusive loans up to 50,000 euros. We are among the 5 top German universities which can offer you a loan through Prodigy Finance up to 50,000 euros. Obviously, once you've graduated your master's or undergraduate degree in Germany, you may stay in the country up to 18 months. You can work full-time, and if you get a job which is at least about 40,000 euros a year, which is definitely not an issue when you graduate at the NIT, you may stay longer, become a permanent resident, or become a national, and continue your career in Germany. 97% of graduates shall get a job within the 3 months. So our graduates are really in demand, so they get a job quite quickly. We have career services, individual counseling. We there are a lot of companies who would come to our campus, hold job fairs. So there are great chances for you to get a job even when you're studying. We provide accommodation. So our accommodation is 400 euros. It includes everything: water, gas, electricity, speed, internet. You're provided with everything. I will show you some pictures of it so you'll get a feeling of that. Obviously, the restaurants like Mensa or any other restaurants, students may have a discounted prices, so they can get a very good deal for a lot of meals. Obviously, the gym is in the building, subway, metros nearby, supermarkets, parks, everything is just at your doorstep. This is our building, the business school. We are really in the middle of the university, the Technical University of Hamburg. This is the entrance. This is the main lobby of the business school. On level 3, 4, and 5th, there are all apartments. So this is how our accommodation looks like. This is where the students are living when they're studying at NIT. It has everything. It has shelves, study desk, bed. It has a small kitchen inbuilt in the studio. There are also 6 community kitchens. Each floor has 2 community kitchens where students can cook together, watch a movie, do a barbecue. They may play some games, watch some movies together. It's totally up to students or attend some, some of the fairs and events happening on campus. So it's a great campus life. So I was speeding up so that I don't have to spend more time than I was allocated. So if there are any questions, please just ask them.
Okay, so thank you for the presentation. It was very useful. I wanted to ask you one question. What do you think is the most important skill for students in general, for the future, for work in the future?
So if they want to study with us, what skills are we looking in them,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Look, here is a slide which I missed. I don't know if you can still see it, right? You can see it clearly?
We cannot see your screen.
Oh, you can't see my screen
No.
anymore. Okay, so it's let me just no, it's okay, leave it. I just wanted to show you that our students work in big companies like Tesla, Airbus, whether it's Lufthansa, whether it's BMW, Equity. What we are looking in our students is the drive. We're looking for students who are really driven, innovative. We are looking for students with entrepreneurial mindset. Because there are a lot of engineers, obviously, but the industry in Germany is looking for students which have management skills and leadership skills to create wealth. So therefore, we're looking for students with the entrepreneurial mind, students who can create wealth in Germany, which is already a successful economy.
Okay, thank you for your answer. As I see, there are no questions from our students. So I would like to thank you for the presentation. And yeah, that's it. And now I will say something to our students in Serbian. Evo, prvenstveno da vam se ja svima predstavim, pošto nisam ranije se predstavila. Ja sam Mina iz VIA Akademike i želim ovim putem također da vas pozovem na sutrašnji sajam, ukoliko se još uvek niste registrovali i za naš sajam uživo u Beogradu. Tako da ovo će isto biti odlična prilika da se raspitate više kako kod nas VIA mentorki, tako i kod predstavnika univerziteta o određenim programima koji vas zanimaju. Sledeći jeste Faculty of Geoscience Utrecht University, tako da vraćamo se za jedno 5-10 minuta kada će doći Frank, predstavnik univerziteta, sa svojom prezentacijom. Evo nas, vratili smo se. Sljedeće predavanje jeste Faculty of Geosciences fakulteta, odnosno univerziteta u Utrechtu iz Holandije, kao jedan od veoma popularnih univerziteta među našim studentima. Pozvali smo i da nam se priključe na ovogodišnjem sajmu, tako da će Frank držati ovu prezentaciju. Hello, Frank. Can you hear me? Hello, Frank, can you hear me? Evo, samo da vidimo šta se dešava, imamo malo tehničkih problema. Vraćamo se za minut. Hello, Frank, can you hear me now?
And can you hear me? I see that I'm unmuted now. Okay. Great.
Yes, we can hear you.
Fantastic.
So hello, nice to meet you, and welcome to our Careers of the Future Fair. If you're ready, you can start your presentation.
Okay, great. Let me first start by welcoming you, not only welcoming you, but also thanking you. It's a pleasure, but above all, an honor that you have all decided to spend your Friday afternoon to listen to me talking about our program. And you're being informed about many other programs, and I hope you will find it worth your while. I'm going to share my screen so you can see the PowerPoint that I have prepared for you. Can you confirm that you can see it?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, so my name is Frank van Laarhoven. I am the coordinator of the Sustainable Development Program, a master's program that is offered by Utrecht University in the Netherlands, part of the Faculty of Geosciences, Department of Sustainable Development. And I wanted to start by setting the expectation. Expectation management is important, so rather than trying to convince you to select our program, I want to tell you when maybe selecting our program is not a good idea. So when is sustainable development, the program that is, maybe not the program that you are looking for? Well, first of all, it would not be the program that you are looking for because you don't meet the entry requirements. We like to think that our program is rather competitive. There are entry requirements and you'll need to meet them in order to be admitted to our program. So amongst the entry requirements, we want you to possess skills and knowledge about sustainability issues, about mathematics, about what we call natural processes, statistics, and you will need to have academic and research skills. And all of these criteria are tested by means of the coursework that you have taken at your undergraduate or bachelor's level education. So that is important, an important issue, number one. Secondly, you may not want to consider our program when you want to become a specialist. We instead will develop what we call a T profile, meaning that we offer you breadth across a range of relevant disciplines, when at the same time we offer you depth in terms of specialization. You will learn about where to find, how to turn to, and how to bring together and use insights from, for example, biology, chemistry, physics, but also the social sciences such as political science, sociology, economics, and so forth and so on. We will, however, not train you to become a full-fledged specialized biologist, chemist, physicist, political scientist, sociologist, or economist. You will become good at working with these specialists, but you will not become one. So the T profile is an important ambition that you will need to have. So you will be disappointed if you come to our program thinking that you will become a full-fledged specialist. That's important to realize. This is also not a program for you when you are not willing to open up to other perspectives. For example, if the following quotes or examples apply to you, then maybe you should consider another program. If you, for example, think the further away from statistical modeling, the more analytical approaches annoy you, program might not be for you. Even if you don't like it, even if you don't use it, respect and appreciation for those that do use it is important. If you think, for example, the harder someone tries to capture and understand phenomena by means of statistical models, the more upset you get. Also not a good idea. You must be opening yourself up and be respectful and appreciative for other perspectives. So if you don't want to waste your time on people with different ideas about what sustainability entails, how it can be achieved, if they have different opinions, different views on sustainability than what you might have, you may want to consider another program. Mind you, I'm setting the expectations here. I want to tell you upfront what we are expecting. Also, you need to have a mission, a drive. If you have a vague notion that you want to do something related with sustainability, for example, if you suffer from choice anxiety, and this seems like an option where you don't need to make choices just yet, think again, because you have to make choices. So don't choose our program because you don't know what else to do and because you happen to more or less meet the entry requirements. And this seems like a good idea because everybody is talking about sustainable development these days. So choose our program when you sympathize with our goal to train future professionals that can contribute towards transformations to sustainable, but also to just society. So you must have that mission, that drive, that wish to make a difference. So that's the first thing that I wanted to address with you. So what future do we help you mastering if you would pick our program? So what kind of professions do we think that you are ready for with a diploma from our program? Well, you will have excellent career prospects. 90% of our alumni find a relevant job within 1 year after their graduation. And where they work, a consultancy firm, businesses, a research institute. You can find alumni in NGOs, in educational entities. They'll work for governments at all sorts of scales and utilities. These general numbers, they may seem rather abstract and a bit distant for you, and you may not still have a good idea of the kinds of jobs that you might land with a diploma from the Sustainable Development Program. So I went online and I checked out on LinkedIn how our alumni are doing. What are their jobs? Here is what I found. And over the years, you must know that we have literally prepared thousands of sustainability professionals for the job market. So we have been around for quite a long time. We know what we're doing. So what I now present is a random illustration of what recent graduates are doing currently. The slide, I realize, is probably too small to have you understanding what it says, but for the students, the alumni that graduated with from the Earth System Governance track, and I will be talking about tracks in a minute, but those people, well, what you see is we find someone who is currently a project leader with the Dutch Ministry of Economics and Climate, who is working on topics that are related with offshore wind policies. What I also see on this slide, what I found on LinkedIn, is a program manager with the Stockholm International Water Institute. An ESG alumni has also landed a job with the US Washington State Department of Commerce, where he is working on state policy for equitable, inclusive, resilient, clean energy economies. On this slide, you can see information of an alumni who works as a policy advisor for a Dutch province, a government job where he or she is working on water safety issues. A project leader for an NGO is another example, working on food and natural resources. And finally, I have for you a senior program officer with an international NGO, working on the topic of living wages. People that have graduated from what we call the energy and materials track. Again, I will be explaining what we understand by tracks, but here you can find a senior consultant who is now working with an international organization where he or she is working on setting a European standard for facilitating inter-country exchange of renewable energy. I have for you a policy analyst for the New Climate Institute in Germany, a senior advisor for an international consultancy firm working on circular economy and related topic. What else? A research fellow I see, working with the French Institut du Développement Durable et des Relations Internationales, who is there working on decarbonization and hydrogen support policies, and a senior expert with the Institute for European Energy and Climate Policy Foundation. So mind you, a random selection of jobs, international jobs I have chosen for you that may give you an idea, what is it that I can do with a diploma from this program? Finally, I have a set of examples of students that graduated from the track that we call environmental change and ecosystems. And there I have for you, I found on LinkedIn an alumni who is now working as a lobbyist and working on advocacy with an international NGOs where he or she is working on climate issue, a research intern with WWF, where she's working on inclusive nature conservation and indigenous communities. And finally, an example that might speak to you or inspire you, an energy and climate expert for the Institute for European Energy and Climate Policy. So these are the examples that I have for you. So I hope that with this very limited set of examples, I have given you an idea that we know what we're doing. Job prospects are good, and we do prepare you for an exciting and an impactful career where you can make a professional contribution to transitions towards sustainable and just society, which is our main goal. So with that, how do we prepare you? So I have now gone over what we do, what we prepare you for, but what is our secret sauce? What is the idea of the activities that we have you going through? How do we help you to set yourself apart on the job market, which is a relevant question, I think. Well, so we are at the center of everything we do. We want you to be ready to make a contribution to transformations towards sustainable and just society. That's at the core of everything what we do. It's in our DNA, so to say. So that is the dot at the horizon. So how we go about in broad strokes to prepare you for that role, I have 5 key points that I wanted to share with you. So first of all, we think that what we offer you is a program that is first and foremost based on scientific rigor. It's a research program. It's a scientific program, meaning that that we will provide you with thorough research skills first and foremost. And we do that through courses on theory, on methods, on research design. And the rigor regards your growing ability to combine different perspectives and approaches. So again, we're not preparing you to become a full-fledged specialist in any discipline, but you will use science and scientific rigor to do your analyses, meaning that the knowledge that you generate is credible, and you are able to judge and assess the quality of scientific work that you read from others. So note that you may not feel rigorously challenged in your specialization track if deep specialization is what you are looking for. So see my earlier remark about your ambition to become a specialist. That's not what we offer. I'm upfront and open about it. So the rigor and challenge in your track courses on, say, chemistry or sociology may not be the same as the build-up of chemistry and sociology courses in a chemistry or sociology program. The rigor, I would say, regards how we prepare you to connect the dots. For example, when we have you working on or with scientific approaches, like theories and concepts and frameworks and methods from sociology, even when, for example, chemistry is much more within your comfort zone, or vice versa. So all in all, our vision of you as a future sustainability professional is that of someone who knows the scientific method inside out, and that can produce credible analyses, and that recognizes bullshit in the work of others. Excusez le mot. Secondly, what we think sets us apart in our training is the fact that we have a strong emphasis on but also on transdisciplinarity. Meaning that the ability to bring together both normative but also scientific perspectives and approaches from different disciplines and also different stakeholders. That is key to solving any sustainability issue. So we will help you to create a common ground while at the same time offering some room for specialization in the tracks. So you will follow general courses that everyone takes, everyone in your cohort, and you will take track-specific courses that will depend on the track that you will take. A third element that I want to emphasize and that we see as setting us apart and making us unique in what we do in our attempt to prepare you to become that change maker, to have you making that contribution to a better world is we train you to always think critically. So sustainability challenges, by definition, are complex. They consist of multiple and often contested normative dimensions. So we offer a challenge-based learning approach. So we constantly challenge you to wrap your heads around complex sustainability problems with multiple normative dimensions that are often contested. And tackling such challenges requires critical thinking throughout. We think it's important, and we emphasize that critical thinking is part of the way in which we prepare you for becoming that successful sustainability professional, preparing you for that exciting and impactful career. So another element, this is the fourth element that we think sets us apart, a unique selling point, so to say, is working together. So we want you to become good at working together, for example, through these problem-based group assignments. And having you working together didactically, we think that a welcome side effect of having you working together on problems is that teaching that is based on having you working together on the solving of complex problems also leads to better learning. Also, the learning environment that results from group work is a better learning environment. In virtually all of our classes, there will be some sort of group assignment. You'll work together with peers from your track or with peers from other tracks on a challenge that you together need to meet. And the idea is that gradually you will become good at it. So the culmination of that is of your preparation to become good at group work takes place in what we call the consultancy project. So here you work in small interdisciplinary group with representation from students from the multiple tracks in our program on an assignment from a real client. A client from the government, from business, from civic society. So that's where the group work culminates, the interdisciplinarity, your ability to figure out things with people who have different views on sustainability than you might have. So again, our image of a future sustainability professional is that of someone who knows what it takes to tackle a problem or to meet a challenge together with others, who knows how to get the best out of group work and who is able to create synergies. So the last thing that I wanted to mention as unique to our program is that we offer everything under one roof. All the courses that you will be taking are given by people, by colleagues who are in the same department. We are not patching together courses left and right from within the faculty, even other faculties. We have everything under one roof. All of your teachers would belong to the same department, working on the same floors of the same building. And besides being your teachers, these people are mostly, or all of them, they are world-class researchers also. They work for the Copernicus Institute of Sustainable Development, and that is an internationally leading research institute on sustainability. All of your teachers, they will know each other. They can coordinate much easier and develop an integrated curriculum It's not a loosely and not integrated set of courses. And that is, I think, important. So that in-house expertise that we fuel our program with goes way back. So our department and subsequently our Sustainable Development Program, the program that I'm informing you about right now, is among the first of its kinds in the Netherlands and probably even in the world. So we are, and we consider ourselves pioneers, and we represent a long history, a long tradition of educating sustainability professionals and to lead and to have them succeeding. So based on that long year experience, we know what it takes. We know how important it is, and we are keen on new developments. There is dynamics and fluctuation. So we're a dynamic department, so we are keen on these new developments. And our staff, the staff that you will come across is highly diverse. And we find diversity and inclusiveness important not only in our staff, but most of all also in our classroom, which is why I'm very honored to be talking to an international crowd such as yourselves. So what can you expect from our curriculum? A little bit, and I'm promising you just a little bit about the curriculum. You can find much detailed information on our website, and I invite you all to take that detailed look to find out about the courses. But what kind of classes will you take and why? Well, you will building a common ground. This is the T-shape that I was referring to, wide knowledge across multiple disciplines and in-depth knowledge through your specialized track. So regarding the breadth of your knowledge across disciplines and perspectives, we offer the following logically evolving line of courses that you all would have to take in year one. You would start, we have a period system and not a semester system. There are 4 periods of about 12 weeks. In the first period, you are all taking a course on the different perspectives on sustainable development. That is followed by a course that is covering a system analytical approach to sustainable development. You will get in the third period a course on designing your research on sustainable development. And lastly, in the first year, you will take that consultancy project course that I talked about, where you interdisciplinarily with students from different tracks work on a problem, on an assignment by a real client. And apart from these common courses, these courses that you would all take, you would opt for a track. There are 4 tracks that we have, and you have seen a couple already. The energy and materials track, working on the transformation to the sustainable use of energy and materials. The environmental change and ecosystem track that would have you looking at sustainable use of land and water. There is the Earth System Governance track, focusing on the governing of transformations that are needed for a sustainable world. And finally, we have a track that we call Politics, Ecology, and Society, where you would be exploring the political implications and the ecology of ecology and the ecological basis of politics. This might not be enough for you to get a full grasp of what it entails, but again, I invite you to visit our website for more detail. Some information, some important practical information. Where can you find more information? Who can you contact? What are the deadlines for applications if you would consider applying for this year? Well, applications are open since the 1st of October, so you can already go online and seek out if you would be interested. I have told you about the requirements. You can always contact me. I'm not sure if you have enough time or if this recording will be shared so you can look at your own pace later. But again, my name is Frank van Laarhoven, and here you see my email address. You can also find it on the website. I'm sure that you are savvy with digital technology, and you can find our program without me telling you where to look for it. You can there chat with students online, which I guess is important. You can get the perspective from current students. You can talk with them. You can visit the website via the QR code that I hope you can see. On my screen, the QR code is covered by my video footage, but I hope you can see it. And that's all I have for you. So I thank you for your attention. You can follow us on social media, on Instagram, on Facebook, for example. Here are the tags, the handles that you can use for that. And I'm going to leave it at that. if you have any questions, I understand that that might be coordinated via Mina. So thank you for your attention. I hope you found it worth your while.
Thank you, Frank, for your presentation. It was very useful, and it was very interesting to hear something new, something that is really a future. We don't have any questions for now. We have 5 minutes break until the next presentation. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Mina, and thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you. Nastavljamo za 5 minuta kada će nam se pridružiti Frankova koleginica, također sa Univerziteta Utrecht, tako da vidimo se za 5 minuta.
Okay.
Sljedeća prezentacija jeste prezentacija također opet Utrecht univerziteta, Faculty of Geoscience, koju će držati predstavnica univerziteta Ilze. Hello, nice to meet you. If you're ready, you can start your presentation.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I should share my own screen. I guess.
Yes, we can see.
But can you see the full slides? Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
You can start if you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you. Welcome everybody to this meeting. My name is Ilse van Liemt. I'm an associate professor in urban geography within the Department of Human Geography and Spatial Planning at Utrecht University in the Netherlands. And I'm the program coordinator of the research master called Global Urban Transformations. Our research master is a 2 years master, and it has a very strong focus on research. So let me start briefly with what the focus of our program is. We focus in our research master on, the title already tells it, Global Urban Transformations. So we focus on changing urban economies, changing social compositions in cities, but also ecological challenges cities face all over the world. So our master covers a very wide range of topics, but all the topics have to do with challenges that cities and regions face as a result of global transformations. So it's all about the very complex and dynamic relations between people who live in cities, companies that want to settle in cities, multinationals that want to move around the world, but also the pressure on the environment, both ecologically, physically, as well as socially. So we study global interactions that, on the one hand, can positively result in innovation, because bringing people together also means that you bring new ideas together, and this results in innovation and economic opportunities. But on the other hand, it also results in inequalities. So in this program, we also focus very much on the fact that certain people in certain regions cannot always profit in the same way from these transformations than other people and other regions. So inequality is also a topic in our program that we address. And we are based in the Faculty of Geoscience, so we are geographers. And for geographers, it's really important to stress that in our program, we really look at how changes on the global level really shape the local. So we discuss in our program a lot about global-local interactions. And because it's a research master, we have I already said, we have a strong focus on research. So we teach you how to understand these processes, how to theorize them, but also how to translate them into empirical questions, and how you can do like field research about these topics. So we will also teach you the methods, the methodological tools and skills you need to tackle these challenging questions. And we, apart from research, we also put quite a lot of emphasis on translating research findings into more concrete policy recommendations, because most of the issues, well, you can see from the pictures, most of the issues that we research have a very high societal relevance. So they are really important issues that have great value for society. So we also find it important to make that connection to society. So you will also be trained in what we call science communication and thinking about policy recommendations. So our research master is a 2-year master program, and it's an international program. So we have always a very mixed classroom with students from all over the world, from Asia, from Latin America, from the US, various European countries, the East as well. And the language we use is English. And we are a small scale program. So we usually have around 20 students. So it's a very small but selective master. So this is how our program looks like. You can also find it on our website, but just very briefly, the first year is based in Utrecht, and it's quite dense in terms of content. So you will get thematic courses, but also methodological courses. So we put a lot of emphasis on research methods and academic skills. So both quantitative as well as qualitative methods. And we will teach you how to design your own master thesis proposal in the first year. And in terms of content, we have a couple of courses. We start with the introduction to global urban transformations, and that's a very important course where we teach the students about different global urban transformations, how to theorize them, how to conceptually work with them, and we introduce different perspectives on global urban transformation. So economic, ecological, but also social, cultural, political perspective. So this is really like the theoretical foundation for the rest of the program. And in this course, you will also be introduced to network thinking and relational thinking. So in our program, we conceptualize cities not as static, isolated boxes. We really see cities in a relational way. So we always emphasize that if you want to study cities, you should not only look at them as places, but you should really see them as systems, as networks, and see them as networks in which all sorts of flow circulate. So people, but also information and money. And it's this network thinking and this relational approach that is constantly coming back in our program. So we start in this course with thinking about networks, relations, but also what we call multi-scalar approach. So again, the local, the national, and the more global. In the course on urban social dynamics, we talk about social inequality, different types of social but also spatial inequality. So why is it that certain areas or regions or neighborhoods profit less from globalization than others? And what does that mean on the local level in terms of how people live together or how people experience their livelihood? In the course on urban resilience, we really take this question, why is it that certain regions are more resilient in how they can deal with global transformations in comparison to others? And we work with case studies around climate change, but also economic and financial crisis, and you will be introduced to more economic and political and development theories to tackle these issues. And then we have a course that is focused on the politics and the governance of global urban transformations, where we focus very much on how cities govern global urban transformations and how they manage specific issues. And in this course, there is also a field trip to a local city. Sometimes we go to Rotterdam or to Amsterdam, so different cities in the Netherlands, where you will also be introduced to policymakers and how they deal with these issues in practice. So we do not only study it from a theoretical point of view, but we also go into the field and discuss like real life situations. And then there is one other course, which is called Key Thinkers, which is a very important course as well, because there you will be introduced to different key thinkers in geography who have worked around global urban transformations. And this course, together with the master thesis proposal course, will really set the basics for your master thesis research that you will do in the second year. So it will prepare you to build or to start to build a theoretical framework for your own master research project in the second year. And in the second year, there is much more freedom. So we have a study abroad part. So you can come to Utrecht and do our research master, but you will also qualify as a student from Utrecht University to study in other universities in anywhere. But in Europe, you could, for example, use the Erasmus scholarship to study abroad and do your research in another European country. So we have 3 periods for your master thesis research, which you can do abroad, and you will be quite free in terms of what you want to study, but obviously it should be related to global urban transformation. And we have in the second year also time for electives. So there is a lot of time to specialize and to choose electives that are linked to your master thesis topic. In the period 4, so that's the last period of the second year, we have a course that's called Career Orientation. It fits nicely to this place where we are now. And in that course, we take the time to start planning for the next step, so after the research master. And quite a few of our students want to do a PhD because it's a 2-year master program that really prepares you for doing research. So some students take the next step in doing a PhD research. In this course, you will learn how to write a PhD proposal. But in this course, you will also learn how to communicate about research to a wider audience and to policymakers. So you will also learn how to write a policy brief based on your master thesis. So we have the way we've designed our program is that you will finish your master thesis around April, and you will have the remaining 3 months before you graduate to really work on the next steps, either PhD proposal or preparing maybe for research in the field of policy or the more commercial sector. So just to give you some ideas of what our students are working on, so we have a quite broad range of topics that our students cover. Most of our students actually also do research internships with our research staff. Because we're a very small program, we only have 20, 25 students. It's relatively easy for us to offer students research internships or to connect master thesis ideas to ongoing research projects, and also to make students profit from the research networks that we already have within our department. So these are some examples. So we had one student working on eco innovations in fashion in Sweden, where she did her research. We had somebody working on the smart city in Toronto, wind energy, community wind energy projects in Germany. One student worked on the difficulties for international students at the Dutch housing market. So this is something that if you come to Utrecht, you will also be confronted with. It's quite a tight housing market, and it's not easy to find housing. We can help you, but it's at the moment it's quite difficult. We had a student looking at the sustainability transitions in the water system in Los Angeles. And we had a student who was also from Korea herself, and she went to do fieldwork in Seoul around gentrification and Instagram. So it's a very broad field, very wide range of topics. And if you look on, I'm as a geographer, I like maps. So if you look where people do their fieldwork, it's also very diverse. Again, I want to stress that we offer quite a lot of support in helping students to find the right place for them to do their research. And also we try to make sure that when people go abroad, that they also have a local supervisor and that they are connected to the universities where they are going to do their research, so they're not completely on their own. So why this research master would be interesting for you? First of all, if you're interested in research, doing research, this master could be interesting for you. So we have a very strong research orientation. You do not necessarily have to do a PhD afterwards, because many of our students also end up doing research in companies or for agencies or for ministries or for the United Nations. But research in itself is something that you will be really trained in. Another thing that I personally think is very interesting in our program is that we are small scale and international. So you will learn a lot from your peers. So we have an international group of students. They come from all over the world. And because we're a small scale program, you have quite intensive contact with each other, but also with our staff members. So as a research master student in our department, you will be invited to our departmental lectures. You will be invited to attend research-related activities, and you will really be in the position where you can actively see what it's like to do research. So you can have a peek in our kitchen. And I think these relationships are very valuable. And then there is interdisciplinary character. So we work on different topics. We are geographers, but the topics that we address, as you could see from the list, are quite diverse. So you can work on a topic and have colleagues who take a more economic perspective, or colleagues who take a more ecological perspective, or colleagues who take a more social or cultural or political perspective. But we all work around the issue of urban transformations, which really binds us together. And then the international character, I think, is also really an asset. So our research master is a great way into a PhD. I looked up the numbers, and 25% of our students each year get a PhD position. So it's 1 out of 4, which is quite a lot, because it's also competitive and not very easy or straightforward to get a PhD. So I think if you're interested in continuing research, this research master is a really nice program. Also, if you're not sure if you really like research, I think it's most of our students also, when they start, they don't really know if they want to continue in academia, but then they learn through this program what research is about and what it's like to work in an academic environment. But not all of our students do a PhD. So most, I already said, most do end up in research positions, but in very different environments. So it can also be the private sector or the public sector. We have an alumni network where people are also still in touch with each other, and they share possibilities for internship, and they share conferences and interesting information with each other. And And there is people who ended up working for the local government, the national government, the World Bank, but also in the private sector. In Zadelhof is a real estate company, for example. So this is a quote from one of our alumni, Marta. She did her PhD in Los Angeles, so she was lucky to get a fellowship to study abroad. She's a Dutch student from our program, and she wrote her master thesis on sustainable solutions for polluting industries. She worked on her thesis. In our program, you write your thesis as an academic article, and some students also manage to get these articles published in academic journals, but not everybody, but we at least train you to write your thesis as an academic article. And she's now a PhD student in the University of Toronto. So she stayed in US, Canada. And she, when I asked her about the research master, she said that she was really passionate about research and how this program taught her what it's like to do research. So her passion for research was still alive after this 2-year program. And but she also mentioned that what she really appreciated about the program is that we work around very important issues like sustainability and justice for cities, and that it's these more societal relevance that was also very important for her to keep her motivated to do this program. So it's a combination of passion for research with doing something that is really valuable for society. So here are some more technical, practical details. So our master is a selective master. You need to have grade point average in our system of 7.5. And on our website, you can see how that translates to different systems. Not all of our students have a bachelor degree in geography, but you do need to have some experience with geography-related topics. So some students maybe did like an elective or a minor in geography, or courses within sociology or international relations or political science that are very much linked to geography. What is really important is that you have a basic knowledge of research methodology. So quantitative as well as qualitative, you need to have the basics, because in our program we go more in depth and we offer more advanced courses. If you lack this knowledge, we also offer some courses you can do in the summer before the program starts. So there's always ways to maybe fix some gaps. We value interdisciplinary thinking. So we do not only accept people from geography. So if in your motivation letter you can convince us that you have a different disciplinary background, but you still think that global urban transformations is the right program for you, you can always try, or you can contact me as a coordinator in advance before you want to apply. The program is in English, so we do ask for a proof of English test, like many other programs do. And then there's 2 very important deadlines, which are the 1st of April and the 1st of June. So if you are from outside the EU, 1st of April is the final deadline. And if you are EU, or in our case Dutch, then the 1st of June. Yeah, so if you have more, or if you have questions, you can contact me by email. We also have a website where you can find more information. And we have students who are online. So we have to student ambassadors who are currently doing the program. And I think students are the best source of information. So if you have questions about the program, but also about what it's like to study in Utrecht, how to find a house, or what it's like to study in the Netherlands, you can chat with them. So if you visit our website, there will be a pop-up chat function where the student ambassadors are online, and you can ask more informally questions. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was useful for our students for sure. So if our students have any questions, they will contact you via email, because our presentation is staying here on a platform. So for sure they will also see in the future this presentation. So that's it. Thank you once again. Mi sada pravimo pauzu od 5 minuta i javljamo se uskoro. Sljedeći predstavnik jeste sa LCI Barcelone, School of Design and Visual Arts. Tako da ostanite sa nama. Sljedeće predavanje jeste predavanje LLCI Barcelona, School of Design and Visual Arts. Sa nama je Regina. Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello, nice to see you today. How are you?
If you're ready with your presentation, you can start.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Mina. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Fantastic. So today I'm going to introduce you LC Barcelona, the world is your classroom. Mainly today, we will see LC Barcelona new campus, a wall of opportunities. It's an unique experience in our new campus to connect to the international multidisciplinary network in the world of design. And I think it's important for you to know, firstly, to know why study at LC Barcelona. So we will see 3 important points today: internationality, connection with the world of business, and creative multiverse. So about internationality, we probably provide unique opportunities as Erasmus Plus program and change partnerships with international universities and across the LCA's 23 campuses in our 5-continent community. So yes, we have 23 campuses in total. We have more than 60 years of experience. So we have a diverse learning community of 12 select higher education institutions with 23 campuses and over 2,000 colleagues involved in order to educate over 20,000 learners. So we provide solutions to workforce challenges with adaptive digital learning options and much more. Also, we harmonize our programs for one country to the next, promoting greater flexibility and life-ready learning experiences. So that's very important for us. And it's nice to inform you that LC Education has been named one of Canada's best managed companies. So about the Erasmus program, we hold more than 30 agreements with different universities in Europe, as you can see. So important here, all our bachelor programs are official, so really allows our students to go on the 2nd semester of the 3rd year to participate in another university and also to have this more international experience. So that's amazing. So about connection with the world of business, we are 100% connected with companies. Okay, as our faculty, most of our faculty are professionals in active. We have collaboration with institutions, clusters, research centers, and obviously companies. So for you, it's important to know that we are Barcelona's most international School of Design and Visual Arts. Our journey began with Felicidad Dulce in 1928, so we have 95 years of teaching in design, in this case fashion, but we have the other areas too that we will see in a minute. So an exclusive software that we have with us is the portfolio tool that all our students from the network are able to
LCI
use.
Education
And in
Network
this case,
proud.
it's very interesting because basically you will be able to upload until 20 projects, okay? And they will be visualized internationally through all the companies that are also connected to this network. So it's an amazing software for our students to get advantage. Also, all the activities that we organize in our campuses, like Your First, recruiting days per area. So really, it's an opportunity for the students in order to get employment during and after the studies. So as I mentioned in the beginning, we are a multidisciplinary school. So our main area is fashion. Okay, so we have an important educational background in teaching fashion to future talents. So here you can see some of the fashion design area partners that we have. Like we are the only sponsor of the LCA Barcelona Fashion Film Festival that obviously hosts in Barcelona. Here you can see more branches, and also we have programs taught by working professionals in the sector. So that's very important for our students. As internationality, here you can see the Felicidad Duci Award. So we award someone relevant in fashion. So here you can see like Jean-Paul Gaultier, like Manolo Blahnik, Adolfo Gomíndez, or even Rosa Clarat. This is like the wedding dresses lady here in Spain. About our design and communication area, we have graphic design. Okay, also here the idea is that really our students get brought about what is design about, to think, to find solutions, to make it for the user, for the company. Here you can also see some of our graphic design area partners. We collaborate with the Barcelona Centre Design, the Barcelona Design Week. Actually, this year we have been blessed because we have our head of Europe LCA Education, Alessandro Manetti, as the curator of the Barcelona Design Week that we had a few weeks ago here. So it was a very nice opportunity for the design. Another area is interior design. Okay, so here you have all the strengths regarding teaching interior design in our institution. Some of the interior design areas, again, you can see institutions, you can see big companies, okay, and also small companies too. So this is also important for our students to understand. Also, you have here photography, okay, more institutions, more companies. What is important for you to know is that we have 3 photo labs currently in our current campus in Gracia, and in the new campus we have also an analogical lab, so that will be amazing also for our students. And we also have, let me see here, gaming, animation, and VFX area, okay? So our students, in general, we really push them to apply to international festivals, okay? Like recently we have Sitges Festival, and here you can see how also the opportunity is relevant in the industry. So here you can see some of our partners. So as you see, we are all involved with companies. Our students, obviously, this is a big opportunity in order to start to get in contact with them even before finishing the studies. So about the creative multiverse, you have seen already all the different areas that we have. We organize activities like the speed dating in the academic calendar. So really it's nice for the students from photography to get to know students from video games or from fashion or interior design to fashion design. So it's really good also for the students in terms of networking. So we have different kind of programs. We have bachelor degrees, higher technical education. All of these programs that you see here, they are offered, some of them in English and all in Spanish, okay? So here you can see the list of programs of English. I'm happy to inform you that, yes, we have 4 different bachelor's degrees in English and 5 master programs in English too. So this is amazing for the following year. Also, summer courses. Are you thinking about coming to Barcelona for holidays to get to know what is design about? And you are still studying in high school, so this is a big opportunity for you to enjoy here in July for 3 weeks. So about what it was the idea of talking to you today is that we are going to open a new campus. We are moving from 3,500 squares to 11,000. So currently we can host up to 1,000 students, and the idea is to have capability for 3,000. So that is really great. So the 10 top reasons to come to study with us is that we will be located in Poblenou in 22A. That is the most innovative and creative side of Barcelona. So as you see, it will be 3 floors building, okay? So it will be spectacular with workshops, photo labs, technofabs, to create prototypes. Also, all the spaces will be equipped with the most advanced software and technology. Our Flex Classroom will allow the student to live an integral education experience from any country to the world. We will offer over 1,800 squares common areas to enhance student talent beyond classes. We also will have a cafeteria too. And we will be only a few steps away from the Design Hub, where they have like a permanent temporary exhibits. So very convenient also for our students. As you've seen, we will hold also the BREEAM excellent level certification in sustainability for buildings, because we have all natural light coming through our windows. So that's fantastic. And also we'll be surrounded by paradise, so we'll stay with the neighbors. So it will be really amazing for everyone to start the following year with us. So thank you for the time today. I hope you enjoy my presentation, and now let's see if someone has questions.
Thank you for the presentation. This new campus looks awesome. Yeah, I wanted to ask one question regarding skills that students need for work in the future. What would you say? What is the most important skill that students need for work?
Yeah, I think, well, firstly, they need to enjoy where they decided to study, but basically to think out of the box in order to become successful, because at the end of the day, someone who is willing to study design wants to shine, right? And I think they need to also to be not afraid about to explore options. So the great thing is that our faculty are very close to our students, as they know how difficult and the struggles what they have, and the way that we have also like very small class size rooms. So in bachelors we have maximum 20 students, so it's really nice in order to have a better performance and see how really can evolve to become someone else so personally. So that's amazing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to ask you, maybe our students are not that familiar with your programs exactly. So if you can tell us more about your bachelor and master programs, and what is the difference between, for example, programs that you're offering and some other schools of design and visual arts that are around Spain or Italy, because our students are mostly asking for them.
I think our strongest weapon that we have is that we are part of a really big network, LCI Education. Even we were born as fashion school like 95 years ago. We have a very big international community. So that's really, it's amazing in terms how we feel like we're one campus, splitting in so many different countries. Like I talked to students that are coming from Bogota campus in Colombia. They're coming after their technician program to study our masters. Or the other day we have a visit from a student from Indonesia. So we do activities also together. We have our faculty also traveling to another campuses. So I think it's a kind of experience that really our students are going to enjoy, actually. So in a way, so I think that's really a big thing for us. Yeah.
Okay, and can you say us what is the perfect candidate for you? What kind of a student profile of a student you need actually for studying at your institution?
Yeah, I think like any institution, we are looking to have committed candidate students, I will say. Because at the end of the day, if all the students in the classroom, they push, also the faculty will push, and really they will go all further and go even more far. Because if the student is quiet, is not really proactive, I think it's going to make things slower in the classroom. And I think at the end of the day, the efforts for the student, for the parents, about time, about the budget that they have. And I think as personal professional experience, they need to explore the city, have fun, well, even the country or even Europe, getting the visa. So I think that I think it's a personal, but I think yes, they need to be push themselves to the point. Also, the great thing is that we have psychologists in our facilities, so we know how can be struggling the first times, because from year one they're going to start doing prototypes, so they're going to start to work, so they need to be conscious that that's really what is the reality about life. So I think in that way, yes, we need committed students.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. If our students have some more questions, I'm encouraging them to ask. So maybe we can wait like a minute to see if somebody will ask something.
Yeah, sure. For sure. And yes, I think I listened my colleague from Barcelona talking about Barcelona. It was nice. And I think, yes, they need to explore options. And the great thing about coming to Barcelona, getting the visa, is that they can explore another countries where also design is important. So It's not just coming here, it's to explore also like other countries, other places where really they can develop their skills as designers. So yes.
Yeah, we have one questions regarding companies, where your students are often, like where they're working after the university. Can you say some examples, for example?
Yeah, of course. So we had the students that they became entrepreneurs, like creating like video games. So for example, five students, they create a Halcyon video game. Okay, that actually tomorrow we'll be able to share the QR code so people can play it if they fancy to. But yes, I mean, they're getting to work in companies like Rosa Clara that I mentioned before. Also in Inditex, because we have close relationship with Inditex. Everyone knows Zara, right? I think in any country that I travel. So we have students that they had the opportunity to stay there afterwards. Okay. Also in magazines like Vogue, because we also have fashion communication. In graphic design, we had more like small design studios in graphics. So it's more like that. And then we have one of our masters regarding branding is Morillas. That is one of, they are well reputed internationally. So we have the students that they had the opportunity also to stay afterwards. So that's a big thing really for us. Yeah. And actually, now that you're asking, we in the Felicidad Dulce Awards we had Paolo Coppola. He used to be our student, and now he works for accessorizing for Balenciaga. So yeah, so that's how really, you know, if they do what they have to do and they go even further, they can really achieve their dreams. So that's a very nice thing afterwards to get to know that.
Yes, exactly. And what about internships during the studies? Are you providing some internships, or they're doing internships after their studies? How it is working there?
Okay, so for our bachelor's students, is mandatory. If it's part of the study plan, they must do 150 hours. So through our careers department, we ensure that all the students from bachelor, they must do internships. So I know that last year we created over 300 agreements with companies. So that's amazing. And now that we are going to open more programs for next year, I think they have a really nice work to do. So yes. Also, we have 2 official master programs. So it's going to be mandatory for them. And for the masters that are private, it's optional, but they can do up to 900 hours per company. So we do your first per area. We do recruitment days. We also invite HR companies in order to provide them tips about CV, how is the interview process, how is the cover letter, and about the official programs. We do a follow-up to the student from the moment they start to do the applications to the companies, during the interview process, during the internship. So yes, we are very close to them. After the studies, they can also do when the program is finished, they can also they have 6 months if they here with a visa. Okay, but the good thing is that they have job opportunities too. Like for a bachelor student, they can apply to work and stay 1 year longer here. I mean, during the studies, they can all work 30 hours per week, but then they can apply for a job-seeking visa. So that's also a good opportunity too.
Okay, great. Thank you. Because a lot of our students are actually asking us about internships.
Yeah, of course.
Because in Serbia, it's a bit different, you know, like the studies are more theoretical and not practical, and they're often searching for internships during their studies. So thank you. That's it. I don't see any questions, but your presentation will be on our platform, so they can see afterwards, and they can ask via email, or they will ask us, so we will ask you. So we will be in touch. And of course, all students that are interested in speaking with you, they can come tomorrow to speak with you in Hotel Marriott. So
I can't wait.
Yes,
I can't wait to go.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
We have actually one more question. Sorry.
Okay.
Regarding career services, do you have like a career office for like a career support to students in your institution?
Yeah, so we have a student services department where is my colleague Anna. So she's the one talking to every student to find out what kind of internship of job they're looking for. So the students, they have access in their student virtual campus to all the job offers, internships, also through the portfolio tool. So during and after the studies. And yes, we do a follow-up, like we check the contract, we check the how is the legal situation, for example. Like now in Spain, I mean, there is not mandatory to get paid, but now they need to secure that that they really, the hours that they're doing is like they have been working, even if at the end of the day they don't get paid. But in terms like in the future for your pensions, you will count. Okay, so that's important too. So we keep on track of, on our students. So that's important in that way. And yes, if they are sick, if they are not feeling like well to go, so we count the hours, and also we talk to the company really close. So the relationship is very tight. So yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for everything. It was very useful for our students.
Thank you.
So see you tomorrow and
See you
enjoy
tomorrow.
your time.
Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Sada ćemo napraviti pauzu od par minuta. Slijedi prezentacija GPSB Global Business School koji ima kampuse na Malti, u Španiji, u Barceloni i Madridu. Tako da za sve koji su zainteresovani za programe ovog univerziteta, ostanite sa nama i vidimo se uskoro. Sljedeće predavanje držat će nam predstavnica biznis škole GBSB koja ima kampuse na Malti i u Barceloni i Madridu u Španiji. Također željela bih ovom prilikom da vas podsjetim da naše nagrađivanje na Instagramu još uvek traje. Ovo je odlična prilika da osvojite CV, motivacijno pismo i besplatno savjetovanje za univerzitete koje želite da aplicirate u budućnosti, tako da eto do 7 sati se igramo i u 7 sati proglašavamo pobednike, tako da požurite, imate još malo vremena. Hello Victoria, nice to meet you.
Hello Mina, nice meeting you, and thank you everyone for joining us.
If you're ready, you can start with your presentation.
Sure, I'm ready. Okay, so today I will share the screen. Today we're going to speak about the career opportunities that actually the business education, in particular GBSB Global, can give students in the digital era. And first of all, it is important to say a bit about the school, the business school that provides such career opportunities. So GBSB Global Business School is an international business school that offers higher educational programs, so bachelor, master, MBA programs, and also short summer courses, the 2-week summer courses, 100% in English language. We offer the multi-campus approach. So this means that students can study in different locations such as Spain, Malta, and also those who would like to study remotely. It's also possible to choose online campus. We offer 3 intakes throughout the year. So students can join us in January, in April, and in October. And school is internationally accredited. It is accredited both by Generalitat de Catalunya, the Maltese Further and Higher Education Authority. It is also, it has partnership with Erasmus+, and we have different international accreditations such as the American one, ACBSP, the British ASIC, European Council for Business Education. So while joining the program, all the students can be sure that the diploma is going to be 100% accredited. So what is important nowadays? Of course, we are all living in the digital era, and at our business school, we try to be focused on digitalization, starting from classes. All our classes are equipped with digital board, and also we try to include the digital related courses in all our programs. Doesn't matter if it is a financial course or sports management, everywhere we will find this business innovation and digital approach. The school is also part of Imagine Academy, and it is Microsoft Showcase School. So apart from studies, students can also take the certificate of Microsoft, such as PowerPoint, Word, and Excel. That is also important not only during the studies, but of course after the studies to apply for the good job. And the second thing about the school is, of course, internalization. And we have really huge diversity. So currently we have more than 100 nationalities among our students, and our faculty body is represented by more than 20 countries. This means that in our groups, where there are approximately 25 students in a group, we will have about 20 students from different countries, different nationalities. And around 48% of our students are coming from Europe. The important thing is that the future leader DNA actually consists of these 2 things: the digital experience, because nowadays in all the jobs you will find this digital marketing, branding strategies, artificial intelligence, and also the diversity, because we all live in the diverse world, and we have the international connections, not only the personal, but of course in terms of careers and in terms of future perspectives. So when it comes to us, I have already mentioned that we have 4 campuses in 2 countries. In Spain, it is Barcelona and Madrid, also Malta, and online campus. And when it comes to our programs, in terms of bachelors, we offer the Bachelor of Business Administration and Digital Innovation program. this digital approach, the one I was talking about. And inside this program, we have 7 majors, such as entrepreneurship, PR communications, finance and fintech, fashion luxury business, sports and esports management, digital marketing, and the general one, the management program. So students applying for the program will study with us for 3 years, and this is 100% English program that is 180 ECTS credits. So upon completing the program, students will get the level 6 qualification. And when it comes to studies, we actually offer the multi-campus approach, so students can choose whether they would like to study a 3rd year in one campus or another. So as you may see in the screen, if students are choosing Barcelona, the 1st and the 2nd year of studies are in Barcelona, and in the 3rd year of studies, students can transfer either to Malta and get this experience of studying in another country, maybe switch to online studies in case, for instance, you would like to get back home and complete your bachelor degree from home. Or the other option is a more practical option. It is online and Barcelona. So students still stay in Barcelona. They have some classes on campus. The majority of classes are switched to online. And additionally, students will have 2 routes. The first one is internship. So for the half a year, it is possible to request an internship, and the 3rd year will be practical in terms of this. The other route is entrepreneurial. It is the interesting thing for those students who are interested in leading their own startups and becoming the entrepreneur. So what this means for the 3rd year of studies, for the half a year, together with the mentors, with the Career Development Center, you will develop your entrepreneurial skills. And in case you have an interesting business idea, you can just easily develop it throughout this time. And on the other note, it is important to say that business education is always practical. So during the studies, apart from classes, there will be different kinds of workshops, group projects, and also industry visits. So around 2-3 times in a term, students go to different companies where they also have this practical approach coming from our industry speakers. And the professors, the faculty members who teach, they actually have this practical approach, and they have an experience in the same field they teach. So it's not only the PhD professors. When it comes to our master programs, we also have the range of programs starting from Master of Science with different majors, as you may see here in the screen, the Master of Arts with 4 majors, and also MBA programs for those students who are interested in negotiating and who have actually the good work experience for at least 2 or 3 years in the managerial field. When it comes to these programs, the duration is 1 year, and it is either 60 ECTS programs for Master of Arts or 90 ECTS programs for Master of Science and MBA. And when it comes to this program, they're also quite practical, and the same as our bachelor programs. For instance, when it comes to Master of Arts, you will have studies 4 days in a week, from Tuesday to Friday in the evenings hours. And in the first part of the day, it is possible either to take an internship or to attend different kind of workshops or just take your time. For Master of Science, the duration is also 1 year. The class is coming from Monday to Friday, 5 days in a week, and usually in the morning hours. So this means that in the afternoons and in the evening, students still can take internship. And by the way, when it comes to internship and part-time job, according to the visa policy, it is possible to work part-time during the studies. And if the students would like to apply for the part-time job, the career department will help with this. And also in case students would like to have an internship, our career department will help with internship as well. So when it comes to our career department, this is, let's say, the most important, the most interesting part for the majority of business students, because of course, obviously, when you're applying for a bachelor or master program, you're expected to have the good job right after. So our career department offers different types of options, starting from internship. It is not mandatory, so you don't have to do the internship. But in case you would like to take an internship, obviously you will need to contact the career department, and we will help students with this. I can say that this year, when it comes to the third year of bachelor students, for instance, 100% of students who requested the internship got this internship. And the majority of internships are paid. The other thing is, of course, the industry visits and workshops, not only in campus in Spain or in Malta, but also for online students. We offer the range of different pre-recorded workshops and pre-recorded seminars provided by industry speakers. We participate in our students can participate in the career fairs. We offer once a year the career fair for all the students who are interested both in internship or in the future job. There is alumni reunion. Those students who have recently graduated, they have a network, and they together can negotiate. And of course, we have the alumni events. We offer the career portal, the one I will talk a bit later, and also the G Accelerator, the really interesting thing that I will tell you during this presentation as well. So when it comes to the industry visits, as you may see, we have both in Spain and in Malta. And Malta is actually more focused on finance and on blockchain, since it was one of the first countries in the world that legalized blockchain. That is why we organize such events like Stock Exchange. In Spain, we also have Zaragoza Logistics Center visit. And apart from this, it is also the 1 week trip for those students who are interested in operation supply chain management, or those students who just have experience or interested in logistics, because in Zaragoza, it is one of the hugest logistics centers in Spain. And itself, ZLC is a part of MIT Global Skill Network. So students can get not only some knowledge from industry speakers, but also from MIT professors. When it comes to the career fairs, we usually offer the 2-day fair. The first day is related to speakers, and students who join the career fair, they can get some more information about the new startups, the companies. They can also have the different kind of networking communications and conversations with industry speakers. And throughout the second day of career fair, there will be kind of one-to-one face-to-face meetings with industry speakers, and also with the companies, in particular with HR departments of the companies. So there are going to be different kind of organizations who will come to you with the purpose of hiring an intern. So it's more practical in terms of different job options. We also have the career portal. It looks like the Headhunter. This means that students in online can choose what kind of option do they prefer, either it's the full-time job, internship, or part-time job. The students can choose a location, so it's not only open for Spain, but for Malta and for online students as well. Different kind of fields. And in online, it is also possible to send a CV and even to have conversation with the HR department. So this portal will help you in finding different types of jobs on your own with the credentials from the GPSD Global. And another thing that I have already told you a bit about is a G Accelerator. It is really important and really proud to say that on our campus in Barcelona, we have our own startup accelerator. So those students, not only bachelor's, but also the master or MBA students who have these interesting business ideas, they are free to apply for this G Accelerator. And if the idea is really good and it's worth it, together with the mentors, so students can get mentorship, and together with the mentors, they will keep developing this idea, and the student will get a chance to actually open his own business and to have his own startup. We already have several successful cases. And of course, if you are really interested in entrepreneurship, if you would like to have your own business, this is the perfect option for you if you join our Barcelona campus and G Accelerator program right up. As for the alumni, it is really important to say that the majority of our students, around 49% of students, are the age of 18 to 25, but it doesn't mean that we don't accept students who are older than this. Obviously, if you are 40 plus, you're also free to apply for our master or MBA programs. And our students mostly work in marketing and sales, and also in different types of administration positions, since business school offer the managerial experience. As you may see here in the screen, we have quite many students who work in banks and insurance companies, because we have quite many financial programs such as finance, fintech and digital banking, blockchain management. We have many students who work in ICT information technology, in hospitality and tourism, restaurants. We also even have the students who work in the mental health industry, in gaming industry, because even in the program of sports management, we have also the esports, the cyber sports, and of course, quite many students who work in sales and marketing. When it comes to the companies, you may see here that the companies are also completely different, and all the international companies, starting from Coca-Cola to Apple and Ford and Amazon and Google. Around 80% of our students got an employment within half a year once they complete the program. So I can say that nowadays the business education in GPSB Global in terms of digital education is one of the best in Europe, because once again, on all our programs, we offer this digital approach in terms of structure. And for the majority of students, this will be the good benefit once they're applying for the jobs. And another benefit, of course, is an option of doing internship. Because once again, if you are applying for the job right after, it is really important, I can say even necessary, to have some kind of internship and some kind of practical and work experience. So that is why, in case you complete the program and do the internship, you can be pretty sure that afterwards you will get a really good position in different international companies worldwide. And of course, you will be successful in the digital era. So this is the main information about the programs we have, and also about this career options that GPSB Global offers. And we are always happy to answer all the questions that you might have after the presentation. So thank you for joining us, and good to see you on the V Academy.
Thank you for your presentation. It was really useful for all the students that are interested in this field of studies. I have questions for you. Can you tell us what is your perfect candidate? What kind of students you're searching for?
Okay, obviously, first of all, when it comes for both, for bachelor's and for master students, the student should be, first of all, he should have the aim and the purpose he applies for the program. That is actually why, while we have the admission process, we have the personal interview with each student, request both the motivation letter and the CV, because we need to understand what exactly student would like to study, why he would like to study, and he should be really motivated, highly motivated in studies. Because despite the fact that we have 4 or 5 classes in a day sometimes, I mean, obviously the schedule is a bit different, but still it is quite intensive. Both for on-campus studies, for online studies, especially for online, because students should be highly motivated. And of course, we need to make sure that the main aim of coming to Spain and applying general to the GBSP Global is studies. So that is why we need to check this. Of course, English language is required, and this is another thing that we pay much attention, because apart from European students, we have quite many students, native speaker students from the United States of America, from the UK, and obviously all the students should feel comfortable in the same classes. So the minimum required level of English for bachelor's is B2, for master's it's C1, and of course it should be the academic English.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And also, I wanted to ask you, what do you think is the most important skill that students need for their work in the future?
For work in the future, so currently I can say that once again, we are living in digital era. So that is why the first skill, of course, at least knowing the digital marketing, at least the basic knowledge. The second thing is communication skills. And the third thing is, cross-cultural communications, because the majority of students would like to apply for international companies. And obviously, we need to know how to communicate with each other, with partners who are coming from different parts of the world.
Okay, thank you. That's it from when it comes to questions. This presentation will stay on our platform, so if students have any kind of a question, they will send us and you, so you can answer them. Thank you for everything. We will be in touch for later. And now I want to say something to our students. Sljedeća prezentacija jeste Thomas More, University of Applied Sciences iz Belgije, tako da krećemo za 5 minuta sa ovom prezentacijom. Ostanite sa nama. Evo, zdravo svima. Opet se javljamo sa naša Careers of the Future sajma. Ovog puta prezentaciju će nam držati predstavnica Iris sa Thomas More University of Applied Sciences iz Belgije. Tako da svi oni koji su zainteresovani za AI, elektrotehniku, computer science, business management ili komunikacije medije, neka ostanu na ovoj prezentaciji i nek čuju zašto je ovo pravi univerzitet za njih. Hello, Iris. Nice to meet you. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Evo da samo sredimo i uklonimo ove tehničke probleme i uključujemo se opet. Iris, can you hear us now? We cannot hear you. Dok nam se Iris priključuje, da vas još jedan put podsjetim da imate još malo vremena da nam se priključite na našem nagrađivanju koje se odvija na Instagramu. Ovo je odlična prilika i da prosto osvojite besplatan CV ili savjetovanje ili motivaciono pismo za vaše naravno studiju u inostranstvu. Tako da evo još sat vremena se igramo, nakon ove prezentacije imamo još jednu prezentaciju i nakon toga odnosno objavljujemo i pobednike nagrađivanja. Hello Iris, can you hear us now?
Yes. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay.
And
good.
we can see your presentation, so it looks like everything is fine now.
Okay, great.
If you're ready, you can start.
Yes, I will. So welcome to this presentation on careers in international communication and media. And these programs we have in this field, you can take at our University of Applied Sciences, which is Thomas More. And maybe just to let you know where Thomas More is. Thomas More is a University of Applied Sciences in Belgium. As you know, Belgium is in the heart of Europe. And our university is also located in the heart of Belgium, you could say. As you can see, we're very centrally located and it's very easy to get to other Central European cities like London, Amsterdam or Paris. We have several campuses in Belgium and they are all situated in Flanders, which is the Dutch-speaking part of Belgium. At our University of Applied Sciences, Thomas More, we have programs in different fields of expertise, as you can see. But today I'm going to talk about the media and communication programs. These are the different programs. It are all bachelor degrees, which is interesting to know. So we have a degree in international communication and media, but also one in international journalism, one in information management and multimedia, and a degree in international media and entertainment business. So we offer 4 degrees, but one degree, the first one you can see, has 2 different options or tracks you can choose. So all of these programs, we offer them in Mechelen, which is a city in Flanders, Dutch-speaking part of Belgium. So they are all located at one campus in Mechelen, and that's our media campus, as you can see here. And we have a very nice terrace towards the river. So it's really nice to sit there during summertime. Now the weather is not that good, but still it's a beautiful sight there at the riverside. Yes, our media campus. That's our home, you could say, the home for our media and communication programs. And we can say that we are really proud of our fully equipped media campus. And we think that's really important to have a well-equipped media campus, because that's a really stimulating and motivating environment for all of our media and communication students. So as you can see, we have our own audiovisual services desk, where students can lend audiovisual material, all kinds of audiovisual material, from cameras to audio recording devices, to tripods, to microphones you could use with your own smartphone, for instance, because we think that's also very important to learn our students how they can use their smartphone, which they all have, as a professional device. And sometimes then you need some extra material like a microphone, like a tripod. And that's all to be lent at our audiovisual services. But also more experimental material, like cameras that can have like a 360 view, or VR glasses, things like that. Also, those new technology materials are for lent at our service desk. And then, of course, we have also our different studios, because when you think of media, you also think of TV, radio, editing rooms, graphic studios, audio recording studios. So those rooms, those practical rooms, are all available for students at our campus. And also something we are very proud of and we think is very important for the careers of the future is our Experience Hub, which is also located at our campus. And that's a room stuffed with a new technology material. And we cooperate with our research department for this Experience Hub. So our researchers also in the field of media and communication, they use this Experience Hub for testing, for experiments, for research projects. But also students are very welcome to join them, the researchers, in our Experience Hub, but also our teachers are using this room for giving classes and letting students experiment with new materials, like you can see here, VR virtual reality glasses. We also have in this Experience Hub a Green Key studio, which means that you can have like any virtual studio you can imagine in this Green Key studio. So that's also a very interesting and fun thing to experiment with students. They can act as if they are on the beach on Hawaii, for instance. So it offers a lot of possibilities also to be creative with. Let's take a look at the programs we offer. So I already gave you an overview. The first one in the list is our bachelor's degree in international communication and media. And this bachelor's degree has like 2 tracks: the branding and activation track, which is more oriented towards jobs in the advertising industry, like for advertising agencies, communications agencies, branding agencies. And there's a second track, the public and corporate affairs track. And this track is aimed at jobs in public affairs, of course, but also in PR. Think of music or fashion or sports public relations, but also crisis communications, lobbying. Those things are all linked to the public and corporate affairs track. The program itself consists of 3 years. Our bachelor programs are all 3-year programs. And the first 2 years of the program, a lot of the courses students have in common. So it's only in the 3rd year that they really can specialize either in the branding and activation track or the public and corporate affairs track. But as a whole, this means that our bachelor program in international communication and media combines a theoretical and a practical approach to global communication and media. And that's something we think is really important. So you get a strong, firm theoretical basis, but the practical approach, the learning by doing, is also very important. So the key words in this program are strategy, creativity, and experiment. So it's a combination of these 3. Also important is that we offer a truly intercultural environment to our students. And that's also a thing that's really important to have a future-proof program, because we already live in an intercultural world, and that will become more and more the case in the future as well. So it's really important that you learn how to work in an intercultural environment and that you already create a network with people from across the globe. Now, let's take a closer look at the job opportunities a student has after studying international communications and media. It depends, of course, on the track you will take, what your job opportunities are. So when you choose for the public and corporate affairs track, I already talked about public relations, but also you can work as a social media consultant, as a spokesperson, of course, or a director of external affairs, but also a corporate communication manager. So lots of possibilities. When we go to the branding and activation track, that prepares you for a job as a concept creator, as a copywriter, as a visual creative, but also as a brand manager or account manager. Also, social media creative is an opportunity, and media planning is also a field where you can work in. So this is all about brands and making your brand stronger by advertisements, but also by the use of social media, influencers, and so on. Let's go to our second program in line, and that's our International Journalism Bachelor's degree. And our International Journalism program, again, is a combination of practical skills and knowledge, the more theoretical sides of the program. And our International Journalism really wants you to prepare for a job in an international but also very diverse context. We think that's really important. But of course, overall journalistic skills, that's really something you should have when you want to become a journalist or reporter or whatever. And these are the skills that we offer in our courses. We start with researching because you have to find reliable information. We have also courses in writing, interviewing, but also in media skills. Photography, video skills, audio skills are all a part of the curriculum. And very important is also our project work. So from the first year on, we make newspapers, radio news, TV, small TV news stories with our students. And then from the second year on, the work becomes like a bit more complicated. We make magazines, video talk shows, video stories, podcasts, radio shows, and so on. I talked about the skills, the practical side, but there's also the knowledge, the more theoretical side. And these are the topics we think is really important for a journalist to know something about. It's about culture, it's about politics, it's about topics that are internationally relevant for an international society relevant. We also go deeper into new world narratives because there's not only our European narrative, but the view on how the world works is very different in Africa or in South America, and that's something we want to discuss in this course. But also ethics are very important, a bit of history of journalism and intercultural communication. If you interview people from all around the world, it's really important to work on your intercultural communication. Students in international journalism can also take some language electives in Dutch, in French, in Spanish, even in Chinese. Those are the possibilities on our campuses. German is also a possibility, but you have like more possibilities outside the campus as well. Also important for our international journalism students is that from the second year on in their program, they can choose a medium focus. So you start by working for all different media. So you get the basics in all media, but then you can go deeper into a medium you are interested in. Also very important is our own cross-media project 21BIS. So 21BIS is a website, as you can see, but we also have our own social media channels on Instagram, for instance. And so everything our second and third year students produce, all this content is published on our website and on our social media channels. This means that the work of our students is really out there. It can be seen by everyone, but we do have a targeted audience we want to reach. And our students work for an audience of international students in Belgium. That's also something we think is really important, that students learn how to work in a real life context. When you work for a professional medium, there is a target audience you have to take into account too. So that's also something we learn our students. So they work for a real audience. 21BIS is one of our practice enterprises. And this is now the one I mentioned for international journalism, but also our other media and communication programs, they all have their own practice enterprise. And that's also really important to get this feeling of working in a real life context. The photo you can see here is from our 21BIS news. So our TV studio can be rebuilt to a news studio or a talk show studio. So it's very flexible as well. And then we have the job opportunities for our graduates in international journalism. Of course, there's the different journalist jobs like broadcast journalists for radio or TV, but also for the written media, newspapers, magazines, and of course a website. So digital journalist is also an option. But especially for international journalism, we aim also for people who want to become a reporter, doing work abroad, but also being a correspondent, for instance. But also documentary filmmaker is a possibility. Our students who focus on video, their final work, for instance, is a short documentary. So that's really nice to put into your portfolio if that's your ambition to become a documentary filmmaker. But also fact checkers. Fact checking is really becoming more and more important. So that's also certainly a job for the future. And that is also a job where in our international journalism program, students are prepared for to do. Okay, another one. This is our International Media and Entertainment Business program. And in this program, we focus on international business skills and entrepreneurship skills. That's the business in the title of the program, of course. And you could say it's a sort of business program, but specifically aimed at the media and entertainment industry. So therefore, it's also really important in the program that you acquire knowledge of the international media and entertainment landscape, and that you get really a strong insight in the creative industry. Students also learn to develop innovative media and entertainment formats. And in their final year, they have to create a startup. So a startup in, again, the field of media and entertainment. So again, the business, marketing, economic skills come together with insight in media. They also experiment with new media formats. So they also use our studios to, for instance, experiment or test new quiz formats, for instance. So that's also something they do. When we take a look at the job opportunities, very diverse, from producer jobs, media producer, creative producer, to more business jobs like business developing for the media industry, but also for the entertainment business, but also on more production side of the industry. Our international media and entertainment business graduates can surely find a job. So production assistant, production manager, and of course, the media entrepreneurs. If you want to become a media entrepreneur yourself, this is the ideal program. And then the last one in our series is our program, International Digital Product Architect, and that's a track within the bachelor's degree in Information Management and Multimedia. Now, this is not about architecture, about buildings, but it has to do with designing and building the digital projects of tomorrow. This means that you really learn to use technology as a tool for boosting efficiency, sustainability, and quality of life. And that means that you are going to learn how to develop interactive and intuitive interfaces. And as you can see, also here you have a lot of job opportunities on the side of web development, web design, but also app development, graphic design, service design, and then also to the more technical jobs like the JavaScript developer, PHP developer, and the digital experience designer. So to round up, again, an overview of our 3 bachelor degree programs. You can take them in a full 3-year program. So when you come from secondary school and you meet the requirements, you can take this 3-year or one of these 3-year programs. But we also offer the possibility to do this program in a short version, an abridged program, as we call it. And these short programs of 1 year are meant for students who already have a bachelor or even a master's degree in the broader field of media, communication, languages, business. Depends a bit of what specific program we mention here you want to take up. Especially it's interesting for bachelor degree students, so students who already have a bachelor degree in a linked field, but it's also interesting for master students or master graduates because they often have like a quite theoretical program they took. So they lack sometimes a bit of practical skills. And then it's really interesting to make a combination of a more academic theoretical master's degree that you already have with a practical bachelor degree. And that's also what we do in the short programs. We really focus on the practical things. So a lot of project work, internship, and so on. So to give an overview, our bachelor degrees are all 180 credits. They take 6 semesters or 3 years. We also have Dutch thought programs, but that's not so interesting, I think, for you guys. And of course, there's also the possibility to incorporate an exchange program in this 3-year program. And then you have the short or abridged programs with 2 semesters, and they all have like about 60 degrees, often just a little bit more, 63, 67. Something all our programs have is the international orientation. So in all of our media and communication programs are international projects incorporated, started from year 1. These are short projects, so you go abroad for just a few days and you work together with students from other universities in other countries. You also have the possibility to do a study exchange. It's not compulsory, but in your 2nd year, you can go outside Belgium to have like 1 semester of study. And then there are the international internships, where again, for a longer period of time, you can go outside Belgium to do your internship. As I mentioned before, we also offer other programs in other fields of expertise if you're not immediately interested in our media and communication programs. And 2 very new ones are the pharma and healthcare logistics postgraduate program, also programs meant for students who already have a bachelor's or master's degree. And also brand new is our esports manager micro credential. This is how an academic year looks like. So normally we start in September. All our programs start in September, but some of our programs also can start in February for the media and communications program. That's our international communication and media program. So the first one in our list, you could say. Something more about tuition fees and scholarships you can find here. Serbia, Albania are non-EEA countries, so you have to look at that column for the tuition fees, but it is possible based on your merit you got from your first semester to get a scholarship for the tuition fee in the second semester. So if everything went well in the first semester, you can apply for a scholarship for the second semesters. So in that way, the tuition fee will be less. An important thing to know is that we have admission requirements. So as I said, for our 3-year bachelor degrees, you need to have a secondary education diploma. And you can ask for more information at our admission department just to know what exactly is required. Also very important are our language requirements. You need to have a B2 level in English. So that's also important to know.
I'm sorry, Iris, for interrupting you. Our time is up. So if you can, we should wrap it up everything and kind of finish this presentation. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So I just wanted to say that we have an international student support team to welcome our international students and to support them with any question they may have, also on housing and so on. In this presentation, I have also some interesting contact. So that is something that you can really check on our website if you require some more information. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope, it was interesting for you all.
Yes, thank you for this. It was very useful for our students for sure. If they have any kind of a question, for sure they will send you an email or they will ask us, so we will ask you. Thank you once again for everything.
Okay, you're welcome and have a very nice evening.
Yes, you too. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Sljedeća prezentacija jeste EU Business School, to jest naša Natalija Bulatović će govoriti u ime ove biznis škole, s obzirom na to da ona tamo trenutno studira luxury and fashion business. Natalija, da li me čuješ?
Čujem, dobro večer.
Zdravo.
Dobro večer.
Eto, ti u suštini, ako si spremna, možeš krenuti sa svojim izlaganjem, pa eto, ja sam tu naravno da ti postavim neka pitanja koja uglavnom naši studenti imaju. Izvoli.
Pre svega, moje ime je Natalija. Ja sam sada na master studijama koje se zovu Luxury and Fashion Business na EU Business School. Moj jednogodišnji master traje 3 semestra. Predmeti koje mi sada učimo i koji su najaktualniji su iz oblasti luxury industrije, marketinga, komunikacije i biznisa. Ja sam završila osnovne studije vezano za odnose s javnošću i komunikacije, ali kad sam upisivala master, posle malo dubljeg razmišljala, shvatila da ne želim baš da se bavim samo marketingom, nego nešto vezano za beauty industriju ili luxury industriju. I uspela sam da nađem savršen program za to na kom sam sada. Ono što se meni najviše dopada oko ovog smjera je to što zaista svi nastavnici su odlični i imaju puno iskustva što se tiče tih, da kažem, marketinga, luxury industrije. Svi su ili radili tamo ili trenutno rade i daju nam veoma korisne savete za našu buduću karijeru poslovnu. I najraznovrsniji su predmeti u smislu ima predmeta koji se bave time kako da postanemo uspešni lideri, kako da se snalazimo u kompaniji u kojoj ćemo u budućnosti raditi, kako izgleda taj čitav svet luksuza, tih luksuznih brendova, komunikacije, što je jako bitno danas u tom biznis svijetu i kako znati pravilno komunicirati sa i direktorima i sa ljudima i budućim tim, kako da kažem, customers, mušterijama, tako nazovem. I čitava ta luksuzna industrija se zapravo izučava malo detaljnije, što je meni jako zanimljivo. Meni je također bitno to što nismo u velikim grupama i što profesori mogu da zapamte nas sve i mogu da se fokusiraju posebno na svakoga i da obrate pažnju, da svako ima mogućnost da dođe da postavi neka pitanja vezano za ili karijeru ili ovako za ono što je meni bitno u čitavoj ovoj priči oko studiranja na EU Business School je to što oni zaista puno akcenta stavljaju na praktičnu nastavu, u smislu u toku jednog semestra uvek imamo nedelju dana immersion weeka, koji zapravo služi za to da nam kompanije, velike kompanije i poznate prilično i u Španiji, ne samo u Španiji nego iz cijele Evrope, dolaze i gostuju na naš univerzitet, predstavnici tih kompanija i imamo mogućnost da uživo popričamo sa njima i da se raspitamo o mogućim prilikama vezano za neke pozicije koje nas interesuju u njihovim kompanijama i kako možemo da se spremimo za moguće intervjue koje ćemo imati i daju nam također neke savete kako možda bolje da spremimo naš CV, kako jednostavno da budemo spremni da bi uspeli da osiguramo poziciju u njihovoj kompaniji, što je meni također jako zanimljivo, zato što je uvek bitno da imamo direktan kontakt sa ljudima koji su baš u tom poslu i baš u toj sferi toga što nas interesuje i još možemo onako malo bliže da im se približimo, a ne da ih vidimo, ja znam, samo na LinkedInu ili Instagramu. Što se tiče zaista i profesora, oni nam na kraju radimo razne projekte vezano za i marketing i za tu luksuznu industriju i nekako na taj praktičan način učimo iz prve ruke od nastavnika kako da smišljamo te marketinške planove i sve vezano za našu buduću karijeru, što je za mene jako zanimljivo, pošto sam naučila mnogo stvari. Recimo sad radimo marketinški plan za brazilsko tržište vezano za liniju kupaćih kostima koju smo mi osmislili, što je meni jako zanimljivo i jako korisno, pošto sam zaista mnogo novih stvari naučila. Nastavnici nam također daju nekako, ovako da kažem, life advices, što mogu da nam kasnije u životu nekako pomognu i zaista imaju taj neki prijateljski odnos sa nama i uopšte nisu, da kažem, prestroj ili tako nešto, nego imaju onako baš chill i prijateljski odnos sa nama i daju nam te nekako kao roditeljske savete za buduću karijeru, kako da uspemo u životu, kako da napravimo neke greške moguće, čak nam predlažu i knjige i neke ovako naučne radove da pročitamo, što je meni zaista super. Tako da sve u svemu ja sam i takako zadovoljna i preporučila bih svima koji, naravno posebna stvar je život u Barceloni, tu nema, ja mislim da nema puno toga da se kaže uopšte i čitavo ovo iskustvo je baš lijepo za mene, jako korisno i nadam se to da svi koji imaju neku nedoumicu da li da upišu ili ne upišu, pošto mislim da neće biti razočarani. Ako neko možda ima neko pitanje. Ja sam
Hvala ti, Natalija. Eto, ja ću ti postaviti par pitanja što nam često naši studenti postavljaju. Htjela sam u suštini da te pitam, s obzirom na to da EU Business School ima mogućnost da vi tokom vaših studija menjate kampuse, da li se možda ti razmišljala o tome da promeniš kampus i možda malo više o tome da nam kažeš gde se nalaze ti drugi kampusi i generalno koji još programe EU Business School nudi?
Da, EU Business School ima 3 kampusa. Jedan je u Ženevi, čini mi se, drugi u Minhenu. Ima mogućnost da se menja, međutim ja to još uvijek nisam isprobala, ali Ja mislim da planiram negde možda od sledećeg semestra, koji je meni ujedno i poslednji, ali meni je nekako najatraktivnija trenutno lokacija Barcelona, ali onako da vidim bih voljela. Sad, što se tiče programa koji još nude, znam da tu ima i digitalni marketing, i financije, i biznis, za neke koji bi baš samo time da se bave. Moj smer je nekako više tih stvari ukomponovanih u jedan smer. Ovo su više onako malo stručniji smerovi za ljude koji možda više vole financije, ekonomiju, matematiku, ili recimo marketing ili digitalni marketing ili tako nešto, što je meni isto zanimljivo jako, pošto čujemo od drugih učenika da su zadovoljni. Tako da imamo i tu mogućnost da uradimo jedan semestar gde izaberemo, što je meni takođe jako značajno, pošto eto možemo da vidimo i kako je na njihovom kampusu tamo u drugoj zemlji i da vidimo kako oni tamo funkcionišu, ali eto planiram svakako u budućnosti to da ispravam.
Super. I eto, htjela sam te pitam, s obzirom na to da si rekla da ti je Barcelona onako atraktivna kao lokacija, šta je to što bi ti izdvojila, zašto je Barcelona toliko unikatna u odnosu na neke možda druge gradove u kojima si do sada bila i zašto možda studenti baš treba Barcelonu da izaberu, da odu tamo i da eto žive i studiraju?
Pa ja bih iskreno rekla da je Barcelona možda i najbolji studentski grad za sve mlade ljude, zato što je nekako, rekla bih, jednostavno dočekuje otvorenih ruku sve nove, da kažem, mlade ljude koji dolaze ovde i prema svima je jako otvorena i grad je jako živ, u smislu uvek ima dosta toga da se vidi i da se radi kad nismo na fakultetu. I što se tiče samog grada, nekako je lako snaći se i doći od tačke A do tačke B, nije uopšte potrebno ni mnogo nešto umeća, ništa nije zbunjujuće, sve je jako lepo regulisano i veoma organizovano, u smislu ništa nije ni konfuzno za ljude koji možda dolaze iz nekih manjih gradova pa se možda plaše da se neće dobro snaći i zbog metroa i zbog prevoza, ali je to zaista baš lepo organizovano. I grad kao grad je ovako uvek živ, ima dosta turista, svi su jako ljubazni, onako jednostavno čine da se ljudi osjećaju dobrodošlim i to je ono što je meni zaista bilo bitno u čitavoj priči. Tako da ja sam se jako našla ovde i mnogo mi se dopada.
Eto, baš mi je drago to da čujem i verujem da će se našim studentima isto koliko se odluče baš na Barcelonu grad svideti, s obzirom na to, eto, to što kažeš da i dočekuje otvorenih ruku i da onako multinacionalan grad. Zato sam i htjela da te pitam da li na samom recimo kampusu i u business schoola, da li, s obzirom na to da je internacionalna atmosfera, pretpostavljam, da li ima i španskih studenta ili si ih možda upoznala ovako na nekim drugim prosto studentskim mestima? Da li si eto bila u kontaktu i sa Špancima tamo?
Da, ono što mi je jako super, što mislim onako baš cool, je to što, to sam baš malo pre zaboravila spomenem, što nam je škola zaista onako baš internacionalna i ima bukvalno učenika sa svih krajeva sveta, što je meni jako zanimljivo i dosta ljudi onako koje ovako inače nikad ne bih imala mogućnosti da upoznam ili sretnem, sam upoznala i što je jako bitno za buduće i konekcije i kontakte koje će nam trebati možda za posao ili ovako što se tiče drugarstva. I to mi je ono, čini mi se da je to malo ima veze sa Barcelonom, zato što nekako ljudi koji ovdje idu, svi su onako otvoreni da se upoznaju, da međusobno razmene kontakte i da ostanu u kontaktu. I to je ono što mi se posebno sviđa i također ono što se tiče španskih studenta, njih nema toliko na EU Business School, više onako internacionalno, ovako iz drugih zemalja, ali Špance naravno uvek upoznamo ovako izvan škole i to je stvarno sjajno, što je meni isto bilo bitno da vidim kakvi su oni ovako kao ljudi, i zaista mislim da su prilično slični nama, što je meni bilo bitno i jako su druželjubivi, tako da mislim da što se toga tiče neće biti problema za nas.
A što se tiče, eto, i možda španskog jezika, da li si iskoristila priliku i da možda kreneš da učiš ili si već možda i učila ranije pa da ga usavršiš?
Učila sam španski u srednjoj školi i sad sam nastavila online da ga učim i mogu reći da uopšte nije težak jezik. Ja već znam italijanski pa mi je možda bilo i lakše zato što su jako slični jezici, ali naravno nastavila sam i imam u planu onako da ga usavršim do kraja i da ga tačno pričam, tako da nastavit ću svakako. Ali oni su jako baš zbog turista, u smislu svuda se priča engleski, ljudima koji ne znaju španski nije problem da se snalaze, zaista jako dobro pričaju.
Svakako da napomenemo da programi na ovoj biznis školi su na engleskom jeziku, tako da nije potrebno da studenti znaju španski jezik, ali naravno mi uvek podržavamo studente da uče jezik države u koju odu da studiraju, jer to je odlična prilika, eto prosto da ga uče u tom okruženju gde se nalaze i da naravno sa lokalcima pričaju koliko je to moguće. Tako da htjela sam i da te pitam da li bi mogla možda da nam opišeš prosto kako izgleda kampus i u biznis škole, gde se nalazi, da li je u gradu ili malo van grada i prosto kakva je atmosfera na kampusu.
Kampus ima 2 lokacije u 2 različite zgrade u Barceloni, lokacije su vrlo blizu jedna druge. Što se tiče same lokacije zgrade u koju ja idem, nalazi se u jako dobrom, ja bih rekla, kraju, u smislu da je čitav taj kraj u kome se nalazi škola nekako biznis kraj, rekla bih, u smislu ima dosta kompanija koje su baš tu u neposrednoj blizini, što je meni baš bilo super, pošto sam imala mogućnost onako da odem kad sam u školi, da odem da posjetim neke od tih kompanija i da vidim kako oni tamo rade i kako sve to izgleda, pošto mi je bila sam radoznala da vidim. Kraj je jako lijep i bezbedan. Eto, čitav taj deo Barcelone je, da kažem, poslovni deo, gde su sedišta tih kompanija i firmi. Što se tiče druge lokacije, ona je samo 10 minuta peške udaljena od te prve lokacije i okruženje je otprilike slično. Isto, malte ne, rekla bih. Što se tiče same škole i izgleda škole, veoma je modern izgled i jako je lepo sve organizovano unutar same škole, u smislu imamo nekoliko spratova, lepo nam je označeno gde se šta nalazi, koja je učionica, nikad nema zabune, što je meni jako bitno, pošto se ranije dešavalo da bude malo zabuna na fakultetu od toga gde treba da se ide kad se prvo dođe na fakultet, pošto čim dođemo ne možemo da znamo gde se tačno ide i gde se šta nalazi. Ovdje je to jako lepo organizovano, svi znaju gde treba da idu, nikada nema neke preterane gužve, atmosfera je jako opuštena i svi su uvek tu da nam pomognu, da odgovore na neko naše pitanje. Tu nam je i kancelarija gde možemo da postavimo ta pitanja, imamo na svakom spratu, ali ja to imamo i u prizemlju, tako da oba kampusa su jako lepa i onako moderno sređena, baš u tako, da kažem, poslovnom ambijentu i izgledu čitave zgrade, tako da jako lepo.
Dobro. I htjela sam da te pitam, da li bi mogla da nam kažeš kako izgleda jedan tvoj dan kao studenta u Barceloni?
Ja sam trenutno sada prepodne, moje prepodne mi imamo kao master studenti časove popodne od 6 sati do 9 uveče, što je zapravo organizovano na taj način da bi mi kao master studenti mogli da imamo ostatak dana za našu moguću praksu koju nađemo, što sam ja u svom slučaju uspela da nađem. I moj prvi deo dana je rezervisan za ustajanje ujutru i idenje na posao do 2 sata popodne. Posle toga se obično nađem sa mojim kolegama to je s koleginicama i radimo na projektima i ispitima koje imamo za tu nedelju, pošto imamo zaista, uvek je nekako radno i uvek imamo na čemu da radimo i razne projekte, ispite, prezentacije. Obično se nađemo tu blizu škole, pošto zaista ima dosta mogućnosti za nas koji hoćemo negde blizu škole ili u samoj školi da radimo. Radimo na tim projektima i posle odemo na čas. To je otprilike jedan moj dan koji nije nešto prekomplikovan, jednostavan dan prosječnog studenta, tako da...
Da, odlično, eto, ali u suštini dinamičan, svašta nešto, nije onako dosadno studentski, da kažem, da samo ideš na fakultet, nego eto, i nalazite se, radite projekte, zajedno ideš i na praksu. Da li bi nešto mogla da nam kažeš malo više o toj praksi koju si, da li je to povezano s univerzitetom ili si sama pronalazila tu praksu, prosto kako to tamo funkcioniše?
Kao što sam pomenula malo pre, mi imamo tu Immersion Week, Immersion nedelju, gde nam dolaze predstavnici različitih kompanija i firmi na fakultet, gde drže svoje prezentacije o tome čime se njihova firma bavi i kakve trenutno pozicije imaju otvorene u svojim kompanijama. Mi imamo mogućnost tu da stupimo sa njima u kontakt direktno i da, ako smo zainteresovani za neku poziciju, da pričamo sa njima i da dobijemo više informacije vezano za to i kako da apliciramo i kako možda bolje da sredimo svoj CV, sve vezano za to što nas interesuje. I kada recimo idemo, pošto se dešavalo da idemo direktno u neki hotel recimo ili kompaniju, pa tu na licu mesta saznamo sve o tome i da li možda imaju neku otvorenu poziciju ili tako nešto i usput obiđemo kako sve to izgleda, oni nam pokažu. Što se tiče, imamo tu mogućnost. Druga mogućnost je naravno LinkedIn i imamo prezentacije na fakultetu vezano za to u smislu kako da bolje organizujemo svoj LinkedIn profil, kako da ga napravimo onako da bude atraktivan za te poslodavce, što je isto jako korisno, da se znam. Daju nam te neke cake i savete i sve što nam je bitno. A treća naravno opcija je da mi tražimo sami. Ja sam kombinovala recimo sve 3 opcije da bih uspela da nađem i uspela sam ne posredstvom škole, ali mi je naravno škola ovako što se tiče ugovora i toga što sam sklopila sa tom kompanijom pomogla. Oni naravno to pomažu sve vezano za to. Uspela sam sama preko LinkedIna da nađem, ali svakako kada oni imaju neku otvorenu poziciju negde, oni nas obaveste i naravno mi preko njih onda dospemo u neku kompaniju za koju sam je interesovao.
Odlično, eto, baš mi je drago i da si našla tu kompaniju i prosto da si i zadovoljna time šta trenutno radiš, pa i eto, u tom smislu sam ovako za kraj htjela da te pitam, s obzirom na to da studiraš u inostranstvu i da si, eto, da kažem, na neki način i promenila možda malo profesiju, odnosno neko se usko specijalizovala za nešto, kako ti sebe vidiš za recimo 5 godina? Šta bi voljela da radiš? Gde bi možda voljela da živiš ili u kakvoj kompaniji, kojom profesijom da se baviš konkretno, onako tvoj neki možda i dream job ili prosto kako sebe možda realno vidiš za 5 godina?
Iskreno, ja sam dosta razmišljala o tome, pošto ja tu uskoro završavam master i trebalo bi da budem na nekoj vrsti prekretnice, gde ću i šta ću. Iskreno, pošto se moje odluke menjaju jako često i pošto ja u svojoj toj glavi malo prevrtim i stalno menjam svoju odluku i preispitujem da li je dobra i da li bi to baš trebalo da uradim ili ne i da li ću kasnije biti zadovoljna tom svojom odlukom, pošto je to meni jako bitno. Za sada još uvek nemam neki onako siguran plan gde bih tačno bila. Moj kratkoročni plan je za sada da budem u Barceloni i da budem u ovoj kompaniji u kojoj sada trenutno radim stažiranje, pošto sam prilično zadovoljna i baš bih voljela, to je ono što bih ja nekako, čime bih se bavila. Sad, možda moj dream job, ovo je također nešto što je meni jako zanimljivo i što mi se sviđa, ali recimo ja bih više voljela da se bavim nečim što bi imalo veze sa nekom beauty industrijom ili nečim vezano za taj luxury segment. I ono što sam završila na osnovnim studijama, to su odnosi s javnošću, znači taj neki PR i nešto vezano za to, da ne bude čist marketing, pošto mi ovo deluje, barem meni, malo zanimljivije. I recimo u kojoj kompaniji, to sad nemam ideju, ali eto, vidjet ću kako će sve ići, pa ću na osnovu toga i odlučiti šta i kako posla. Ali za sada sam sasvim zadovoljna.
Naravno, korak po korak, nekako do ostvarenja prosto tih tvojih snova. Eto, želimo ti sav uspeh i u završetku master studija i nakon toga. Hvala ti svakako na ovoj prezentaciji. Nekako baš sam uživala u razgovoru sa tobom i to je to što se nas tiče. Eto, još jedanput hvala ti na svemu i puno sreće. Što se tiče naših posetilaca ovog sajma, napravit ćemo pauzu 5 minuta i u 7 sati proglašamo pobjednike našeg giveaway-a koji se održava na Instagramu. Imate još 5 minuta da učestvujete u ovom nagrađivanju, tako da vidimo se uskoro sa nagradama. I evo, za kraj, vreme je prosto da i proglasimo pobednike našeg nagrađivanja, našeg giveaway-a koji se održavao na našoj Instagram stranici. I ovim putem želim da čestitam Neli, Andrej i Lenki. Nadam se da vidite, evo ga. Znači, CV i karijerni putokaz dobila je Nela. Zatim motivaciono pismo i karijerni putokaz Andreja. I Lenka je osvojila savjetovanje besplatno i karijerni putokaz, tako da eto devojke, molim vas javite nam se u DM na našem Instagramu kako bismo se dogovorili naravno oko preuzimanja ovih poklona i prosto kako bismo se dogovorili oko naravno Lenka savjetovanja koje ćemo eto besplatno ti dati. Hvala vam što ste bili na ovom online Careers of the Future sajmu. Želim naravno da vas sve pozovem i da nas se pridružite sutra ukoliko ste u mogućnosti. Od 12 do 18 časova Careers of the Future se održava u hotelu Marriott, koji se naravno nalazi kod Trga Republike, pored Narodnog pozorišta. Tako da onako, eto, u prolazu dok ste u centru grada svratite da nam se javite, naravno nama via mentorkama i da popričate sa univerzitetima za koje ste prosto zainteresovani. Ovo će biti odlična prilika i da slušate i naše panel diskusije iz određenih oblasti gde će predstavnici iz industrije pričati o svom iskustvu i prosto o tome koje su veštine vama potrebne da biste se bavili nekim poslom u budućnosti. Da li je to medicina, farmacija ili neke društvene nauke poput novinarstva ili psihologije, HR-a i tako dalje. Tako da celu agendu i prosto šta vas to očekuje sutra možete naći na našim društvenim mrežama i na našem sajtu. Tako da eto, još jedan put pozivam vas ukoliko još uvek se dvoumite da li da dođete sutra ili ne. Dođite jer nas očekuju i neke pogodnosti, nagrade. Tamo prvenstveno svi prisutni će moći 3 sata da dobiju svoju besplatnu fotografiju za CV. To ćemo vam naravno mi obezbediti kao stručnjaci za prosto CV i motivaciona pisma i naravno tu smo da vam i damo 10% popusta, izvinjavam se, na naše mentorske pakete, tako da eto, ovo je odlična prilika ukoliko prosto želite da se prijavite i da odnosno želite da u budućnosti studirate u inostranstvu, ovo je odlična prilika eto i da ostvarite neke popuste. Tako da nadamo se da se vidimo sutra na sajmu.